DJ Tony Duff. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin'. Yeah, she a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She truckin'. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She truckin'.
My name is Nate Johnson, and I'm the CEO and founder of GLCS. GLCS supports drivers by streamlining office processes, deploying and supporting company software, and connecting in-cab technologies to in-office technologies. I've spent nearly 30 years in transportation, starting my career as an over-the-road driver. Recently asked what was my favorite experiences as a driver. I recall waking up in the morning many times to a light fog, the sun rising, having a good cup of coffee, and rolling out of a truck stop, starting my day feeling rested and refreshed. Those experiences are something that I cherish and recall and really only get to experience on long road trips now. Drivers, thank you. Thank you for all that you do. Drive safe, keep up the good work. We're all here to support you. Thank you to all the millions of drivers that safely keep America moving. Happy National Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Welcome to the Shetrucking podcast. My name is Cindy Tunstall and I'm your host, and we have a great show for you today. My show is called Enjoying Life OTR. I care a lot about work-life balance, and I really want to do things that are going to help us to stay focused on the work, but also get rested and refreshed in our downtime as well. You know, I drive a 26-foot box truck, and I'm an OTR driver. I have my own authority. I have since the very beginning. I'm still a new baby in the trucking industry. I've only been driving for about 2.5 years, but I love this industry. You know, I love to travel. I love to get outside the truck and explore the places that I'm visiting, and it's a challenge. You know, we always have to struggles about truck parking and trying to find, you know, our hours of service and, you know, just being exhausted when we get done with our long drive. But, you know, we need to have a life outside the truck too. So I really care about those things and creating work-life balance. And for me, it's all about, you know, maintaining my business in a way that I can still not be too stressed out, not be too overwhelmed with the business of trucking, where I just can't function for my family and my friends and my downtime when I'm not driving. So I care a lot about work-life balance, and I want to be able to provide drivers with fun things to do outside the truck and make it streamlined and more easy. I have a Facebook community that's called Enjoying Life OTR. I also have a website where we'll be posting pictures and things that we've been able to do while we're on our downtime. You know, I understand that it's a challenge to get outside the truck. You know, there's the truck parking is a challenge. You know, like I'm in Chicago right now, and I did a lot of research trying to find some fun things to do this weekend, but decided to do, you know, laundry and get caught up on some bills. And, you know, we need to do that sometimes, but every once in a while we find ways to make it work. And we get outside the truck and do something fun. Yesterday morning, I just popped in Google search and I said, park near me. And I found a park that was right by me, and there was a little truck stop right there, and I had to walk about half a mile, and I got to see this beautiful, gorgeous lake. There was these beautiful ducks were flying in there, and just sat there. That video that with those leaves, that was on my stop yesterday. So I spent a couple hours there. I was on my 34, so I was on personal conveyance, and I just wanted to spend some time outside the truck. And when I got to hike around this beautiful lake, and I just had a great time, and it was really refreshing for my soul. 'Cause, I've been running hard the last 6 days, and I was worn out, and I just needed to spend some time outside the truck. It was starting to feel a little bit more like a prison than work. So I was really happy to get to see those sights. That was the first day of fall, and I got to see those beautiful leaves and lights catching through there. So it was a lot of fun. Anyway, those are things that I care about. And I also care about the business of trucking. I love this industry. I love negotiating freight rates, and I love studying the different markets, because that has a direct impact on, how well I'm providing for me and my family. So I care about the business of trucking as well. I self-dispatch, so I am constantly on the phone and wheeling and dealing and trying to find the best places for me to go next. And I love all of that. I love the freedom of being able to pick where I'm going to go next. Freight rates are pretty rough right now. And a lot of truckers are struggling, even company drivers. I mean, I see even in our community that their driver will post that, they're getting a pay cut, and they're wondering if they should leave that company or go somewhere else. And a lot of drivers are really struggling. So I think more than ever, we need to be really intentional about self-care. We need to be really intentional about ways that we manage our stress. We need to be really intentional about taking care of our bodies. Because all of these stressors that we have in our job, because the job itself, just driving a big rig down the road, is very stressful, and dealing with traffic and schedules and deadlines and docking and, four-wheelers, all that stuff. So we want to be really intentional to take care of ourselves when we can, and do some good self-care. We have a really great show today. I'm going to introduce our guest to you in just a few minutes, but I want to tell you a little bit about what I have learned from her and how it has impacted me personally. Every now and then, as an owner, I have an issue that I might need some legal advice, or I have some questions that I need to ask somebody, and I just don't know where to turn. I often think about, I'm watching a movie sometimes, and I watch this family, they're rich, and they've got a family lawyer that they're going to call when they have a question about this contract, or, they're having an issue with the IRS, and, somebody's, suing them. They call the family attorney. They just hop on the phone and they call that person. And I always kind of laugh about that. I'm like, that must be nice to be able to just pick up the phone and call your family attorney. For me, when I'm having a struggle with a question like that legally, or I will sometimes, get on my Facebook community, or I chat with my social media, and I'll say, hey, anybody know a lawyer, because I have a question and I just want to run this by him. It's just going to take a few minutes. And, somebody, never fails. Somebody will say, well, I didn't go to law school, but, I took a contracting class. Maybe I could answer your question. And, so I get somebody that's trying to help me, but it's really not legal advice that I wanted. So one thing I love about Sue, our guest today, she has a program that's going to be able to help us to have legal counsel that's available while we're on the road, even if we're not trucking. Like, there's some, I'm 57 years old, and I've got some financial things that I need to get in order. And it's just a lot of questions that I have that are beyond my skill set. So I'm going to bring on our guest, Sue Adams. She's with Legal Shield. Sue, welcome to the show. We're real excited to have you here, and we can't wait for you to share the things that you have about the products that you're offering our community. Sue, welcome to the show. I'd love for you to tell everybody how you got connected with.
Thank you so much, Cindy. I'm happy to be here. Sheree and I, so my husband and I, since 2016, we sold everything and we began full-time RVing, and we haven't looked back and have no intentions of quitting anytime soon. So back in about 3 years ago, we were coming back to Michigan, which is where we're from. We're here typically in the summer to see our kids. And I said to my husband, you know what? Let's stop in Chattanooga for a couple nights. There is this amazing young woman, Sheree, who has Shetrucking, and I showed him the Facebook. I said, I just need to meet her. So we had been communicating, and so we met. And she took me on a tour of her training facility, her truck driving school in Chattanooga, and took me around town, and we went to lunch and just had a great time. So that's how we met.
Well, Sue, you're involved with Legal Shield and now a partner with the Shetrucking community and our Shetrucking Foundation. What I love about Legal Shield is there's so many ways that you could benefit our community, whether it's somebody, a driver like me that owns my own trucking company, or just somebody that's a dispatcher. I mean, really everyone could benefit from the services of Legal Shield. Would you mind giving us a little bit of an overview about Legal Shield and maybe tell us how you started working with this company and why it's important to you personally?
Oh my God, yes. So we have been, my husband and I, with the company with Legal Shield since 2005. And before that, we were in a traditional brick and mortar auto body business with 30 employees, doing the Google decision thing. Well, we didn't have Google back then. That was over 20 years ago. So I guess we were just doing the guess and hoping it worked. Well, it doesn't work. We ended up, so we were refinancing our commercial property, which included some environmental challenges with our building. And we should have had a qualified attorney. We didn't, because the contracts were written by an attorney, just not ours. And we ultimately ended up filing personal bankruptcy due to our decisions. So that was the first. And then my dad passed away years ago without a will. And he had a massive coronary, 58 years old. He figured he was going to live forever because he was healthy. And he didn't have a will. And my mom and him were married for years. Everything was joint, but she still had to jump a lot of hoops to get some things straightened out. Had he had estate planning done, that wouldn't have happened. And being a full-time RVer, we are 65 foot long with the vehicle we pull. And I have a huge respect for truckers. I mean, we get cut off all the time. And just the little bit we drive, the miles, we don't drive anything like truckers do. So I imagine what they go through. And if they're in an accident and it's a tragic accident, that's not a good thing. And when I learned about Legal Shield, one of the plans, I could go, we have commercial driver legal plans. So we take care of things from just small things to tragic things. So with the commercial driver legal plan, you have a transportation law firm. So you call one law firm in one state, and they connect you with a law firm across the United States, wherever you got a citation. So, and I'm going to read some things just so I don't miss any, because when you and I were talking, you said they were important. So if you
Before you share those things, let me make sure I'm understanding about the service that you offer.
Okay.
I have a question already, and then
Okay.
let me interrupt you too. Okay, so how does this work for, like, if there were, somebody that like me, a truck driver, I own my own trucking company, and how does the services work? It's like a monthly fee, or is it just a one-time thing that I pay as I use, or how is it set up to make it affordable? I know you said it was a more affordable option. How does that work?
How it works, great question. It is a month-to-month service, so all we sell is service. And you call the provider law firm, you pay once a month. And for the commercial driver legal plan, we have two plans. One runs $1.08 a day, so $32.95. And the other one runs $1.48, which is $44.95. So it depends on your needs. And that's why I always ask people, the website is going across the bottom, but I always ask people, my contact information is on every page of that website. Please do not hesitate to reach out and ask questions.
Well, Sue, tell our audience a little bit about, we have truck drivers in here, we have dispatchers, we have brokers, we have recruiters. Our audience is a wide range of people in the field. Tell us a little bit about this commercial driver legal plan and what kind of benefits this will offer for the drivers.
So we have from trivial to the traumatic. So we have tragic accident. So if you're in a tragic accident and you get charged with manslaughter and voluntary manslaughter, you have coverage. You have a law firm for that. You have moving violations. You just snap a picture of the violation, upload it through your app. We all have apps. And it goes to the law firm and they contact you.
That's awesome. Those moving violations really affect our insurance. So whenever we get a moving violation, we want to do everything we can to keep that off our record and keep a clean driving record. So that in itself is a huge benefit.
Your insurance and your livelihood, because with the moving violations, the points, and they cover the DOT and non-moving violations. So some of those are for logbook, over height, hazardous material, equipment violations, over length, over width, overweight, load spillage, permit violations, no medical card, no insurance, no motor carrier authority. So, I mean, it pretty much, you have CSA consultation, just through the commercial driver, and then you have some family coverage there as well. Because
that's pretty incredible. A lot of services that they offer available to drivers, and I would imagine this would really lower our stress when we're having a challenge.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because when you're on the road, you're being taken care of. How it works, it's through collective buying power. So everybody pays, and the attorneys, they are paid in advance. So they're there to serve you, not bill you.
I love that. So it really is like that, like I described in that movie, where they just call their attorney and they can handle it. We would have our own attorney. It's very reasonable. I mean, for just a little over $30 a month, we could have, I don't have to be calling somebody on Facebook that says they took a contract law class one day and not even an attorney. I can talk to a real attorney to handle my issues. So what about with contracts and things like that? That you would be able to help, like, read over those contracts and things. Is that services available for?
Yes, you have contract and document review. So we have the commercial driver legal plan. So that's for you and your truck, and then some family coverage. We have the we actually have 3 small business plans for just the business. And that depends on your needs. So the cost is $49 to $189 a month. So there's 3 choices there, but it depends on your needs. So you choose the services. So it's, and
well,
then
that's a great benefit too. A lot of truckers have, a side hustle, and they have other businesses. Like they could have a small business. Like I have a small trucking company. It's just me, so that's considered small business, obviously. But many times we have another business that we're doing on the side as well, where we may need some assistance. So that could all fall under the small business plan.
Yes, in your case, Cindy, since you're the only owner, you
Yes.
could actually do the family legal plan, which covers you personally, with the home-based business supplement, which covers your business.
Okay, I see. There's a lot of overlap on some of these, so it's really helpful, Sue. I think that you're available to answer questions, because I would assume that everybody's situation is a little bit different, and they may need some help deciding which of these plans are a good fit for them. Is that something that you can help with?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because not everyone's situation is the same. And I would rather have a consultation with someone so they don't overbuy and get what they need.
Yeah, that's good. Now I see on the screen there that it was 5 reasons to make a will. Sue, I'm 57 years old. So when you told the story about your father, I was like, it really kind of freaks me out. I don't have a will, and I don't have a lot of assets, but I do have a few things, and I don't have like a medical directive or anything. Are those services that will be fitting under the Legal Shield? And what kind of plan would you recommend for doing those types of things?
That you would be able to get under the family plan and the commercial driver plan, depending on which one you and your spouse or significant other, if you're in the same household, are covered, and you would get the will, the medical directive, and the financial power of attorney, and you can update it once a year for free.
So if somebody aggravates you, you want to cut them out of the will, you just make a phone call. I'm cutting you out of the will.
I do.
Truck drivers have one of the most important jobs in America today. Why are there so many trucks on the road? Because almost everything we wear, eat, or use is delivered by a truck driver. The Legal Shield Commercial Drivers Legal CDL plan was developed to help commercial drivers by providing access to a lawyer for your most common legal needs. Let's face it, you're a professional driver. You can't know every state, county, municipality, or federal law and regulation. For about $1 a day, you'll have access to a law firm in your corner to help keep your CDL record clean and your CSA points low. Being a commercial driver comes with unique responsibilities. Access to legal services is more important than ever to keep you on the road and protect your bottom line. As a Legal Shield CDL plan member, you're entitled to defense for alleged violations on charges related to logbook, over length, overweight, over height, over width, no medical card, no motor carrier authority, load spillage, radar detector, hazardous material, expired inspection sticker, equipment violations, no placard, no insurance, and permit violations. Because we know how important your CDL is, we cover you in your personal vehicle too. Don't wait. Enroll today and have peace of mind, knowing you have access to legal services just a phone call away.
Wow, that is incredible. All of the services that they have available for the drivers. I mean, it's really so many things, and those are all stressors for all of us, like worrying about having to get those things taken care of while we're still driving, because that's the other issue. Sue, I have a question. I was thinking as I was watching um, that list of things. So say a driver has a violation and then they take a picture of that and they send it into Legal Shield. Will they have to go to court, or how does that work? What will be the role that the driver plays, and what will be the role that the attorney plays in getting those violations taken off when they're, coming up against a deadline to get those things resolved?
The law firm's goal is to keep the driver on the road and not have to go to court. So they do their best to keep them on the road and take care of it for them.
So I guess there may be some times where the driver would have to go, but a majority of the time the lawyer would go on your behalf.
Correct.
That's awesome. That's really great.
Yeah, they know when a driver is off the road, they aren't making money. So they do their best to keep them on the road.
Well, you've told us a good bit of information about the commercial driver legal plan. Would you mind going through some of the other options? Because I know that there's other services that you have available for us. Could you kind of give us some highlights of some of those?
Yes, we have. So we have the family legal plan, and that covers the member.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
While we lean on our decades of proven industry knowledge and expertise, Canal is continually moving forward as a disruptor and innovator in the marketplace. We have developed Canal Test Drive with that same forward-thinking mindset. Our telematics-based pay-as-you-roll insurance product is pioneering the future of trucking insurance, one fleet at a time. We know that starting a new venture in the trucking industry is a complex process. That's why we offer Canal Test Drive, an innovative solution designed to help new commercial trucking operations simplify and manage their insurance cost based on actual miles driven, never for idle time. Let us take the guesswork out of your insurance costs with our simplified pay-as-you-roll approach.
do I have with me today? The amazing Aisha Bowe. And we was talking about just before the commercial break about her journey and how she went from not making the best of grades in high school to going on a path of self-discovery that led her to Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host of the Melanated Homeschooling Families podcast. And today we have an amazing featured guest for you today. Aisha Bowe. She is an extraordinary individual. She is a former NASA rocket scientist. She also is a global motivational speaker, and she is the visionary of Lingo. It's a revolutionary way, a movement of helping our young people grow and thrive. And her story of her why is so remarkable that I had to bring her on today. And I'm so happy that she's able to be with us so you can learn more about how what she's doing can help your children maximize their full potential. So without further ado, let's bring on Aisha Bowe. Hello, welcome to the show.
Hi.
Listen, first of all, thank you so much for giving us some of your time because I know that you're super busy. And I'm excited because I know about your story and it inspired me. And I'm just like, wow, this is amazing on what you've been able to accomplish. So we're just going to go ahead and get right into the meat and potatoes of everything. Everyone knows, or I'm telling them, that you are a former NASA rocket scientist. And we used to hear that saying a lot. But to finally see someone that looks like you, a woman, an African-American woman of color that went in space. And now you decided that you was going to start this business of Lingo, which we're going to talk a little bit more about a little bit later. But my question to you first is, was this your path in the beginning? When you grew up, when you was a little girl, did Aisha say, I want to be a rocket scientist when I grow up?
No, not at all. My objective growing up was to not have to live with my parents forever. Like, that was my goal. And because I didn't have any goals, and because when I was born, my parents had their own situation going on, I wasn't thinking about college. I wasn't thinking about science or technology. I wasn't thinking about going to class. I was truant. All I was trying to do was survive day to day. I ended up feeling insecure because I didn't have a lot of the things that people around me had. And as a result, I graduated from high school, which I was lucky to do, with a 2.313. I don't know why we need the 313, but it was a 2.313.
Wow. Wait a minute. Did you just say that you graduated from high school with a 2.1, 2.313? A 2.313.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Last I thought that a 2.313 was not a B plus nor an A plus.
That's why I try to figure it out. It's not.
Yeah. And so you became a rocket scientist working for NASA. How did that work? I mean, how did you go from a 2.313 average to now being one of the first women to go into space, now working for NASA, rocket scientist? How did that come about?
So what happened was, because my grades were not strong in high school, I had this narrative in my mind that I couldn't and I shouldn't and I can't. And even worse, the people around me were judging me by the grades on the paper. No one was really like, wow, you have a lot of potential. Now, from time to time, I would have conversations with my father who was like, you should really apply yourself and you should try more. But my high school guidance counselor, she told me that I should study cosmetology. And I was kind of like, there's nothing wrong with that, right? It was this idea that was all that she thought that I could ever be. I went to community college because I figured I would get a certification and learn a trade and just be able to take care of myself. And it was there that I met students from all walks of life. I met people who had children early. I met people who were going back because they were trying to support their family and they wanted to get, further education. And I met other students who were like me, who just did not know who they were, and more importantly, what they wanted to do. And through this exploration, I decided that I was going to create a world where I would drown out other people's thoughts of me and their expectations of me and only focus on the things that I thought were important. And the thing that was the most important to me was to feel good about myself when I looked in the mirror every day. I wanted to wake up and not feel stressed and disappointed. I wanted to be proud to live in my body. And I thought, okay, well, what if I had goals? What if I had dreams? What if I tried? Like, what would I do? And so I wrote a list, and that list was, I'm going to apply myself, and I'm not going to get in my own way per se, right? If I do something and it's not an A, I'm not going to put myself down about it. I'm just going to keep going. And if I'm going to operate like that, I'm going to try to do the most outrageous thing that I could think to do. Because like what people don't understand is me becoming an aerospace engineer, that is an answered prayer. I said to God, if I can become an aerospace engineer, then I will know that you are real and this is real and dreams are real. And I know that, there are people out there that are probably like, don't tell God to give you certain things, but you don't have what you don't ask for, right? And I wanted that sign. Now I had to work for it, and I worked for it. But I went from pre-algebra to demonstrating that I could get an A in calculus to graduating from one of the best aerospace schools in the country and getting my master's in space systems engineering. And that was solely off of the faith that I had in myself and not so much what other people thought I could or should be.
Wow. So the fact that you finally made the decision that you was going to do better, you wasn't going to allow what other people thought that you should be, what you should become, or the lack thereof, you, from this moment on, you were going to pretty much walk to the beat of your own drum and create your purpose, your future. And through that, you went to community college, which some people feel like if you go to community college, it's not as good as going to a university. That can be debatable, but your life changed once you went to community college. And you said something about pre-algebra. So was it a teacher or something, or a student that kind of made your mind shift a little bit? Because you said you wrote this list. So I'm curious on what this list said. What was it in this list that made you do all this stuff? And we should be creating a list for our children, or our children creating for themselves.
Listen, I highly advocate for lists. I think what gets measured gets improved. And the reason for the list was I was challenged in the community college environment to determine where I wanted to go. Where are you graduating? Are you transitioning? What are you doing, right? And you have counselors and they're trying to guide you on a path. And so I tried to get clarity around that. Mm-hmm. But in this class environment, they weren't judging me based off of the things that I did in high school. They weren't judging me based off of the things that the people around me felt that I should do or try to do. I was just a person, and I was a person trying to learn a thing. And what I learned from that moment was that I could be taught, and I could learn. And if I did not learn in a class environment, it wasn't because I wasn't smart. It was because I didn't find the person who could teach it to me in a way that I could learn. So I learned how to advocate for my learning style, and I learned how to go out and put the effort into study habits and the discipline. I mean, the discipline with that I have to this day.
And I heard some key things that you said. And in the homeschooling community, we are very we always advocate about finding your child's learning style. When you find your child's learning style, you can unlock your child's full potential. Many times a child is not, I would say, doing all the things that we would like for them to do academically is because we're presenting the information to them in a way in which they do not learn. And so when I heard you say learning style, learning the way, I said, ooh, okay. So you was able to find out your learning style, and then you had a teacher that would be able to help you with that. And I heard you say how at community college, they did not judge you on your past. It was like a clean slate. And so for many homeschooling parents that are home right now with their children, and they may have that one child, that one student that they're smart, they have something inside of them, but you just don't see it within those first 1 to 12 years. You are the prime example of delayed but not denied.
Yes. We have a joke in the business community, and it's that the C students are founding and running the companies the A students work for.
Ooh.
And I don't want to take anything away from A students, but I would really love it if we had a different way. And this is one of the reasons why I wanted to talk to this community, because I feel like homeschool is further ahead in doing this. People are more than grades, right? There may be situations that get in the way of people achieving. And until you can really take that 360 look at the person, we shouldn't be telling them what they can or they cannot do. Everything that someone told me I could not do, I do. I went and I worked at NASA, and that was great. I had a great career, but I left NASA to found my own company. My mother was not a fan. Love her. We have a great relationship. She is employee of the month every month at the second company I founded, but she could not see what was inside of me. She loves me dearly, but she had no idea that I was going to figure out how to create a business that would be listed on Inc. 5000 as one of the fastest growing companies in America twice. I did that off of $1 and a dream while couch surfing in California. She was not a fan, but all of that grew into something. And so I really want for people to relax and say, I know that I have faith in this individual. I know that this individual has potential. I may not know how that individual's potential and purpose come together, but I have faith that it will.
That is powerful. And so right now, Aisha, we're going to take a small commercial break. And once we take the commercial break, we're going to come back and we're going to talk more about your journey to entrepreneurship, because now we heard the journey about your education, how the light bulb went off. And to make mention, before we go to this commercial break, you eventually did go to a university from community college. And so all the things that society wanted to think that if you don't reach a certain milestone at a certain age during a certain time, then okay, you're a lost cause. That theory, that line of thinking is totally wrong.
I got 2 degrees from one of the best aerospace schools in the world, and I have the pleasure of sitting on the industry advisory board for the aerospace department. So all that stuff, and I support the community college, and I have an endowment there. I don't think that knowledge holds true anymore.
No, you proved that wrong. Clearly. Okay, so we're going to take a small commercial break and we'll be back in a moment. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today. And just like that, we're back. I told you it was going to be a small commercial break. And who do I have with me today? The amazing Aisha Bowe. And we was talking about just before the commercial break about her journey and how she went from not making the best of grades in high school to going on a path of self-discovery that led her to go to community college, which had her make this list. This list became her pretty much her mantra. She started checking off all this stuff. And then she eventually was able to go on to university, and basically she is history. She is part of our Black history. Okay. You're looking many times as homeschoolers, we're searching for our Black history. We're searching for our African American roots. What did we do? What did we contribute to? Well, today you're speaking and seeing and hearing and not reading, being able to connect with one of our pivotal people in history, because literally that's what she did. She making history again and again and again. So she already did it in education. But did Aisha stop there? No, Aisha didn't stop there. Aisha decided that I'm going to take it a step further. I'm going to go over here in this entrepreneurship industry, and I'm getting ready to disrupt what's going on and be able to unlock potential for children like myself, or for future generations to come. This is not just a company. This is a movement. And now we're going to tell you a little bit about this movement. So Asia, tell us about, why did you decide to do this form of entrepreneurship and focusing on, with Lingo, STEM?
For me, it was about advocacy and it was about equity. When I was in the government, I loved my job, but I was limited in how much I could do to support a particular community. So one of the things that was my responsibility was every month or so, we would get notifications from teachers and we could go and talk to a classroom. And I was always so excited to do that. I would go out to the classrooms, I would talk to the kids, and I could never get to what I actually did at work because they would see me and say, there's no way you could exist. I literally was carrying my degrees in the trunk of my car because the kids could not connect that there was a young African-American female working at NASA, working on small spacecrafts and rocket. They couldn't do it. Mm-hmm. Understand, they don't get to see a lot of us. Mm-hmm. Now, where I got frustrated in my job was I wanted to be able to mentor more students. I wanted to be able to take more students as interns. I wanted to be able to take what I created and project that to the world so that the world could be inspired by the things that overcome. But that was beyond the scope of my position. That was not in my job description. And so I found myself at odds with my job. And I really had to think on it and I had to pray on it. And I said, you know what? I am bigger than this job. So I need to step out on faith and I need to figure out how I can combine the desire to inspire, to educate, and to empower with the technical education that I received. And so I started a government contracting firm 10 years ago. And our mission was to take a portion of every hour that was worked and create education outreach programs and support our nonprofits so that we could create more people who were like me, people who have maybe thought that they weren't interested in STEM or science or being in technology, but had never really had the opportunity to experience it and know what it was like. And that is the foundation of STEM Board, which is the first company that I run. We have been an award-winning company for several years now, and I'm super proud to be at the helm of that.
Wow. And so with that being your first company 10 years ago, a decade ago, what led you to take it a step further to do what you're doing now with Lingo? Because what you're offering is so ingenious because it bringing real life application that they can do. Because some of your kids, I looked at them and I was like, wait a minute, that sounds like something dealing with a car, you know, all these different things that they're familiar with, but you're making it easy. And one thing that I find that's very unique is that you have a lot of instructors that look like us. So why was that so crucial and important to you? And why did you decide to do it just in that fashion?
Yeah, so people will say, okay, Aisha, I think you're in technology, but I really am in societal advancement. And what I mean is by being a business owner, and we're not necessarily a small business. We're almost 50 full-time people. I pay people in 6 different states. What I've realized is that my vote, the revenue, that moves the needle. I can write checks to support political campaigns. I can put people through college. I can make sure that my families are paid more than a living wage to support their students' academic careers, training, all these sorts of things. And when I really started to think about that, and I looked at some companies like Johnson Publishing, right? They put a lot of money in the community. They built people up so that everyone could have a share of the pie, so that everyone could live a better life. And for me, the big piece that was missing was, okay, I have this technical workforce. How do I create more people that have the ability to get access to jobs like this? I have people working for me and they're making well over $100,000 a year and they don't have college degrees. And I'm proud of that because they have IT certifications, and I can't help what happened earlier in life, but I can make sure that they have good jobs. And so there are a lot of pathways for people to be able to support themselves and support their families through IT certifications, and also for people to go into aerospace and get PhDs. But what I didn't see was the representation. And so I decided to fill that gap. I'm like, who better than me, right? If not me, then who? And I wanted to create educational content that could inspire you to go to college, that could inspire you to study STEM, that could inspire you to be an entrepreneur, run your own business, do whatever you want to do, but give you the power and show you that there were people who were like you or people with diverse backgrounds who were doing the exact same thing, and they were making it fun.
That is remarkable on how you not only you making history, but one of the main issues in, we just gonna speak of the United States, is employment. So the fact that you breaking barriers in more than one way and also providing more than just a living wage, because we know how inflation is right now. You constantly giving back and providing another way for us to be successful, and being that you are a visionary and you know from your own life story that your full potential is not maxed out by 12th grade, that you are providing jobs for ones who qualify, that has an IT certification. But if they desire to go to college, then that is available to them. So
I want to double tap on this because for me, I often think that I liked my experience at Michigan, but I'll be the first to say that I came away from that experience feeling damaged in some aspects because there were not very many women of color in that environment. The ones who were there were friends to this day. It's one other person. And when I walked out of it, I said, how different would work be if people like you and I could actually shape it, if we owned it? I don't have a diversity problem. I don't have an equity problem. I don't have any of those issues because I care and I hire in that way. So I just wanted to allow people to be in the driver's seat of their careers and in the environments that they choose to work in. I also wanted to communicate that, and this is something this is what I love about homeschool, is that 8th grade, when I experienced it, had been taught that way for like 20 years. We had books that still had things in them that were no longer true, right? I remember being in middle school and they had books that still had the Soviet Union in there. I was like, what in the world, right? I mean, there's so much stuff that happens in those environments that is outside of a parent's control. But lingo for me was like, hey, I can create this kit. And if I give you this kit, you can choose how you engage with it. You can do multiple lessons. You can see technology in a new way because we're going to shoot trailers and we're going to make it fun and we're going to tie to careers and we're going to give you an experience that may not be an experience that people have traditionally been given in that age group. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to deliver something where people could go, okay, that's different and I like it.
Well, you're definitely doing that because for the fact of the matter is you are, I mean, it's not very hard for us to find a lot of information since around elementary school level and below when you have to get a little creative when it start getting to middle school to high school. And the fact that yet again, you are filling that gap with quality, self-led, self-paced education, that a parent don't have to be a rocket scientist in order to teach or order to guide. I prefer the word guide, because you have a inclusive system where the child can go in and literally the parent just need to make sure the child has internet access. They don't have to know all of this stuff.
Absolutely.
And so tell us a little bit about the setup of the kit, because do they get something every single month, or do they get like a lesson plan for parents who create their lesson plans? How would it work for homeschoolers?
Got it. And I actually was I have the first kit right here. So the way that we've set this up, and what you hit on was so important to me. I don't want you to have to do what I learned how to do. I just want you to be able to guide it. And so we set out to create self-paced, student-guided modules, right? Where we also have lesson plans. If an instructor wants the lesson plan, we created it. And we aligned it to national learning standards, which is something else too, right? When I was looking at some of the work that parents had to do, they may need to provide a justification at the end of the semester as to what they taught the student. And we've already done all of that. We've aligned it to middle school standards. We've learned it to high school standards, CSTA, NGSS. We've got you covered. But in addition to that, the modules are small. So let's say 5 to 10 minutes. You have instruction. It's hands-on. And if the student has any issues, you can just tap Lingo for tech support. And we have an entire arm of our business that is designed to support those one-on-one engagements. You can submit a ticket. You can have a Zoom with us. We're here because for me, my work is you, right? This is my sole purpose. I am here because I have this amazing testimony, and I was able to grow this business out of all the things that I thought were meant to set me back, but were actually meant to set me up. And now I want to bring that into your homes. And I want you to trust me to help teach you and to teach your student about science and technology in the way that I have experienced it.
I love it, because for the simple fact that I like how you said student-led, and the fact that parents already have a lot that they have to incur with homeschooling as well. And so
sweet conversation, hey, outrageous, hey, you smile, yeah, smile, and I say, hey, come on, say, it's getting personal, personal. We say what? It's still loud and big. Come on, such a beautiful woman. Come on. Oh, I said, give you the best of me. Come on, hey, come on. Amazing, hey, amazing. What's up, y'all? Hey, come on. How are you close to me? How are you close to me? Amazing, giving you the best of me. Say, good morning, here's breakfast. Hey, lost track of time, no, we in a ball. Let's catch a movie and dinner. Hey, tonight, girl, we gonna sing and pray. It's the first time. Oh, right now, come on. Let's go wow. And pray. Such a beautiful woman. Hey. Oh, take the best of me. You're so amazing. Come on, what's up, brother? Hey. How are you close to me? How are you close to me? Amazing. Giving you the best of me. Giving you the best of me. Giving you the best of me. amazing. Somebody help me. Oh, how you close to me. How you close to me. Yeah. Amazing. Can somebody help me? Oh, yeah. 6:36. 6:37. Oh,
Recently had the distinct pleasure of working with Tina Ramsey and CTR Media Network in one of her programs where she taught me how to get exposure for my podcast. She increased my visibility tremendously, and she showed me how to monetize both of my shows to make them revenue generating products. I am so ecstatic and so happy with the service that she and her staff provided to me. She went above and beyond what I expected, and I certainly got far more than I ever dreamed I would get with her. So I highly recommend her for any of her programs. I highly recommend her as someone to go to if you are looking to increase what you do with your podcast, make it better. If you're looking to get visibility, definitely speak with her. You will not go wrong with her or anyone on her staff.
Man, let's keep go to teachingme.com and purchase my book.
Hello, hello, hello. I just love that intro music. Like every time I hear it, I want to just kind of jam a little bit. And I have no rhythm. So it's funny that I would even make the attempt to move. But my name is Tiffany Bell, and I am here to welcome you to the CEO Corner. As always, we are bringing to you all some really interesting people, female CEOs from all around the world are doing really great things to make a difference, not only in their little corner of the world, but are looking to really help people all out. So with that, I want to make sure that, we do what we always do, which is introduce one of our book projects. And so we have Affirmations for a Woman on the Move. It's 39 women that have come together with their favorite power statement, their favorite scripture, their favorite business quote, their favorite affirmation, of which they have personally used. They have all had an experience where they've had to, go through some challenges and really, really, really dig down deep, refocus their mind, do some self-reflection, and then put a plan together so they can keep moving forward. Hence, Affirmations of a Woman on the Move. All right, so it's 39 women here again. It's 76 days worth of power-packed affirmations that can really help you not only get motivated, but to keep you moving so that you are able to reach your goals. You want to make sure you pick a copy of this up. Actually, we have 2 affirmation journals, but the one that Affirmations for a Woman on the Move, you want to go to uncommoncourage.cc /affirm women. Again, uncommoncourage.cc affirm women. Our guest today, whenever you go to that page, you'll be able to see her beautiful face and get to know a little bit more about her. But for the time being, let me take a second out and introduce her. You're going to enjoy our talk. All right. So up for today, we have Nicole Freeman Kirkland. She is a certified public accountant who's worked in the accounting and tax profession for over 23 years. She currently operates her CPA practice by the numbers, spelled with a Z, in her coaching business, which is called the Profitista. Hopefully, I'm saying that right. The Profitista, right? She also serves as CFO for 2 nonprofit organizations. Her passion and purpose is to work with business owners to make their businesses profitable, sustain growth, operate efficiently, and achieve bankable results. Now, who doesn't want bankable results? So, welcome to the show today, Nicole Freeman Kirkland.
Thank you. Thank you. Great to be here.
All right. We are excited to have you. So excited to have you. We all love money, but we don't all know how to manage it well. But when it comes to running a business, it is key that where your money's coming from, where it's going out, and then everything that happens in between the in and the out of your funds. And so that is your lane. But before we get into that, I would like for you to tell our audience just a little bit about Nicole. Like, 1, where are you located? 2, what do you do? What does life look like when you are not crunching numbers, when you're not coaching people, with their business finances?
Okay. I am located in Detroit, Michigan. So yes, I'm in Detroit, Michigan.
Oh, it's cold there, if I'm not mistaken.
It's cold here. Like 2 degrees cold here, yes. So in my pastime, let's see, because it's tax season, I don't even know what free time looks like.
Yeah, you're right about that. That's true.
But I like to roller skate. I like to read books, especially affirmation. What else do I like to do? I don't know, sit and watch a movie, just have quiet time, because I'm always moving. You know how we tend to just like to have that moment of quiet. That's our time. So yeah, that's
I must admit, I do enjoy letting my mind like free float whenever I need to de-stress. I need to have some noise on the background, and even my mind will float with ease, even at the sound of a lawnmower. Certain noises just kind of soothe me, and so whenever I need to de-stress, I could just, whether it's a TV or radio, I just need noise. Noise helps me to relax. And I think that sounds a little odd, but that is one of the quirky things about Tiffany Bell. All right. So tell us, how did you get into the financial arena? What made you decide you want to become a financial coach?
Well, so the background of it starts with being an accountant. So when I was in high school, how you have that class where they present to you all these careers, and this beautiful Black woman stood up, and she just looked amazing to me. And her job was a CPA. And she explained what she did. And at that moment, I became an accountant. I started doing taxes for my friends in school, messing them up, but I was doing the taxes. So I was an accountant. So, with that, going to college for it and all that, getting into the CPA realm, working in public accounting, I just had a desire to help small business owners. And so that kind of shifted me into doing my practice, working with small business owners and their accounting and tax needs, and then shifting to more the business owner, helping them understand their business. And that's where the coaching comes in, because they're great at what they do. They choose this industry to go into for their business, and they're great at it. But the other side of it is understanding your books, understanding your financials, so that you can grow the business. And that's where a lot of businesses suffer.
Okay, well, so that leads straight into my next question. What do you find are common errors that for-profit industries? I know that you also serve with nonprofits. I want to focus on the for-profit entities first, and then I want to hear just a little bit as well as nonprofits. So what do you find are common errors or concerns that the individuals have that you work with?
So the common factor is, one, they don't have financial statements. They're running their business, they're seeing their tax preparer at the end of the year, and they're compiling all their receipts at that time, and that's it. So they don't know how the business is performing. They don't know what their costs are, if they're exceeding their costs. They don't know, what the financial statements are really saying about their business, because financial statements will tell you from A to Z what things need to change for your business if you understand them. And they're not complex. It's just a matter of sitting with someone and getting an understanding. So I find that is the most challenging, because when it's time to go for a lender or, to seek an investor. They don't know how to present their financials or how to explain how their business is doing. So that's what I find is the most significant error.
I would imagine that last year, 2020, when the pandemic first rolled out, and even now, there's still, opportunities for small business owners to apply for, different funding sources that, the SBA and different things are offering. I'm assuming that business for you probably definitely spiked in regard to helping them to prep and get ready for that.
That's a funny story with that. My whole tax season had to shut down for a month because I had so many people needing financials for PPP, SBA, EIDL loans here. And it consumed me. I just had to stop doing taxes for a minute and prepare that. So yes, definitely a spike.
Okay. Wow. And so nonprofit wise, what do you find that your nonprofits are having issues with, or, the commonalities between them? What are their, when it comes, of course, with nonprofits, they have a bit, what I consider to be more stringent rules, regulations that they need to have in regard to their annual reporting, not just to the IRS, but, their Secretary of State. So kind of talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, the number one thing I run into with nonprofits is this belief that nonprofits can't be profitable. The word is have positive net assets. How about that? But that is a misconception, because at the end of the day, the nonprofits, more so than for-profit, need dollars to keep the organization going. So helping CEOs understand that concept is not correct, and focusing more so on ways that they can go outside of the grant portion of funding and look at program income. What can we do? What other services can you provide? Just to kind of change the unrestricted to the restricted, because when you're big funding, it's kind of restricted to what that purpose is versus having other sources of income. So that's the hardest thing that I find working with CEOs, being able to have that understanding.
So if a nonprofit decided that they wanted to create a product as a way to fundraise, like talk to them just a little bit about some of the things that they need to be mindful of as far as having income that at this point is taxable. Kind of talk a little bit around that.
Well, keep in mind that if it falls in line with the mission, okay, that is the key. If it falls in line with the mission, it does not have to be taxable. Okay. It's only if, and I like to give the example of a church that has, a home next to it that they rent out for people. Okay. That home would be considered outside of their mission, and that would be considered taxable income. Okay. But if they have a hall inside the church, right, that they use for weddings, they're a church. That's part of the ministry, right? So you just have to figure out what's going to be taxable and what's not going to be non-taxable. And even if it is taxable, the rate that's applied to charitable organizations is not, quote unquote, like a corporate organization. You know what I mean? So just sitting with an accountant and kind of, planning out strategically what that would look like, they'd be very surprised and not fearful of having that additional income.
Gotcha. I love that. So whenever you sit down with some of your coaching clients, like, where do you guys normally start at? What's your process in regard to helping them to kind of look to see where they're at and how they're performing? Kind of talk a little bit around that for me.
Yeah, so there's two levels. So there's the level of just starting out, okay? That's the level of, I have no idea what I'm doing. Help me get my books together. So at that point, I'm setting up the accounting system for them. And I kind of like that point because it's the basis, it's the foundation. And from there, we're just going up, right?
There's no cleanup.
There's right.
They're not having to clean up. That part within itself would drive you crazy.
Yes. And so the second level is that nonprofit that's been in business 2 to 5 years or so, and they have accounting system set up, but it's not working. So I'm coming in, I'm saying, where are we now? What does your system look like now? And where do we need to go? Right. And that process takes about 6 months, right, for us to kind of turn things around and see those guaranteed results that I promise. So that's how that works.
Okay, and so is that the same regardless of whether or not they are for-profit or nonprofit?
Yeah, it's for profit, nonprofit, not too much different accounting wise. They're different financial reporting wise, but not too much accounting wise.
Okay, so actually, that was something I wanted to ask you a little earlier on, just because again, never know who's out there listening. What are the major differences between a for-profit and a nonprofit when it comes to finances? Just for the for the general person who just doesn't have a clue, like when they think nonprofit, they probably just think free services, but financially, what does that really mean?
Okay, so for the for-profit, it's capitalistic. So whatever services you want to provide, whatever products you want to provide, is free will. You can just kind of do what you want to do, and that income coming in has no restrictions whatsoever. The expenses that you incur, with business, corporate, anything business related is pretty much deductible. Okay, so the goal of a for-profit is for tax purposes, not have to pay so much tax. For financial purposes, for financial reporting, they want to show nice profits. Okay. On the nonprofit side, the income is a little bit different. Like it's going to be more grant-based, it's going to be more foundation-based, and it's going to have restrictions on what you can spend it on. So they have to be mindful of how they're spending the money versus just, free will and doing what they need to do. And at the end, they're not so much interested in a profit in terms of taxes because there's no tax consequence to the owner. It's, tax-free. So just a little different in how things are considered for financial reporting and tax purposes, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Brief, short.
Oh yeah, that's brief and short, but it's to the point, which I definitely like. Nonprofit wise, for people who are not aware, the profits from a nonprofit are essentially just put right back into the organization itself towards its program services. The money really goes to help the community or to help to solve a problem. And the for-profit people, for the most part, the profits at the end, the goal is to pocket as much as possible as the owner, as the investor. They're able to, they're able to stuff their pockets at the end of their profits for the end of the year. So again, that's just for individuals who are not aware. One more question I want to pose to you, Nicole, and then we're gonna transition out of the particulars here. But for individuals that own a for-profit business, right? Could you talk to them a little bit about the advantages, or there's advantages, but then also talk to them a little bit about some of the precautions of adding a nonprofit leg to their for-profit industry?
Okay, that's I don't want to say that's fairly new, but more for-profit entities are bringing that on. Okay, so the thing to think about with that is definitely segregation of the two. Okay, the IRS or pretty much anybody involved is going to be very concerned about commingling of funds between the two. All right, so when you set them up, you want to have very I'm looking at my hands because I'm trying to draw a picture for myself, but very strict guidelines on how you're going to operate. And if you're sharing resources, if you're sharing rental space, if you're sharing staff, you just want to be very mindful and having a system set up that strictly divides the two. Because if you're ever questioned IRS wise or, funding source wise, you want to be able to strictly show that they're two very separate things. And I think that's the biggest highlight of the two. Just realize that they're separate. Okay.
And so what would the advantage to that for-profit, a for-profit industry, what would be the advantage to them to actually to even add the nonprofit?
Well, the advantage from the mindset of this nonprofit leg it's tax exempt, right? So the activities that flow through there, the mission of that, they don't have to worry about that additional tax bill, and they can still do whatever that mission or purpose is for the organization. Whereas on the profit side, you have to be mindful of that. If you're a corporation, especially that 21% of profit is going to be taxable. So the benefit of it is just kind of spreading your business, your mission, or whatever you are involved in doing over to this nonprofit side that releases taxable consequences. If that makes sense. And you're doing something great for the community, whatever that mission is, and promoting your brand, your name, in a different way.
And the first thing that comes to mind, this is not an and, but this is just kind of backing up what I feel like you said. For those that have a for-profit business, if there are people who come to your organization that would like to be serviced, however they're challenged financially, technically those are the people that you could send through your nonprofit, and be able to take to provide service to them without necessarily charging. It's kind of dependent on how that nonprofit is set up, but that's again, it gives you an opportunity to do some charitable work like you mentioned before, but still not necessarily be but they'll still take advantage of some of the tax opportunities there. So all of that definitely is great. So what I want to do now, though, we've talked a lot about numbers, and our audience can definitely see that you know what you're talking about. So for those of you who are out there that want a financial coach, you want to make sure that you connect with her, and we'll talk to you a little bit about that at the end. But really, what I want to transition is back to our affirmation book, right? And so with this, you contributed, I believe, 5 different affirmations, right? And so I want to give you an opportunity to share one of your affirmations, and then I would like for you not only to share what it is, but then kind of talk to the audience, or talk to the woman or the lady out there that's listening, and explain to her how that affirmation can be applied to her personally. Even talk about your own self and how that affirmation has made a difference in your own mindset, specifically where finances are concerned, because that's your lane, right? And then we're going to transition into giving them an opportunity to purchase a journal directly from you, as well as to work with you as a financial coach. So, take a few minutes. The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. So my affirmation is, I respect money, therefore I attract it. And I chose this because, as we know, whatever your passion is, whatever your field of study is, whatever you desire to do business-wise, tends to be where your challenge is in life, okay, at some point. And so for me, this was something that I had to learn very quickly because of a situation I was in. But this affirmation really helped me transfer my life, if you will. I was at a point where I really wasn't respecting money. When I say respect money, I'm speaking from the standpoint of honoring it, understanding where it comes from, understanding where it needs to go, but more so where I wanted it to go. Okay. The amount of money I wanted to make in my practice, the amount of money it took me to plan my future, make sure my daughter was okay if something happened to me or my family in general. And just looking at all those aspects and putting it into a box of understanding. And then when I say respect it, that means that I'm paying attention to it. I'm doing those principles that are in place to help me attain it. And so that's what I mean by I respect money, therefore I attract it. Because what I found was, when I put all these things into place, the money began to come, the clients began to come, the opportunities began to open up for me. And then it had to become, that understanding and that discipline to do what I set out to do with the money now that is coming. So that's where the respect of money comes from. I also looked into 3 different areas that allowed me to show that respect toward money. The first was purpose, understanding what you're called to do, why you want to do it, and your why, because that's going to be very essential as you build whatever that business is or whatever that goal is financially. Understanding your why, because there are going to be times where you're not going to want to do it. There's going to be times where you don't feel like it's working. So your why has to kick in. And then protecting your assets, protecting your business. Do you have a trademark? Are you protecting your brand? And even just small things in terms of life insurance. Do you have life insurance in case something happens to you? Do you have someone to speak for you regarding your healthcare matters, your financial matters, if something happened to you? So just making sure that things are in place to protect what you've built. Okay. And then the last one is profits. And I put profits because when you're in business and you have your business entity set up, you don't always understand what that means or how that affects your business tax-wise and accounting-wise. So just getting an understanding of your actual business entity, the pros and cons and how to make it work for you. And then understanding your business overall, how to make profits in your business. Why aren't you seeing profits? And if you are seeing profits, how to keep going to continue to see those profits. And when I say profits, I don't mean the bottom line in your account, on your financials. I mean the bottom line in your bank that's bankable for you to, take your income from, to live off of, to do those things that you plan to do. So those are the three areas: purpose, protection, and profits. And that's what I kind of focus on in my financial coaching. And that is pretty much where that affirmation came from. I respect money, therefore I attract it.
Love it, love it, love it. I laughed earlier before we actually came on to began to record. She and I were talking about not being one, like neither one of us have a lot of words. We are bottom line people. So to be perfectly honest with you, it's a stretch for me, as I'm listening, it's kind of coming up whatever the questions that I think the audience, like you guys might want to hear, mind you, but it was really great, Nicole. Like, when you get into your zone, and you have no problem. So, finances is your thing, and I can hear it and I can feel it. And so I just wanted to give you a high five from, Gulfport, Mississippi, there to Detroit, Michigan, because that was a job well done. So thank you. And I mean, honestly, very great point in regard to the respecting of money. And then of course, knowing your purpose, the protection that comes behind it, sticking to your why. Those are all very valuable points. Truth, to be perfectly honest with you, that's all what she's doing is just laying the truth out. When we live by truth, that we will reap the rewards of of living by truth. And so thank you again for sharing that. Now, if one of our audience members would like to have the opportunity to be able to talk to you, to be able to work with you, how would they connect?
Sure. So my website is www. I gotta look down.
That's okay. Feel free. It's on the screen for you, actually.
Great. Yep. So theprofitista.com.
Okay. All right. So theprofitista.com. We also laughed a little earlier. I'm telling you, I'll set the name up in a heartbeat. I don't listen to, but
Yeah. It took me a minute. It took me a minute to get used to it too.
So tell me, where did the name come from?
Crazy story, right? So I knew I wanted to birth this financial coaching, and I knew I needed a name that would capture what I do, what my focus would be, you know what I mean? And you know how hard that can be to come. So I'm driving down to Florida with my husband in the car. We just driving. And I just thought about it like my goal is for businesses to be profitable, right? And then it was just like, oh, Profitista. And then I just...
Yeah, I love it. It reminds me of, what do you call the girls that, it's not a girl, but, a barista? Coffee. Yeah. You serving the coffee. They're serving the coffee, but you're serving the education as it pertains to being able to, just have healthy finances. And so again, this has been really good. So we do have a couple more minutes. Is there anything coming up that you'd like to be able to share with our audience as far as your platform is concerned?
Sure. So I am creating I don't want to call it a masterclass, if you will, for business owners. And I'm going to take from A to Z, like accounting 101. Okay. I'm going to break it all down. You're going to have access to me, ask tons of questions. And I'm looking to release that in the fall after tax season. So if they go to the website, there's an area where they can sign up to get information when it's ready to launch. And I'm excited about it. I'm hoping to get 200.
Okay. All right. I would love to be able to help you promote that. So just make sure that we connect before once you get to the part where you're actually getting ready to launch. I'd love for actually you can come back on and we can talk a little bit more about it as a way to getting people, for them to know and be able to connect with you. And as far as, so for that masterclass, is that for profit and nonprofit, or primarily for profit and individual businesses?
It will work for both.
Okay, very good. All right. So social media wise, are you on social media?
Yes, I am on Facebook and Instagram. So we call it IG.
Okay. All righty. So there's her profile. If you guys want to connect with Nicole, feel free to. And again, Nicole, this has been wonderful. I thoroughly enjoyed getting to know you. I wish you the best of luck in regard to your masterclass in the fall. And may the Lord bless you and keep you to survive tax season. I know you're what, you're halfway through. You got to go through at least what is it, May? When the things kind of where taxes are concerned begin to wind down to where you're just dealing the regular maintenance.
The deadline is April 18th, but
Okay.
I usually have a bunch that extend and then they want to get right on it in May. So it's not stop, but it's okay. It's what I do. So
Gotcha. All righty. So again, if you all want to connect with Nicole on social media, she is the Prophetista. Feel free to connect with her there or there on her website, which is on the screen again. It's www.theprophetista.com. Hopefully I didn't slaughter it that time around. All right. So again, thank you guys for tuning in. It's been wonderful again to hear and to learn more about Nicole. I will see you all next week. Again, the CEO Corner is all about encouraging. Oh, you know what? I was about to close out without telling them one more time to connect with you for a copy of the journal.
Sure.
We cannot do that. So again, you want to go to so is it on your website as well?
It's on the
all right. Let's put Nicole's website on the screen. You guys can buy this directly from theprophetista.com. And then so you can go there to purchase the copies of it. Again, it's 76 days of affirmations, dealing with all subjects. Some deal with just having a healthy mind in regards to dealing with fear. Some deal with finances, as Nicole has presented today. Look, we got to her twin but basically, if you are a woman who is definitely determined that this year you are going to stay focused and you're going to not only adapt a new mindset, but you're going to work and do everything that you can in order to stick with it, then our affirmations for a woman on the move affirmation journal is going to be the thing for you. So again, thank you again, Nicole, for joining me today. And I will see you guys next week. Y'all take care.
Welcome back to First Edition Chats with Nicole. I'm Nicole Boone. He'll have you laughing, crying, and feeling inspired on every episode. I'm talking about Michael Finkley of The Michael Finkley Show. He's my guest today. I'm so excited to have him. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Nikki, for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
Absolutely. You are from Mullins, and 3 years ago, you decided to start your own show. Tell me more.
Yeah, so during the pandemic, right, we're all home doing nothing, right, indoors. And so I've always wanted to start this platform of, to inform, educate, and inspire, right? So this lifestyle social media talk show became about. And so we talk with guests that are dealing with a lot of different things, right? They may be, going through different things in life, or they may be going through, have a movie coming out, or, the next sitcom, right? So it's just a vast variety of individuals that we talk with.
Yeah, so you just gave me a glimpse of some of your guests. Can you tell me a little more about your guests? Can you drop some names for me? Because you have some high-profile folks.
So we have interviewed Burnett Status from Good Times. We have, so many different individuals from Tyler Perry Studios, and it's the list just continues, right? Because they have a story, right? You may see them on these different screens, but when they talk with Finkley, they can become that much more three-dimensional.
Yeah, they become a part of the Fink fam.
Yeah, always.
Who's your dream guest?
Oh my word! I think that we have this in common. Tyler Perry.
Yeah, I want to interview Tyler
Perry,
Perry.
Oprah, of course, and then also too, just that next coming artist, that next coming influencer, right? That's wanting to make a difference in the world that we live in today.
Absolutely. What inspires you?
Oh my word. So life inspires me. We go through so many different things in life that kind of drag us down, but we look at the positive things in life, right? That keeps us moving and keeps us motivated to that next level, however we define success.
And many of your guests actually are inspirational in their stories. They have many success stories that they share. And I would think they give others hope by sharing their stories. Do you find that to be the case?
I definitely agree. Every time before I turn on that camera, I say a prayer. I say to them, I say to the Lord, I'm like, listen, I need to be inspired. They need to be inspired. And the people that are watching need to be inspired as well. So
Yeah.
it's just a full circle moment.
Absolutely. So where does your show air and when? How can people find it?
Yeah, definitely. So we're powered by the CTR Media Network through all major podcast platforms, and we're also on YouTube as well. So you want to see us virtually, you're on YouTube at Mondays at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and you can listen to us again on CTR Media Network on those podcasts at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as well.
And if people want to reach you, how can they do that?
Oh, definitely. So they can email us at info@michaelfinkleyshow.com, of course.
To be a part of the Fink fam.
Fink fam. And so you are part of the Fink fam as well. But we want to make it official once more.
Yes.
Make it official. So this is
Let
for
me
you.
see how it looks. Let me see it. Hold
This
it
is
up.
us for you.
I'm officially a part of the Fink fam.
Officially.
Fantastic. Michael, it's been great having you on the show today. Thank you so much for being my
so
guest.
welcome. So
All
welcome.
right. And we'll be right back, folks.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for tuning in to Empower You Crown Up, where we know that this is where we are empowering minds so they can live empowered lives. And so today we're going to be talking about confidence. When we think about confidence and just think about yourself being in the spotlight and just understanding your worth and just who you are and whose you are, which brings us to the scripture of the day, which talked about 1 John 4:19, that talked about we are loved because Jesus, he first loved us. And just knowing that God first loved us, that's why we're able to show love. It's just so important. But it also shows that we have to take time and pride in ourselves and loving ourselves, because you can't give something that you don't have. And it has to be something that you're practicing day in and day out. And, people are always looking at you. They're looking at you, what you say, what you do, how you act. And so if you're asking or requiring something of someone, you have to know that, first of all, you got to lead by example. And if you're not leading by example, then just trust and believe. Ain't nobody listening to you unless you're leading by example. And that is just so important to know that if you want to receive more love, then you got to give more love. Whatever it is that you want, it starts with you. You got to start manifesting what you desire and what you truly want in your life, which is important. So, as you guys know, IMW is now transitioned to Empower You Crown Up, which I'm so excited about the transition. We just wanted to make sure everything was aligned purposefully for our audience and what we're doing. And, people ask me about this transition. I'm like, you have to move with the flow. You have to do what you got to do. And so being in this realm, mental health, which is so important, and people don't realize how important your mental health is, but now people are starting to see more than ever that it was just time to know that, your purpose. And when you know your purpose, you can operate and you can sleep at night. But for me, it was all about just helping, empowering our youth, empowering our parents and our young adults, and just letting everyone know that you're not alone. And there's times in life that we're like, wow, what do I do? How can I move forward? Because things happen. But the key is that you got to get back up. You might fall a million times, but at the end of the day, it's about you getting back up. And so my question to you is, are you getting back up? Are you staying down? Are you throwing a pity party, or are you getting back up? Okay. So if you haven't started following me, make sure you follow me on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. It's all aligned. Empower You _crown up. Okay. You can't forget that. Make sure you follow, leave a contact, whatever you need to do. Follow, like, tag, all that good stuff. Follow me. I do follow back. I have my team that does that for me. But I'm just excited today. Honestly, today is a blessed day. Yesterday was 9/11, and it just really shows that in the midst of so much, like, I don't know about you, but I'll never forget what I was doing on 9/11. And, we're still alive. We are still alive, but there are so many people who are not. And I think it's just important for us to make sure that we stop and honor and cherish those who have lost their lives, and just sacrifice so much. And I think it's also important for us to just stop and remind ourselves of having an attitude and a mind of gratitude, because there's so much going on in this world, and I'm finding people are being just heartless, just truly heartless. And I say that because there's just so much people, they don't stop checking with other people, see how people are doing. And just like we're giving our children mental health days, which I see a lot of people are starting to do that now, we got to make sure we check in and give ourselves mental health days. Make sure that we are saying, you know what, check in with yourself. If it's a day you're like, I'm not feeling it, I'm not out here, take a break. Go take you a walk, get you some fresh air. Do what you need to do for you. So that leads us to our photo.
While we lean on our decades of proven industry knowledge and expertise, Canal is continually moving forward as a disruptor and innovator in the marketplace. We have developed Canal Test Drive with that same forward-thinking mindset. Our telematics-based pay-as-you-roll insurance product is pioneering the future of trucking insurance, one fleet at a time. We know that starting a new venture in the trucking industry is a complex process. That's why we offer Canal Test Drive.
Join the Shetrucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, Shetrucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
All right, welcome y'all to this episode, very, very special episode of Shetrucking podcast sponsored by TAFS. Today we have the pleasure of bringing on Megan Earhart. She is the Executive Vice President at Relay Payments. Welcome, Megan.
Thanks so much for having me today.
Thank you for being here. I got a little bit of a delay, so hopefully it doesn't affect our communication too much. As you can see, I'm in my semi-truck on the road.
Well, that's great. Hopefully you're parked safely.
Yes, I'm parked safely. For those of y'all who don't know me, a new face here on the podcast, I'm Gabrielle Simmons, the new Vice President of the Board of Directors at Shetrucking. So again, Megan, thank you so much for being here with us today. Tell us a little bit about your work at Relay Payments and the services you guys provide.
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me on. Excited to be here and to be able to chat with you today. So Relay Payments started 5 years ago, and it started with an idea by our co-founders of how do we revolutionize payments within transportation and logistics. And so they sat on warehouses and on docks and on truck stops, and they really had a ton of conversations with drivers, with fleet managers, to try to figure out what was an area that people really didn't like that we could get into. So we started with lumper payments, have really worked to do amazing things there. We're in under 5 years, we've been accepted at 98% of the warehouses in the US. Wow. And we do about 30% plus of the lumper transactions across the country. So we started there, built a customer base, and really in any business, right? You guys are doing it as well with Shetrucking, is you've got to get people who believe in you. You've got to get in front of people that trust you, people that will give you feedback. And we built it. And then what we said is, okay, are there other areas that we can help you? And we had customers come to us. And so then we ventured into a product called Relay Direct, where we move money between brokers and carriers and drivers and factoring companies. And we move that money to make it a much more seamless process. And then also we've gotten involved in fuel. So cardless fuel payments. I know we were chatting on it right before we got on, but you know, the plastic, there's just so much opportunity for fraud, for losing it. There's just so many places where it could go wrong. And mean, you're on the road and things could go wrong with you, right? Today, tomorrow, yesterday. And we want to take that stress and that anxiety out of what drivers face every day, while also giving the trucking companies the knowledge that it's fraud free. So we have been live out of stealth mode, I should say, since June of 2023, which is really fun that we can now use, almost a year ago. And we have not had a single fraudulent transaction, not a single one. And that's really something that we're proud of. Makes life easier on drivers, makes life easier on the fleet managers. And the biggest thing is it just takes everybody can take a breath when they have to think about fuel. There's enough in trucking that folks have to worry about right now. And we make sure we take one less thing off the plate.
Yeah, no, that's really awesome. As a driver, myself, just the thought of losing my fuel card, what a huge inconvenience that is. But the service you guys offer with it being completely cardless, then we never, ever, ever have to even worry about that. Because that could be the difference between us being able to continue down the road or not, so that's really awesome. And I think a lot more companies have started to do that as well. So it's great that you guys kind of have been ahead of the ball game with that.
Yeah, it's been fun because you see people trying to break into it. And then you see new generations getting into trucking, right? That are used to paying on their phone. They're used to doing transactions without having to worry about it. I mean, I can make fun of myself, right? But probably about 6 months ago, I walked into a grocery store and had one of our daughters with us, and I go to pay and realized, oh, I took my credit card out the night before and gave it to my husband. That's a problem when you're sitting there and they've rung everything up and they don't take Apple Pay at that particular grocery store. And so, I'm sitting there turning beet red and having the conversation of, I promise I can pay for this. Let me figure this out. And then when we have to go through that, I can't imagine drivers having to deal with that all the time.
Yeah, no, it's actually happened to me.
DJ Tony Dunn. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin'. Yeah, she a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She truckin'. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She truckin'.
Hey guys, just want to say thank you from Truck Parking Club. Here's Hunter with Truck Parking Club.
Happy National Truckers Week. We love you guys out there. Y'all be safe travels. Follow us on social media. We've got truck parking locations coming, more and more coming for you guys. We love y'all. Enjoy.
Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. See you.
Well, welcome everybody back to the Shetrucking podcast. I am your host today, Sheree Moore, the founder of Shetrucking. And in this episode, you don't want to miss. First of all, you don't want to miss this episode. I have Mr. Evan, the founder of Truck Parking Club, joining me today on the Shetrucking podcast during Truck Driver Appreciation Week. Hey, one of the most common things I've heard is there's no truck parking. Well, guess what? We got a solution for you today. And why? Share it out, everyone. Share it out. I need you to share out this video before I bring Mr. Evan on to talk to you. It's going to be an amazing conversation. Make sure you get your questions and
post them, and we'll be able to ask questions to Evan as he join us here on the Shetrucking podcast right after this message. Electricity is cheaper than diesel fuel, and charging overnight means you never have to stop at the diesel stations again. Maintenance costs are lower because EVs don't require oil changes or replacements of high-cost combustion engine parts. You'll also be eligible for tax incentives and grants funded by programs like HVIP. All right, without further ado, welcome to the show, Mr. Evan. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you for joining. This podcast is near and dear to my heart. Truck parking was big for me. So when I started driving almost 10 years ago, here I come all the way back home to Chattanooga, Tennessee, and there wasn't nowhere to park this truck. So I brought it to CNN. I said, hey, we got some problems, everybody. I started making a whole movement about it. And now look at the solution. Mr. Evan, tell us about you and tell us about the Truck Parking Club.
Yeah, I'm Evan Shelley, co-founder and CEO of Truck Parking Club. So at Truck Parking Club, we help truckers find truck parking locations all across the U.S. And those locations can be made up of trucking companies with extra space in their yard, properties that real estate investors own. It can be truck parking operators, traditional truck parking operators, be self-storage facilities with extra space. We look at taking a space that has, or a location that has extra space, like a trucking company with extra space in their yard, putting it on our platform and helping truckers find and reserve it in real time.
I love it. I love it. I think that is fantastic. So much I think that is fantastic. And it's so fantastic, y'all, that guess what? I know many people, I just want to say, that has parked their truck, used the app, and have came to the Truck Parking Club. And they have given us feedback and told us that it was not only easy to use, right? The app was not just easy to use, but it saved them time for just searching and looking and going to truck stops that was already filled. So thank you, Mr. Evan, for what you have done, have created, taken on that, and gave us a solution. You know, many years we've been stuck, and then but how many parking spaces do you have currently?
So we have 155 locations across the U.S., adding up to thousands and thousands of parking spaces that are available through our app.
Wow, that's absolutely amazing. That's incredible, and it's convenient. Convenient. That means that you can keep rolling, keep making money out there, drivers. I'm sure our listeners will appreciate having access to such a resource. I'm curious to know about the property owners. Can you give us their perspective of how many people are jumping on board to add more properties?
Yeah, so like I mentioned, the property owners aren't what you're going to traditionally think about when you think about truck parking. We have a lot of business owners that have open yards, and we take those yards and turn them into truck parking because we make it very easy through our app. But our truck, what we call our property members, they're we have 155 locations. I would guess that's 100 or so property members in total, and very loyal property members that love what we're doing, because we not only help truckers find truck parking, we help people with extra space monetize their extra space, and ultimately we make that a seamless experience between the trucker and that property owner. So we have a very good relationship with our property members all across the U.S.
I love it. So it's a win-win for both the property owners and the truck drivers. My next question is, what do you see the company going? Where do you see the company going? Do you see more spaces being added? Like where do you see the company going?
Yeah, so we're at 155 locations now. we would like to get to 5 to 10,000 locations over the next 3 to 5 years. We think it's very doable, and that is what we're pushing toward. But I, you know, our North Star for Truck Parking Club is we help truckers um, easily find and reserve truck parking all across the U.S. And I kind of botched the first part of it, but we help truckers save time and fuel by efficiently finding and reserving truck parking all across the U.S. And so that's really our North Star. So if we keep that in mind with everything we do, which is, if we add more properties, we help truckers find truck parking easier, right? And ultimately, to put that into numbers, I'm sure you've seen the statistic that it takes the average trucker 50 minutes to find parking.
Yes.
So we think about it, that's obviously way too much, right? So what if we got that down to 5 or 10 minutes? So how do we do that? How do we help truckers save time and fuel by efficiently finding reserving parking? Well, one is having tons of options, and two is having a platform that truckers can go on very easily and find that parking and reserve that parking and get parked faster and more efficiently. So if we keep our mission, our North Star in mind, that's our big goal, is just continuing to improve on helping truckers save time and fuel by efficiently finding and reserving parking all across the U.S. And I think as long as we keep that in mind, everything else will take care of itself.
So drivers, they can use the website. As you see, I have the website pulled up. If you want to go to truckparking.com, that's scrolling below, you can just go to the site, go to truckparking.com, or you can download the app. As you see at the top, you'll see the app for iPhone and Android. You can download the app, set up an account, and then this will come up as well, where you can be able to choose parking. Mr. Evan, will you walk me through so we can make sure our drivers know exactly how to use our website? What do you want them to do first? Do you want them to browse the spaces or click the map?
Okay. Cool. Well, let's think about it. Where do we want to go here? Let's go to one of the tough spots. Let's go to Newark, New Jersey.
Awesome.
So
All
you
right.
can zoom in on the map, or you can search the spaces, either one.
So if you want to zoom on the map, let me just show you all that you can zoom in. You can hit current location as well. And the parking spots in the yellow, those are the private properties. And then the free parking are in the blue spaces here. So we can go to Newark, New Jersey. We can go here to the New Jersey area. You can literally click on the map. I'm going to actually go the way that I like to go is I go to browse spaces and then I would click on here states, and then you can go straight to New Jersey.
Yeah.
And then you can see all the parking spaces around the area and right in the New Jersey area. Also, the map will zoom in for you. And that's what I love as well, that the map will zoom in for you. So just in case we don't have anything available, like here, you can see other spaces that's close to you as well as you're traveling into the States. Also, if you're stuck in traffic, and you may not can get to that destination, guess what? There's destinations right next to you that you can stop at first. So that's why I like this one. Another thing I like about this app and website is that it tells you how many spaces are available in real time. And it also tells you how many spaces are available in real time. So as you see, at one of the hardest places in the world, in the United States, to be able to park, there's parking here on the Truck Parking Club app. Is there anything you would like to add to that?
Yeah. If you want to click one of these, we can look at the listing too.
Okay. How about we go here to the Port Newark, New Jersey location? Okay, just walk me through it.
Yeah. So what you're going to see now is a description of the site, the address, It's going to have the amenities. This one's 24/7 security, fence gated, high security facility that you can get in and out of 24/7. We have a lot of our members that park at this location when they're up in the Northeast. It's a pretty popular location. Now, if you are brand new to Truck Parking Club, you'll see on the right you'll have to log in before you start booking, which would mean you'll have to create an account. You just sign up, and this is the info: your first and last name, phone, email, password. So we keep it very simple to get signed up, and will only take you a few minutes to do your first booking. And then after your first booking, we thought a lot about how can we make it as simple as possible to continue booking. Kind of that one-click book is what we strive for to get someone to be able to reserve their parking as quickly as possible, which kind of goes back to the original, the North Star of helping truckers, save time and fuel by efficiently finding and reserving parking. So saving them that time and, not getting hung up on some of the simple part like a website or an app, not being kind of difficult or cumbersome to use. We want to make sure that it's very, very simple to get through. This is not the biggest part of your day. It should not be the biggest part of your day. Hopping onto our app and trying to reserve parking. We want to make this the easiest part of your day, not the most difficult.
Absolutely, and I think you did an amazing job. I agree. Stan Hines said this is a dope concept. Absolutely, you definitely want to download the app. Dr. Tina, she gave you a bunch of hearts as well. Again, everyone share this out, share it out so we can make sure that every driver know that there is a solution called the Truck Parking Club. I'm gonna give y'all a little secret or insight that y'all do not know that as well later on in the show. But if you have any questions, definitely ask. I wanted to make sure that y'all can see what we're talking about in real time because this is awesome. Here's one of the questions. Are there spots available for self-contained RVs? We are curious. RV parking. What do you think about that? Miss Sue Adams asked that. She asked me that question yesterday. That's what made me take a laugh. I kind of laughed when she said it. So
Yeah. So, as you can imagine, we get a decent amount of calls in that ask if, we have an RV, we're not a truck, but can we park there? And, the majority of the time, the answer is going to be no, because that is not our mission. Our mission is to help truckers save time and fuel by efficiently finding and reserving truck parking across the U.S. That's our mission. So if there is a parking spot that has, let's say, 1-2 spaces available, and we have an RV calling in and asking to reserve there, the answer is going to be no, because that's taking a spot away from a trucker. This is how our protocol goes, and if someone were to call and we have 100 spaces available somewhere and they want it for a night, we probably aren't going. We're probably going to let them park there. But because it's not really taking a space away from a trucker for that night. But we're very, very conscious of that. I mean, that is how we think about it, right or wrong. That is the processes and the protocols we have in place at Truck Parking Club.
But Miss Sue, because you are a member of Shetrucking, and I have Mr. Evan on here live, if you need a place to park your RV, then just give us a call. We can take care of you. Right, Mr. Evan?
Yeah, absolutely. Going back, I mean, if we have adequate space and we feel like we're not going to take spaces from truckers who really, really need it, we absolutely will accommodate.
Absolutely. So just give us a call. One thing I like is it 24-hour customer service. The Truck Parking Club has also 24-hour customer service, so you can give us a call anytime that you have any questions or you unsure about. Look, Miss Sue said agree. I know she's gonna be traveling. She came to Chattanooga one time in her RV before, so I know she's gonna be coming down south here soon. And so we're gonna take care of you, Miss Sue, because you're a dedicated member of Shetrucking. So um what is there anything else you want to ask about the map while we got the map up? I mean add.
No, this is great though. I'm glad you pulled it up. Yeah, so we went through the search. You did a nice job of that. We looked at a listing. I mean, while we're on here, we have a good amount of truckers or trucking companies that add their yards. So if you all have a yard with your trucking company that has 1, 5, 10, 50 extra spaces in their yard, you can go on and add your location. That's typically a 10 or 15-minute process, and we have a team that will help you add your property if you want help with doing that. But we have people all the time, almost pretty much every day, come to truckparkingclub.com and add their space by themselves. We've made the platform a self-service platform. So if you or someone has 5 extra spaces, 10 or more in their yard, that you can just pop on the website and add it same day. It just takes a few minutes to add your location, and then we will vet it and then internally verify it, and you'll be getting a phone call from someone at Truck Parking Club, and if you get approved, we'll have your location going on the platform and have you getting bookings very, very soon.
All right. That sounds great. So if you have any space available and you would like to add, I'm going to just repeat that again. Definitely check out the Truck Parking Club. And hey, let's get some trucks on your space. Okay. And when we get back, we're going to talk about if they don't own the property as well. We'll talk about if they have a space and they want to do some collaborations and some partnerships. Maybe if that's possible. I don't know, y'all. So stick with us as we go to commercial break. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, just want to say thank you from Truck Parking Club. Here's Hunter with Truck Parking Club.
Happy National Truckers Week. We love you guys out there. Y'all be safe travels. Follow us on social media. We've got truck parking locations coming, more and more coming for you guys. We love y'all. Enjoy.
Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. See you.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. I am back with Mr. Evan Shelley, and we're talking about truck parking, which is one of the biggest issues in the trucking. Well, was one of the biggest issues in trucking before the Truck Parking Club app. Okay, so make sure you go and download the app right from on your phone. Everybody, I need you to do this with me. Grab your phone and download the app. The app is on my phone. It better be on yours too. So everyone with me, I see y'all on here watching, and I thank y'all for watching. Download the Truck Parking app on your phone right now, and at a click of a button, you can be able to get access to parking. Welcome back, Mr. Evan. How you doing?
Doing good, doing good. I really got into your commercials. I was looking at, they were so well done. I was like, getting into it, and then it came back on. I was like, oh goodness, I was like thinking about stuff while I was watching it. Those are good commercials.
Thank you, thank you. That's from Volvo, the Volvo V&L. I got to drive the Purple Haze, which is one of the 2023 trucks. Oh my God, it drives like a car. I'll just say, and shout out to Mr. Joel. He is the curator of the Purple Haze. And so Volvo listened to him and he gave his feedback on how to make this truck better for truckers. It had a refrigerator up under the driver's seat. I would just say I love that feature. And
Wow.
it even had a massage on the chair. You could just sit back and get your back massage. So it was amazing driving the Volvo V&L up in Utah. Wow. I definitely, they got to know about the Truck Parking Club. Mr. Joel, if you're watching this on the replay, reach out to me so I can introduce y'all. All right. So my next question is, this is true and dear to my heart. It's people out here who may know people that have space, and can they go out there and talk to them and get maybe collaborate and tell them, hey, we need more spaces for truck drivers. Is that possible? Do you have any programs like that available?
Yeah, so we have a newer program where we'll kind of have two overlapping programs. The first one being a strict referral program where, let's say, you know of someone and they have a yard, an empty lot, something that is, we say, adequate for truck parking. You can refer that to Truck Parking Club and get referral fees, consistent passive referral fees from that property. So you would just refer the property to us and we would take care of the rest. And then there's also another program we call the operator program where, let's say there's an empty lot and it's a family member or a friend or a business partner or whatever, but they don't want to run the truck parking associated with that. Let's say they want to be completely passive. We have programs where you can take that property through an agreement with that property owner, bring it onto Truck Parking Club, and then you become the operator of that property, and then Truck Parking Club becomes your partner in running the entire transaction of that property, really the entire back end. So from the booking through the app, through payment processing, billing, our 24/7 customer service, et cetera, we will work with you and you'll be the operator at that property, whatever that may entail between the agreement between you and that property owner. Because we all know there's a good amount of property owners out there that maybe are past the point in their life where they'd rather let the property sit than put in the time and effort required to run a business on it. So for an operator that is more willing to put in some time and effort and thought into let's say just an empty property, then you can be the operator at that property as long as you have an agreement with the property owner, and you can monetize that property through truck parking through truckparkingclub.com.
I love it. I
Yeah.
love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I know that
Yeah.
was one of the questions that I've been hearing for a very long time. It's like, I got some property. What to do with it? What can I do with it? Or have I heard in the past too, like, how do I get started? So do you walk them through the steps? Like, say if it's like all grass right now, because most people property, I'm sure, is covered with grass. So do you kind of help them with being able to pivot and turn it into truck parking if they are owners?
Yeah, so the easiest situation is going to be a property that maybe already has gravel or is stabilized or some pavement of some kind, and there's a good amount of property like that out there too. I would say for someone who is really brand new to it, I would be shooting for a property that you can already park a truck on and then just operate it. But for the people that, let's say, they have a lot and it's grass, there's going to typically there's going to be a pretty significant amount of work that needs to be done, and we can help consult you on the things you need to do. But for the really, let's say, it's a grass or wooded property, there's probably a pretty significant amount of development that needs to be done at that property. So it gets a little deeper at that point. So what we really like to shoot for is a property that you could park a truck on now. The only reason people aren't parking a truck on it now is maybe it's an owner that lives on the other side of the country. Maybe it's an owner that just doesn't want to do anything, would rather just let it sit there. But if you go to them and say, hey, I'll handle everything and you get a cut, I get a cut, and then we're going to let Truck Parking Club run the entire back end of the operation. In those scenarios, we're seeing some success with operators bringing their properties on. So that's what I would shoot for. Properties that is going to need some development work. It's going to get pretty complicated, and we will definitely talk with you about it. But to say we're going to consult you through the entire development process is probably not going to be something we're going to do.
Awesome. So everyone, like I said, there's options out. There are options. We have options now. A couple years ago, we didn't have any options, and there's way more drivers on the road than it was before. So we didn't have a lot of truck parking years ago. Guess what? Now you pretty much have to include this app into your daily routine. Matter of fact, I want y'all to. Okay, definitely include this app into your daily routine. Like I said, I have it right on my phone. And I'm going to go pick up my trailer with my truck. So guess what? I'll be using the app, booking and making sure that I am parked. Okay, for my 10-hour break. So my next question is this. Is it any okay, do you allow box trucks to park on your property and sprinter vans? Because we have some box truck and sprinter van drivers as well.
Yeah, that's a good question. So we get a good amount of box trucks booking with us. And sprinter vans is kind of back to the RV thing a little bit. And we understand it pretty well because our Truck Parking Club, we have a sprinter van that we drive around the US, and we really try not to take up truck parking spots with the van, because most car parking lots can accommodate a sprinter van. So we typically would not accommodate a sprinter van if it was a site that was constrained on parking. But as far as box trucks, yeah, we'll park box trucks all day, every day.
So what made you decide that you wanted to help the truckers?
Yeah, so for me, I have a real estate background and was doing a lot of real estate deals over the last 5 or so years, and came across a industrially zoned land deal, one of those deals that had grass on it, like what you were talking about. And I was looking at it to develop it into truck parking. And so I went to the municipality and asked them, will I have any issues parking trucks here? And they're like, we don't want trucks parked at this location. I was like, well, it's zoned industrial. Why? And they're like, we're not going to support it. Don't even try it. And from my due diligence, I had learned that there was a huge need for truck parking. Just talking with people, this was in 2021, and it was just a huge issue in this municipality I was looking at. And ultimately, I didn't do that deal for truck parking because the municipality wouldn't let me, but it got me thinking about it, and it got me talking to people in truck parking, and it got me talking to people in logistics and transportation. And I always thought there was something to it. And so over the course of like 12 months, I was just constantly talking with people about it, trying to figure out the best route to go. And initially, I thought I was going to go buy truck parking, but buy and build truck parking. But I decided that that wasn't the most scalable way, and you're going to have to build for, I don't know, 20, 30, 50 years to catch up to the shortage. So then I thought, after a lot of conversations with people, it's like, well, there's space out there, right?
Mhm.
There are parking lots out there. There are fenced areas out there that are not being used today. Why not create a platform where you can bring those properties online, an Airbnb of sorts, and you can help truckers find and reserve those locations, book those locations, and then have adequate parking. So that's how it came to life. And I don't have a trucking background, but as I've built up this company, I've surrounded uh, myself and the company and the people of the company with truckers, employing former truckers all across the company, because that's what's required to make sure that we build the right culture for the company that reflects across our customer service, the app, your experience dealing with anyone at Truck Parking Club. Um, so, um, I don't have that background, but I made it to where there's definitely checks and balances in the company with the former truckers that are on the team, and if we're going in directions that may not be favorable to a trucker, that ever starts happening, there's always some checks and balances with no, no, this is not what we should be doing. We shouldn't be going this direction. We should go this direction, and that keeps us on a straight and narrow path and really chasing down the North Star I've talked about.
Absolutely. Joe John said, "Hey." So that was he already kind of answered my question, but I'm gonna reiterate it just a little bit because I was going there and he just kind of threw some information out there really quick. So I was just gonna ask about the culture of the company, about how let's see now, how can I word it? Um Yes, one
I
thing I
got
do
you.
love is
I can run
what
with
you
that if you want.
said.
I
Yes,
can
I
run with
do
that.
love what you said that you okay, go run with it.
Okay. Yeah. So, just over the last couple years, as I've looked at what other companies in logistics do in transportation, and there's even been a few companies put their foot into truck parking and try to figure out how to help the people that need it in the space, and or at least create a product to try to get part of that market. And what I would say is, um, and this is really common, I think, with transportation companies, is they go way up market. So they go to the large trucking companies first and try to get big contracts signed. And say, they get a contract with a Warner of the world or a Knight Swift of the world to park 1,000 of their trucks. That's a great contract, but I mean, those guys are going to get taken care of most of the time anyway. In a lot of scenarios, there's nuances to that, but for the most part, they have a lot of terminals and options for parking. So what we did is we took a completely different approach and went way down market to the people that need the truck parking the most, that are impacted the most when there's a shortage in the area, and then created a culture and an experience and a product that resonated and helped the owner operators of the world, the 1, 5, 10, 50 trucks of the world that don't have a terminal in every big city. And then we shaped our product around that, and we shaped the culture of the company around that, where everything we do, we're thinking about that 1 to 10 truck guy, gals, or company that's out there that needs it the most. And um, a few people in our company are former owner ops, and that helps shape the culture. And every decision we make, that's how we think about it: is are we making the right decisions to help the smaller owner ops and trucking companies that don't have as many options. And that's really helped us guide the company to where we're at today, with the product we have today, to the customer service we have today that we call customer care. All that together has really created this culture of like, and things like going to trucking shows, right? We're constantly going to trucking shows. Just got back from one, headed out to another one, Joplin 44 next week. And when we go to those shows, we're trying to understand more about what do the truckers need, or what are we not doing for them? How can we improve? How can what areas do you need truck parking the most? So just everything has really been wrapped around serving the smaller trucker. and creating a product for the smaller trucker, and that's served us really well because we know that if we do that, everything will take care of itself.
I love that because 80% of the industry is owner operators, carriers, the smaller trucking companies. And so, and those was the people who were screaming out, we need help. And so you provided a solution for them. I love that you hire truck drivers because often the truck driver gets forgotten about. And so I met Mr. Evan at the Truckers Jamboree in Walcott, Iowa. And he was telling me the story about, I saw Truck Park, and he's telling me the story about, how many spaces he had available and that you could just download the app. So I download the app immediately. I'm just so engaged. And he was like, I'm looking for someone to help me on the customer service side. And so I said, okay. The first day I was like, okay, I just listen, tuck it in. The second day I was like, I can help you. I can help you. And so I've been with Truck Parking Club now for a couple months, probably 2 or 3 months now.
Yeah, time flies. I don't.
It does, and I love it. Yeah, I love talking to the drivers every day, helping them be able to find a parking spot real fast. Most drivers, y'all know that we're tired at the end of the day. So the easy transition of getting into a space and getting settled. Sometimes the drivers have called and they may need directions or they may need different things outside of just our parking. And because we are experienced drivers, we're able to help you and navigate. So I haven't announced this, but I'm announcing it now here on the Shetrucking podcast that I am part of the Truck Parking Club. I'm just so happy to be a part of the team. And like I said, I see so many drivers who take advantage of this of the app because it's a needed thing. And thank you, because I was an owner operator who couldn't find parking. And now I'm like, hey y'all, I'm just an advocate. Like literally, in every one of our truck driver appreciation boxes, you will receive a sticker from the Truck Parking Club. You're also going to be able to receive more information on all the services that is offered, how to reserve your parking, so much more. What you can, how to book, and how everything go. You're gonna receive these stickers. Everyone been asking me about these $100 bills as well, as I've been creating the marketing around it. And so you will also receive a bundle in your pack. And I want you all, while you're on the road, to give it to a trucker. You have to pay it forward. And I want you to hand one to a trucker. So if you park in a parking spot, I want you to give one, put it on their window, put it on their door, give it to them in their hand. But I want you to pass these out. So I'm going to give you a bundle of these in your driver appreciation boxes. And thank you, Mr. Evan, for really supporting our drivers, because I want y'all to help us spread the word. Okay, spread the message and tell people that the Truck Parking Club is a solution. Also, to our male drivers and some of the women that I know that love, like Miss Brianna, I got one for you. It will be in there, Miss Brianna. The Truck Parking Club also donated these dope hats. They're super, super cool here. And so we're going to be putting these also in the driver appreciation boxes. And so thank you so much for really supporting the driver, really giving us tools in our hand. And I want y'all to pay it forward by helping us pass these out. Okay. So and take a picture, do a video, hashtag the Truck Parking Club, so we can be able to see your content as you're out there advocating for truck parking too. Mr. Evan, is there anything else that you would like to add?
No, that was awesome. Thanks for the shout out. And we're really glad that, we're really glad that you're on the team. It means a lot that you your time is very valuable, and that you've put in your time to work with us means the world. You're doing a fantastic job, of course. And yeah, we're very happy that we can give everyone some swag. We're huge on just giving away as much of it as we can, and hopefully that helps spread the word and also gives some people some swag they feel good about. So
Absolutely. Before we go, I'm gonna run a commercial and then I'm gonna quickly talk about what we need as well. We need y'all to leave us some reviews. If you have, listen, I need 5-star reviews. No, nothing less than 5 stars. Okay. So I want you to make sure you go to our app. If you love what you're hearing, I want you to leave a review. Say, I listen to the Truck Parking Club on the She Trucking podcast. Give us a 5-star review. We take nothing less than 5 stars. Okay. And I want you to go, and I'm going to show you how to do that. I want you to go to Google, hit the review button, or here on Facebook. If you're watching on Facebook, go ahead and go to Truck Parking Club. You can click off of here and go to Truck Parking Club, leave us a 5-star review, and type back in our comments, done. Okay? Because we definitely need to make sure that people are aware of this app. We want to let them know that this is real by real truckers, real people. Okay? And I'm going to give Mr. Evan just a break. So we're going to take a quick commercial break. And I'm going to play one more video for one of our sponsors. And then we'll be, so give us a second. We'll be back in just a moment. Let's see, which commercial do I want? Which commercial should I play, y'all? Let's do homeschooling.
The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. It even, listen, go on Amazon, get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43. There is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book is it's less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
All right, we're back. We're here with Mr. Evan Shelley from the Truck Parking Club. Thank y'all for sharing out the video. I see all the shares. I was going to go check. So thank y'all for sharing out our video. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can you think of anything else you want to talk about before I show them the Google reviews and how to be able to go and share and let people know you saw this here? You love the app. Tell us if you love the app, where you would like to see other spaces as well.
Yeah. This company is built on feedback from the customers being our trucker members and customers being our property members. This entire company has really been built on that from the very beginning. And everything you see on the app, it's probably there because one of our customers, one of our members mentioned, hey, I didn't like this. I mean, I can give you one example right now, right? I think Sheree had posted something about Truck Parking Club, maybe on Shetrucking, or someone at Shetrucking had posted about Truck Parking Club, and someone had mentioned a back button. And it is something that we had been on our list for a long time, but we escalated it to the top of the list and we implemented it. And now we have a back button on the app that's very convenient. We always had one. It just wasn't nearly as convenient as it should be. But that little change, I know I enjoy using the app more now. But that feedback is so important, and constructive criticism on the app or what you're seeing, how we're operating as a company. We love it. Please let us know your thoughts. and give us that feedback. Even harsh or tough feedback, we'll take it. We'll take it because it makes us be better as a company, and that's part of our culture. I mean, I think Trey knows that we're very direct. We want to know the good, the bad, and we support each other, but we also let each other know if there's things that we need to improve. And that's how this company is built. And for us to continue improving, we need to hear from everyone that's using the app. So we would really, really appreciate it. And we thank you so much for using the app.
And thank you so much. I see some people saying done. Thank you for those 5 stars, y'all. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much.
And
Thank you
Joe
so
John
much.
said, make sure to like, comment, and share and tell everyone about Truck Parking Club. Thank you so much, Joe John. She also said, is there a key on the website? The gray areas show free parking and doesn't explain what the numbers mean.
Click the number. Just click it.
So
Yeah,
let's you want me to go back to the website here? Okay.
Yeah, if you'll zoom into one of those, any of the numbers. Yeah.
There you go.
So if you click it, now it's going to tell you. So that's I-70 eastbound. That's a rest area. So the number is number of spaces available, and those numbers consistently change throughout the day. So if you check it here in a couple of hours, a lot of those numbers are going to be close to 0, or they're going to say low, because as everyone knows, the rest stops start to fill up near the end of the day. But those tags are going to tell you everything about each of those stops. It's just a more convenient way. And then also another option is if you zoom in on satellite, you're going to see that they're all rest stops. I think there's a handful of truck stops on there too. I think we have Iowa 80 on there, that shows number of spaces available there. So that's what it's for. I agree that we need to be more clear about what the numbers are and what it means, that it's number of spaces available.
I love it. Because y'all know we have went to a truck rest area and there'd be no space available. But on the app, you can save time and be able to really plan your route if you use the Truck Parking Club app. So as you see, just click. Don't be afraid to click the button. Don't be afraid. As you see, it was super easy to get the answer by just clicking the button. And so use it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that feedback. I think we should do something that mentions that it's number of spaces available, that it would help be more clear.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And if it's in yellow, as you see, these are one of the parking spaces as well. And what I love too is the amenities. You'll know if it's a security guard at the gate, if it's gated, cameras, all that kind of stuff. If it's paved. You know what we didn't talk about? I got to talk about this. So the type of spaces they can pay for per day. They can pay for monthly. Let's get into that. If you're going on vacation and you need to park your truck, what do you do?
So the majority of our locations are going to be daily and monthly. And what you can do, let's say, like Trey mentioned, you're going on vacation. If you want to go back, just let's say you're flying out of Atlanta for vacation. So we can zoom into Atlanta near the airport. It might be easier to search it, but we've got, I don't know, what do you think, Sheree? Maybe 5 locations in and around Atlanta airport where you can reserve parking. So if you're right there, Sheree, if you want to zoom out, or yeah, you got it. So we have 5 or 10 locations within maybe 20 minutes of the airport that you can book. Let's say you're going tonight through Monday, you could book for those 3 days. Yeah. So as Saray is zooming in here, you can see all of our locations. So let's say you're flying out. Atlanta's, of course, a hub, and you're flying to, Dallas or something. Um, you would be able to book right through our app and get parked quickly, easily. You don't have to worry about it. You're going to be able to get parked by Truck Parking Club in Atlanta, no doubt, and get to the airport quickly and easily and feel good about where you're parking. Um, and then you would book, what is that, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So 3 days would get you through Monday. And you'd be able to book this, even if it's your first time, you're going to be able to get this booked in, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes total.
And another thing I like about the app is that it's real photos where you can be able to see your parking. So as you see here, I just clicked on the photos. It's 3 here. You can be able to see what the parking space look like, how to get in and get out. As you can see, a truck is here coming in and out uh, as they are leaving the truck parking here. And it also gives you a more detailed view of the space as well. So that's one of the things I wanted to add, because which is very, very important, as y'all know. You can be able to see what's around you as well. Some of the up on the amenities, you will also see that it'll tell you sometimes the restaurants that's around, so you'll know it's food available right next to you as well. Thank you, Miss Patrice. Miss Patrice said, done. We got another 5-star. Thank you so much, Miss Patrice. And Miss Patrice just became a member of Shetrucking
Awesome.
today. So welcome to the Shetrucking Foundation. If you want to be a member of Shetrucking Foundation, go to shetrucking.com and become a member today. Don't wait. So look, everyone said that's awesome. We got some hearts. And Miss Jo John, thank you so much, Jo John, for that feedback as well about the free parking spaces. She said a suggestion. I'm not sure if this is in the app, but maybe the ability to click the link for it to automatically sync with Google Maps.
Yeah. So that's a great one. And we think about that a lot, right? So we use Google as a map, and we could implement the routing for Google pretty quickly. But our concern, as all you truckers know, is that the Google Maps routing isn't always the right routing for truckers. So we are cautious about doing that. So we're looking at all of our options for doing routing and just routing you in the app. Um, it would be cool if we had a way to just click and it routes into your GPS too. That's an interesting idea, because I
It
know
is.
like the Garmin's and stuff now, you can choose your route through your phone, and it pings your Garmin. The Garmin we have that we use is that way, where you can just type in the address and then it shows up on your on your um on your Garmin, which I guess maybe that's, yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting thought. I guess maybe the fastest way, if you have a Garmin and you use the app, it would be to copy and paste the address from the listing page and then plug it into your Garmin app if you have a Garmin. But we're looking at the routing, and if you all have any suggestions on the Google routing, our big concern with Google routing is just that it's for cars.
I love that you said that, because I think that is a great partnership. I remember the Rand McNally GPS. It had truck stops on it, and truck stops available where you can. Joe John, I like that. I like the way you're thinking. So one thing I like about Mr. Evan is he don't just listen to it and go over his head. He literally listened to the feedback and he provide a solution. And so I think that is an amazing concept, and it gave me some ideas. Trucker
Yeah.
Tools, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for all of y'all who I know in this industry that has GPS, Truck X. I'm coming for you. We're gonna have some conversations because we gotta implement this for our drivers to be able to click the button on their GPS as they're being routed throughout the day. So Waze. Oh, she said Waze as well. Waze has a trucker version now.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that. I saw something about Google was, I think, starting to do some type of trucker. Yeah, it does show number of spaces available. That's one of our big things that we want to make sure that we do. I did hear that that Google's looking at truck routing, and if that's something they have soon, we would roll it out very, very quickly. Um,
Absolutely.
I think one of the big questions we have is like, what is the majority of truckers using now? Is it a Garmin? Is it a Ram McNally? Is it, Google Maps and they just make it work? Or and we can't get a clear consensus on what people use really. I think it's a little bit of everything.
So in the comments, drivers, let us know. Let us know here in the comments what type of GPS are you using? How do you find truck parking spots currently? So this is the perfect time to give us the feedback that we need. Bumper sticker saying, I love Truck Parking Club. Look at that. You'll definitely get these bumper stickers to be able to put on your truck. So
Absolutely.
we definitely.
I don't know if you mentioned it, Trey, but so the stickers that are in the will be sent in the bag is very similar to some stickers we're going to be rolling out soon, where it'll have the member number at the bottom, and you'll be able to just write in, because every single person that signs up, you get your own member number, 6-digit member number. And so on these future stickers, which they're not even out yet, but we're gonna be sending them out over the next few weeks. You'll be able to just write on the member number that you have, and then you can put it on your trailer and on your truck. So when you go to a Truck Parking Club location, they're gonna know you're a Truck Parking Club member, and be able to look you up immediately and have really no issues. So that'll be out very soon.
I love it. I love it. Thank you for your feedback, everyone. They said Garmin and Google. Hammer is a good trucking app for us without buying expensive Garmin and Ram McNally. I never heard of that one. So we definitely want to make sure we referring them to truck parking apps, because my dad, I would say he's a truck driver, and he took out a bridge here in Chattanooga. So let me make sure I get everybody on the truck, the garments and the Ram McNally. I don't want y'all to really use no app, because my daddy used to use them, and yeah, I had to buy him a GPS. I used Garmin and Google Maps together. Thank you, Miss Cheryl. Hey, Miss Cheryl. Miss Cheryl been driving for many, many years. I plan ahead and buy my spot. Awesome. Are you using the Truck Parking Club app? Definitely download it on your phone. We want to make sure that you are downloading it on your phone, just like it's on my phone. As you see, it is an app that you can download. Now we just I'm over time, y'all, so I'm gonna have to get him off. If you have any questions, make sure that you ask now, okay? And so we have some Garment, we have some Ram McNally's, Trucker Path, have for truck parking. Garment has truck stops and small truck stops. They said you can write it off on your taxes. Absolutely. It is a complete tax write-off. Anything else you want to add before we wrap up, Mr. Evan?
No. If you have any questions at all, we have a 24/7 customer service line. We have contact us on the website that you can go and ask questions. You can call our customer service number and talk with someone in customer care, and we're also very active on social media. So if you want to shoot us a message on one of our social medias, Facebook, TikTok, LinkedIn, YouTube. We're a little bit of everywhere. So feel free to reach out at any of those places. We love the feedback. We appreciate the feedback. Anything we can do to improve, we would love to hear it.
So Jojo asked another questions about, do drivers get documents for taxes at the end of the year? Within the app, it keeps all your reservations. Also, you get an email that will have all your reservation information on there as well. So if you want to print them off or keep them all, it's right in the app. And that's another good thing, because we have paid for stuff with cash and we don't have any record. But now, because you're using one place, and once you can be able, it doesn't matter, across the United States, you will be able to go to the reservation tab within the app, and all your reservations for the full year will be there. So you can be able to use it for your taxes. Would you like to add anything to that?
No, that's it. That's it. So yeah, every single transaction will have a receipt. And if you need something more in depth, we have a payment processor that keeps track of every single payment we do. So if you need some type of detailed list, it's not something we necessarily always advertise, because it would be pretty strenuous on us to pull thousands of those types of lists. But if you need something like that, you can call into customer care and request it.
Miss Shira said, "Thank you for helping with truck parking. I'll watch the replay and check this out."
Yeah. We love what we do. We have a culture of trucker centric. Whatever we do, we try to base around, is this going to be best for the trucker? And we really mean that. Not just you hear it a lot, but we truly mean it. All the decisions we make are around what matters most, and that is the trucker that we're serving. So we're 1,000,000% dedicated to making the trucker's life easier when it comes to truck parking.
Jojo said, could there be a safety button in the app to call police if there's any emergency and the driver needs help?
I mean, possibly, I guess.
Well, one thing is, we're here also 24 hours right now, as of right now, with customer service. We're here for 24 hours a day. That is something that he can think about later. We're not going to put him on the spot asking him that question, but we are here 24 hours where we can, be able to assist.
I think it is, isn't it now that like 911 is dialed into local police, right? So I think that would probably be your best bet.
I was just thinking, if you have your phone in your hand, you can dial 911. So
yeah, that's typically going to be your best option. I mean, we could have some type of button, and that would just probably push you to 911. I would think so. I'm not sure if we're going to be super helpful from the app for something like that. I think 911 is always going to be your best bet.
Yeah, I mean, if you got your phone in your hand anyway, it's 3 digits, and I think most phones, you can shake it and do other things too with phones nowadays, that it'll quickly get you to 911 as well. But the thing about Truck Parking Club is, most of the time you in a fenced-in, gated community of drivers. So you're not just stranded out here in somewhere that no one knows where you at. Majority of the properties are pretty much, well lit as well. A lot of them have security guards. So it's one of the places that you can even park at across the United States. So what you want to do is, you want to look at the amenities when you are looking for a parking spot. If you're interested in having security, then choose those spaces to be able to park at. If you're interested in well lit, fenced in properties, all of those amenities is right on the app. And then you don't even have to think about the 911. When most of the time when we're parking in places that is open, anybody can get us. That's when we're more in danger. But the Truck Parking Club app tells you we're more convenient, more flexible, and I like to say safer places to park. So, all right, that was some good questions. That was some really, really good questions. Look at that. She said, I like that. There are secure spaces in the area where I may not feel so safe, especially as a woman. Thank you, Mr. Evan. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So thank you for coming on. They said thank you, Evan. Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much for coming
Thank
to the
you all.
Trucking podcast. Make sure that how do do you want anything else before we go?
No, I think you hit it. You can reach out to us on any of the social medias. You can call our customer care number. You can go to the contact us page. You can email info@truckparkingclub.com. Feel free to reach out to us anywhere and let us know what questions you have, what feedback you have. Any way we can be helpful to you in terms of truck parking, we want to be a part of that.
Absolutely. That was info@truckparking.com. You can also use your app and be able to contact us right through the app as well. We do answer emails. Okay. So if you send us the emails, we'll answer you right back with no problem. We're always looking to make sure that we're taking care of the drivers 24 hours a day. Again, Mr. Evan Shelley, thank you so much for coming on the Shetrucking podcast. Thank you for everything you do for us drivers. Listen, everyone will be getting these stickers to be able to go on your truck to let us know you are truck parking. You part of the truck parking family. You're also going to get more information in your driver appreciation boxes. And again, my ask is I give you a bundle. Okay, we're giving you $5,000 here that you take one and you give $100 to another driver. Okay, just give $100 to another driver, one that may be parked on either side of your truck or someone that you meet. And we have a little message on the inside. So when you get your $100 bill, make sure you share it, pay it forward and share it. And thanks again for the truck parking hat. They will be in our driver appreciation boxes straight from the Truck Parking Club. Thank you so much for coming on again. It's been a pleasure and honor to have you here.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome, and you have a great day. Everybody, what an amazing show today with the Truck Parking Club. I want y'all to stay tuned on Sunday because we're going to have another episode of the Shetrucking podcast with Melinda. It'll be Melinda's first show. She has an amazing special guest. They're going to be talking about healthcare. So make sure you subscribe to our YouTube, okay? Make sure that you follow us and make sure on our YouTube page. Yes, definitely hit the reply button. Hit the reply button. Absolutely. 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 Hit the reply and watch this on the replay. On the replay button. Hit the replay button and hashtag replay if you are watching the replay. Share this with drivers and pass this information along. Pass this positive information and help another brother or sister in the trucking industry be able to find safe and secure parking with 24-hour customer service. If you call at nighttime, you might just get me. Okay? So again, thanks for watching the episode. This is a special edition of the Truck Parking Club. I was your host, Sheree Moore, and I had an amazing guest, Mr. Evan Shelley. And till next time, we'll see you.
I don't like this. There are cars everywhere.
Bobby's, you're about to get on the interstate.
Oh
so
my
slow
God.
the truck down.
Oh God.
Slow the truck down. For real, slow the truck down. Stay over here on the left, okay? Take your high side. Go up here, okay?
I cannot believe I'm getting on the interstate.
Accelerate. Stay on this side, accelerate. Go faster. Faster, Bobby, faster.
Crap.
Look at all this traffic.
There are cars everywhere.
And then we're going to take it to the highest gear that you've ever been in. We're going to take it to the 10th gear.
Now?
There we go.
10th gear right now!
DJ Tony Dunn. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin', she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin', she truckin'. She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin', yeah. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', truckin', she truckin', truckin'. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin', truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin', truckin', she truckin', truckin', she truckin', truckin'. Ah.
Hi, welcome to Shetrucking podcast show. I am Melinda. I'm going to be your host for this episode, coming to you live from my truck. We are going to have a fantastic show. A little bit about me. I am a health lifestyle coach that has been certified in health, life, and nutrition. And I've also been working in the medical field for over 25 years. And I want to empower drivers to be healthy on the road. And I am passionate about everybody getting it together and just knocking it out. I drove for almost 5 years now. Not too long after I started driving, I was overweight, and I got a pre-diabetes diagnosis, and it's what scared me healthy. I tried the traditional medical methods that we would always teach patients to do, and they would not work for me. So that's why I went to health and life coaching school, so I could figure out what works for me in the truck. And I just want to share all my knowledge. If you have any questions while you're watching this show, just throw the questions in there and I'll answer as we're going. Hey, how you doing, Joe John? Thanks for coming. And so I am so excited about this. A couple of things, just a little bit about trucking and how it affects our bodies. It is saying that it takes about, if you do a full career of trucking, you can lose about 16 years of your lifespan because of the sedentary driving that we do all the time. And we just need to incorporate a little bit more movements. And one of the biggest issues that I know I had was that I would try to, it's kind of like getting a load. I would try to get to the destination instead of trip planning. And when I learned that to trip plan and break it up into small segments and just do one little thing at a time, it made a world of difference. So, anybody have any questions? Nope, no questions yet. Okay. Let's see. We can start with nutrition. So, on nutrition, there's a lot of controversy about nutrition. Anywhere from vegan to carnivore to fats are healthy, fats are unhealthy, carbs are bad, carbs are good. So I want to try to do a little bit of clarification on the nutrition portion. Carbs, carbs have gotten a really bad name lately, and there's really a lot of good carbs. And your fruits and your vegetables, those are carbs. Your breads, your pastas, those are carbs. Then you got your sugars and your sweets and your desserts and all those are carbs. And everybody just lumps them into one big pot. And I like to do the fruits and vegetables and actually count those as fibers because they got a lot of natural fibers in them. And then your breads and your pastas and all that would be your regular carbs. And so you want to try to have as much of your good carbs and with your fibers and everything, and just minimize those other carbs that really can do some raise your sugars up and down, kind of like going up the mountains in our trucks. You know, you get, if you're fully loaded and it's really slow, but it's going up, and then you just come down and crash. Just like we want a light load and we just want to have straight road and just have it nice and steady. That's kind of how what we want to do with our blood sugars. And that's why nutrition is so important on knowing how to do that. And, you know, if you have a food that you just absolutely love and that's what's keeping you from dieting or finding what works for you, that's where you find ways to incorporate it or try to find ways to make it just a little bit healthier. Your fats, there's a lot of healthy fats. There was a really bad study back in the 50s, and that is what started the whole health craze. And fats are bad. And then they started making all the margarines and adding sugars into all of our food. And that's when the health of America just started really declining because of that one bad study. And they're finding out that fats are actually good and they're essential, and we need to incorporate them. So if you like fried food and you just don't want to give up fried food, just find a small change you can do is don't get rid of them, because you're not going to stick to anything to getting healthier. You find a healthier oil to cook it in. So 2 of the really healthier oils is your extra virgin olive oil and your coconut oil. Coconut oil you can actually cook in a higher heat than the extra virgin. So that's just some of the little tricks that you can do. Resistant starch on your rices and your pastas and your potatoes. Mainly your rice and your potatoes, not so much your pastas, but it's still kind of out and to do that. But if you cook it and then you put it in a refrigerator and then you reheat it, that's what's called a resistant starch. And when you throw in that resistant starch, so instead of making your sugars go up and then crashing, it actually just goes up just a little bit. And so it's not as effective to those blood sugars, because you want to try to keep them, pretty steady. If you love I like a lot of salads. I love salads. A lot of people don't. Your meats, you got really 5 proteins, different types of proteins, and you want to kind of increase your proteins. None of us really eat enough protein. You pretty much want to eat 1 protein gram per ideal body weight. So that kind of gives you an idea. It's quite a bit of protein that we should be eating. But you have your red meat, which is your cows, your porks, and all that. You have your fowl, which is your birds, your chicken, your turkey, and your duck, if you eat duck and all that. Eggs also fall into the fowl. Then you have your fish, your hard shells, your regular fish, your sardines, all that good stuff. A lot of, not a lot, but quite a few of protein. There's that is vegetarian protein. So you do have some of those. And then the last one is what I call high processed protein. That's your protein powders, that's your protein bars. All those are really high processed proteins, but I use them quite a bit because it's easy in the truck. But you definitely want to increase your protein. And another trick that I really learned on nutrition. Hey, my protein drawer. Yes, yes, it is. Another really good trick to do is, you know, before you start changing your whole nutrition value portion, you really need to know where you are. So at least 1 week, do nothing but just track of where you are. And the reason why I say that is because this will get you to know where you need to start your trip planning, where you start figure out how many miles you're going to do in a day. And you can't do that until you know where you are. And if you track all your food for a week and do it just for knowledge base, not for judgment base, because you want to be able to gradually decrease your calorie intake. And so if you find out that you normally eat about 3,000 calories a day, you don't want to go to 1,800 calories a day to lose weight, because your body's going to be like freaking out saying, oh my God, what's going on? And it's going to start sending you all these hormones and everything and saying, you need to eat because you're not eating what you normally eat. So if you decrease it 15, 20%, it's not an exact science. You just play to see what happens. I have no idea. Yeah, I know it is quite a bit of protein. What you do is you so if you find out that you're doing 3,000 calories a day, you don't want to cut it in half. You want to do it in baby steps. So maybe do 15-20% decrease. So 3,000, 10% be 300. So just about 500 calories less a day. And do that for a while until you get used to it and it doesn't, you're not like hungry all the time. And then, maybe the next week or 2 weeks or maybe even the next month, then you take another 400 or 500 calories out and gradually work your way down to where you want. You really don't want to get below 1,800 to 2,000 calories. That's what your body needs to do all the digestion, the breathing, just your normal day to day. That's your calorie intake. If you get below 1,500, that actually is where it starts messing with the hormones and everything. And your hormones is what communicates with, so your organs communicate with each other with the hormones that they produce, and it communicates with the brain, and it sends out the signals to say that you're hungry or you're full. So that's really like nutrition in a nutshell. I don't know how deep to really go into this. Anybody have any questions? Sodium, salt. I like to eat daily salads. That's I actually put it in a cup, and I keep it in so I can eat it while I'm driving, or instead of having a bowl, I just keep it in a cup. I add eggs and chicken to my salad to have that protein in there. And I actually eat my salads in the morning because salads have, they are higher in carbs. That way I can burn those carbs throughout the day. Carbs is like a gasoline engine. So you burn through them pretty quick and your body will use those first because it's easier for the body to process it. Whereas fats, they take a little bit longer and it's a slower burn, kind of like a diesel engine. It burns slower. So it takes a little bit longer, and that's why it's good to eat those later in the day. So it will hold you over until your breakfast the next day. I do a lot of meal prepping, freezer meals. When I first started, actually, let me grab something real quick. When I first started on my healthier journey, the very first thing I got was a freezer. Hold on, let's take this real quick. The very first thing I got was a freezer and a Hot Logic Mini. And the Hot Logic Mini is like a little warmer cooker. And I started with freezer meals that you buy at the grocery store. They're healthier than fast food. And it's one thing I really firmly believe in is that, you don't have to be healthy. You don't have to do the healthiest thing. Just do one little thing a little bit healthier, and then after later on, maybe incorporate something else that's just a little bit healthier. So freezer meals, according to the gurus, are not healthy, but compared to fast food and compared to truck stop food, they can be very healthy. So it just depends on that perspective of what you're comparing it to. I have what's called a Hot Logic Mini. And if you're watching this on video, this is what it looks like. And the ones that's not watching it on video, it's just like, it looks like an insulated bag. And what it has on the bottom of the bag is a warmer plate. And then you just plug it into an inverter, and you can put it in, dry for 2 or 3 hours. You can dry for 5 hours. It won't overcook it. And it would just keep it in there. It'll warm it up, cook it up. So I'll put it in, I'll dry for 2 or 3 hours. And then when I stop, my food is done. It's hot. It's ready. It's fresh. I don't have to stand in line. I don't have to spend $15, $20 a meal. I only spend $5 or $10 a meal. So it's a lot more cost effective. It's quicker. And then you just throw away the trash and you have a hot meal. And that's the way I started. And now I meal prep. And when I go home, I will cook several meals and then I freeze them. With that freezer Ziploc bag, you can actually stick it in the Hot Logic and it will not burn the bag. So I have hot home cooked food without having to cook. And it just takes a couple of hours, which I'll be driving while it's cooking, and it's really good. So that's nutrition. A couple of things. Is there a particular salt? Yes. So Himalayan salt. I was actually fixing to get into that salt before I got distracted. Squirrel. Himalayan salt and Celtic salt. Those are the two best salts to have. The reason being, if you can get the Celtic salt, that's actually the better one because it has, don't quote me on the number. It has like 89, I think it is, the minerals that we need for our bodies, for everything to communicate with each other, to help those neurons talk better, and to help go into the cells and to bring in the nutrients that the cells need. So the Celtic salt is the better salt to have, but it is harder to find. The Himalayan salt is good. It has 72 or 73 of the minerals. So you see, it's just missing just a few, not as much as the Celtic, but it's still really good. Table salt, the typical white table salt that we grew up with, that has been ultra processed, and they take out so many of the nutrients in the process of it that they had to put something back in. And where do you find Celtic salt? Right now, it's been really hard to find it. Usually like health food stores or Amazon, you can find them there. You used to be able to find them in Walmart, but I haven't been able to find it lately in Walmart. So Trader Joe's, maybe Aldi's, those healthier food chains, you can probably find them in there. But the main key is it's not so much as, potato chips. I used to have a hard time dieting because of potato chips and because of gummy worms and ice cream. Those are like my 3 weaknesses. Thing I learned about potato chips is you want to try to get the least processed as possible. So Lay's Original is a really good one. It could be cooked in a little bit healthier oil, but you still get, all it's got is the potatoes, the salt, and the oil. So it's only got the three things. So it's closer to, and it's not ultra processed like, say, Pringles, which is so processed they can't even put potato chips on their containers. They actually have to put crisp because it's so processed. They're not even really potato chips. So it's just finding the healthier option, and you don't have to do it all at once. So go ahead. We're going to take a break real quick. Be sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Throw on any questions that we can touch on. And we'll be back in just a minute. And I'm going to go over a few more things.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. It even, listen, go on Amazon, get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43. There is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book it's less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
Hey, welcome back. Yay. Okay, so we left off on nutrition. I just did like a really quick overview onto the nutrition portion. We can definitely go much deeper in a few future shows. Just let me know what you want to know, and we will definitely go that route. I do want to touch a little bit on exercise because, that's what we're supposed to do. And exercising is, I had a very negative association with the word exercise. And because I had to do it. And my inner rebel was like, no, we're not going to do it because we have to do it. And once I realized that exercise, it's not as simple as calories in, calories out. It's so much more complicated than that. But you definitely want to have purposeful movement daily. Some simple tricks that I like to do is I keep my water way down low. And the food items that I normally do, I'm going to tilt if you're watching. So up there is my upper bunk, and I have a freezer over there, and I actually have a freezer on the other side. I have 2 freezers in my truck now. But so the foods that I normally need, or the items that I use pretty regularly, I keep in the middle of the topper bunk, and I keep my water down low. And the reason being is because I want to be able to have to climb up there to get what I need daily, or I have to bend and squat to get my water that I need daily. And that incorporates more movement throughout my day that I would normally not have if it wasn't within easy reach. So that's one easy way to add into purposeful movement into your day. I like to go hiking whenever I get a chance. Tia and I, my puppy, we walk several miles a day. So the rhythm that I really found that has worked for us, and I highly encourage you just to experiment to see what works for you. But we will get up, we'll walk a couple miles, do our pre-trip, get on the road, drive for about 2.5 hours, and then we'll take a 15-20 minute break, whether it would be at a shipper's, dropping and hooking, live unloading, whatever the break, fuel stop, we will do that and walk around for at least 15-20 minutes. Then we'll go and we'll drive for another 2.5 hours, give or take. And we will do that multiple times throughout the day. And then we stop post trip, and then we'll walk for another 20-30 minutes. And throughout just that day, we usually get in about 5 or 6 miles a day. I love taking pictures of our hikes. So I do a lot of photography, which really helps bring a lot of joy to me and being able to share our journey. And then, so it gets me out of the truck, just finding little things to get out of the truck, take pictures, get out of the truck, walk, just walk around the truck. When I first started, before I got Tia, because Tia makes me get out of the truck, I would have a portable stepper that I would keep in the passenger floorboard, and I would use that to get my steps in, especially when I didn't feel safe. So that was a really big help. I've heard people having the kind of like a elliptical, but it actually folds up really small and it fits behind the seat. So there's a lot of different little things. Just, what activity do you like? It doesn't have to be anything that is strenuous. I mean, a lot of us, we think when we want to get healthy, we have to work out an hour or two a day. And it's not, it's just incorporating a little bit more movement throughout your day. And that little bit adds up, just like with the nutrition, just don't do the whole 3,000 calories, just, cut back just a little bit. It's just like when we get a load that goes from East Coast to West Coast. We're not going to try to do it in one day. We're going to do a little chunk, and then we're going to rest, recuperate, and then we're going to do a little chunk, rest, recuperate. And it's the same thing when you're trying to get healthier, especially here on the road. And experiment, because after you want to try something, you hear someone, let's just say, okay, say the keto diet, because a lot of people had a lot of good things about keto diet, and you want to try it. Well, try it for a week and then do an after action review. What did you like about it? What did you not like about it? What can you adapt to keep the parts that you like? Or you can just throw it away. And just say, oh, yep, that one's not for me. And then just keep experimenting, and you make your own rules to find what works for you in your truck on the road that you can stick with. And that is what healthier is. It's not being the best of the best. It's what works for you in the truck that's just a little bit healthier than what you were doing yesterday. And that is like the biggest key. Some of the questions that I came across in the Facebook group is a lot of people was asking about blood pressure, high blood pressure. One of the main things about high blood pressure is that it's actually your kidneys that regulates your blood pressure. So, and your kidneys also filter out your water and what you drink, and filters out your waste. Kidneys are also in charge of your adrenals, which we get a lot of little mini microadrenal rushes throughout the day when people cut us off and our heart stops, like, oh my God, I can't believe I almost hit them. Or when you're pulling into a customer and you're like, oh, am I going to be able to make this back? And you feel your adrenaline kicking in. All that is on your kidneys, and your kidneys' best friend is water. But none of us likes to drink water because we're constantly having to use the bathroom, or it's just boring. And a lot of health gurus don't think you should do additives in your water. I believe if that's what it takes to get you to drink more water, put it in there. Just try to minimize the sugar. But the easiest thing with the water, it usually takes your kidneys 30 to 40 minutes to filter a bottle of water once you drink it. So it's about timing. So if you know you're going to be on the road in about, an hour, go ahead and drink a bottle of water. Yes, kidneys do regulate your blood pressure. It's fascinating how that works. Your heart actually pumps it through there, but the enzymes that tells your body to have your blood pressure higher or lower is actually produced through the kidneys. And that's why we want to take care of our kidneys. It's a lot more important than besides just filtering out waste. And, but time your water intake. And if you don't want to get rid of your soda because you love your soda, trust me, I used to drink 18 Dr. Peppers a day. I was a Dr. Pepper addict, and I never thought I would never drink Dr. Pepper. And I can't tell you the last time I had a Dr. Pepper. But when I first started, I would actually, on my healthier journey, I was not getting rid of my Dr. Pepper at all. And, but what I did is I started incorporating a water in between my Dr. Peppers. And then just gradually over time, I just kind of increased the water and decreased the Dr. Peppers without even realizing it or making a conscious effort. It just kind of evolved naturally. And then, so that's one way to regulate, because the water also keeps your blood from getting too thick. Just like exercise and movement, it has a lot to help with your happy hormones in your brain, and your calves are very important also in your circulatory system, because gravity and your heart will get the blood pumping out and down, but your calves help get that blood and everything back up because it's fighting gravity. So a couple movements that you can do while you're driving and you have your cruise control on and you're not in the middle of the city, you always practice. I've never have tried sea moss. I am actually looking into that right now. Lots of fascinating stuff with that. Very, very good. But skin healthy. Yes. So you definitely want to, I shower in the middle of the day, and I shower usually every other day. And that will, because showering every day, you actually strip your body of natural oils. So I shower every other day, and then I keep chemical-free wipes in the truck just to freshen up at night before I go to bed. And your sunscreen, if you want to use sunscreen. I typically will put a shirt over my arms while I'm driving to keep the UV rays off of me. The windows that we have sun exposure through, it actually is made, and there's two UV lights. You got your alpha and your beta. And right now, I don't want to get misquoted. One is good, one is bad, and I can't remember which. I think the alpha is the good one and the beta is the bad one, but I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head. but the windows are made to actually filter out the good UV rays, and the bad UV rays are actually what comes through. So you want to try to keep those rays off of your skin as much as possible through the window. Now, if you can get it through just actual real rays, it won't be as bad because you'll have both of them. So that's one really important trick, because we have those windows on us all the time, and that's what filters in and out those UV rays. Some people like sunscreen, some people don't. It's really your preference. It does help. But if you don't want to, you can always just put something over you just to help protect from those UV rays. Avocado is a very good healthy fat. I love avocados. Glucose equals weight. Carbs does not equal glucose. No. That is one of my big pet peeves. Because carbs it can be fiber, and glucose is essentially sugar. And so there's good carbs, which has a lot of fiber and which is natural. And then you have your high processed. The main thing is just stay away from the high processed stuff as much as possible. So the more processed it is, the unhealthier it can be. But you got to remember, just everything is processed. You get organic food and you cook it in the kitchen. Well, that is a process. You are processing the food. So, but when you start using the super high heat to process, and you start throwing in a whole bunch of chemicals to process, or you take out nutrients to process it, and then you put nutrients back in, that's where the health issues start coming from, because it has so much high process in it. Then another question that I really saw with the blood pressure and then obesity is alpha can't penetrate beta, hence the name beta burn. Okay, thank you for clarifying. I always get them flip-flops, so it's good to know. Another good one is calcium and vitamin K2. K2 actually helps you absorb that vitamin D in, which the vitamin D helps with it's all very interlinking, and but those are some really good supplements to take if you take your vitamin D, you want to take it with the K2, because the K2 helps you absorb that vitamin D in. Another reason why exercise is so important is not because of the calories in, calories out, but when you use your muscles are connected to tendons, and the tendons are connected to bones. And that's what allows you to bend your arm, is the muscle is constricting, which pulls on the tendon, which pulls your arm into you, and then it'll relax, which relaxes that tendon, and it relaxes that arm. That pulling and constricting on your muscles on that bone is actually what strengthens your bone and helps prevent osteoporosis. And so that's another reason why exercising or purposeful movement is so important, is to keep your bones strong too. Let's see. So the three main health concerns that I noticed in the Shetrucking Facebook group, that was going to be the high blood pressure, which I kind of touched on. And please comment, let us know, and what it's going to be, what more information you want on, because I can go so much deeper on these. You got your blood pressure, obesity, and diabetes. So we're going to take a quick break, and I'm going to touch on diabetes when we come back.
Electricity is cheaper than diesel fuel, and charging overnight means you never have to stop at the diesel stations again. Maintenance costs are lower because EVs don't require oil changes or replacements of high-cost combustion engine parts. You'll also be eligible for tax incentives and grants funded by programs like HVIP.
I don't like this. There are cars everywhere.
Bobby's, you're about to get on the interstate,
Oh
so
my
slow
God.
the truck down.
Oh God.
Slow the truck down. For real, slow the truck down. Stay over here on the left, okay? Take your high side, go up here, okay?
I cannot believe I'm getting on the interstate.
Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. Stay on this side, accelerate, go faster. Go faster, faster, Bobby, faster.
Crap.
Look at all this traffic.
There are cars everywhere.
And then we're gonna take it to the highest gear that you've ever been in. We're gonna take it to the 10th gear.
Now?
Now. There we go.
10th gear right now!
Hey, I'm Todd Spencer, president of OOIDA. We're here at the Walcott Truckers Jamboree. Want to let everybody know that OOIDA is started by truckers 50 years ago this year, started by truckers to give them a voice in Washington, D.C. and in other places as well. We have members that are drivers, members that are owner-operators, members that are small fleet truckers, and some members that are just supporters of the industry. But you're all welcome. If we work together, we can address some of the serious issues in trucking. And believe me, we have some serious issues that you know all too well. So, hey, we are stronger together. Be a part of what we do. We have an office in D.C. We know how to communicate with the lawmakers. Just need the support of you all. So join, please.
Hey, welcome back. Welcome back. We have been having a lot of good conversation coming in, and I'm loving these questions. We have talked about, touched on nutrition. We have touched on purposeful movement, aka exercise. We have touched on high blood pressure, and now I kind of want to go over diabetes. This is actually what has scared me healthy. Diabetes. My aunt was diagnosed with diabetes in her 30s, and she died at the age of 48 due to complications of diabetes. 1 in 3 Americans will be diagnosed with diabetes, and they say 2 in 1 Americans have pre-diabetes that's undiagnosed and just don't know it yet. I had the pre-diabetes diagnosis, and with my aunt happening, I was like, no, we are going to find something. We are going to get healthy, and we're going to stop playing. And I was able to lose the 60 pounds during the year I was going to health and life coaching school. And through that process, I drove almost 130 miles that year, lost the 60 pounds, and lost my prediabetes diagnosis. And I was able to keep it off 3 years later, and I'm still working on it. And I just watch, and that's the reason why I watch so much with my sugars and try to keep that steady level as much as possible instead of those huge roller coasters. And I saw statistics. There is 3.2 million semi-truck drivers, and they're saying 70% of truck drivers will get diagnosed with diabetes. So this is like really, really important, and it can be very scary diagnosis. A lot of doctors or modern medicine will say this is a progressive disease and it cannot be prevented or it cannot be reversed, which has been proven false. It can be with hard work. One of the main things that worked for me was I would learn to look at labels, and I would I would not tell myself I couldn't have something if it had a lot of sugar in it. I would ask myself, is all this sugar worth it? And does it meet what goals I want? Or am I just wanting it just to have it out of habit? Or am I wanting it because I'm an emotional? And I've just learned to figure it out. And one of the main things that I look at the nutrition labels is I look at that one line that says added sugars. And if it had more than 6 grams of added sugars, I didn't pay attention to total carbs. I didn't pay attention to any of the other stuff. Only thing I paid attention when I started out was just that added sugar. And if it had more than 6 grams of added sugar in it per serving, I would question myself if that's what I wanted. That was the biggest key for me to help with my weight loss journey. Diabetes is, I don't know how deep to get into this because this can get pretty deep. Your pancreas is what sends, whenever you eat a lot of sugar, sends out hormones and insulin to say, hey, we need to bring those sugars down. When my aunt had diabetes, she said that the doctor explained it to her that when your glucose levels or your blood sugar levels get so high, it's like having shards of glass just floating through your bloodstream. And that's what makes it so dangerous, because it can, sorry, it's really emotional. But it can wreak havoc on your body inside. Water does help dilute it. So when diabetics come into the hospital with super high sugar levels, they will hook them up to IVs to help dilute it. So that's another reason why water is important. It does help dilute it some. But the main thing with it's just 70% of truck drivers can have diabetes, y'all. That's just such a scary number. And it's just so easy to find ways not that there's different little tricks. So obviously watch your sugar intake. If you had a long night of driving and you just want a bowl of cereal, there's nothing wrong with having a bowl of cereal. Just add some fiber and add some protein to that bowl of cereal. And what that does is it helps the body not absorb it as fast. So if you add some fiber and add some protein to a bowl of cereal, it would actually keep your blood sugars from going way up and going down. It would just spike it a little bit. So that's just some of the little tips on the diabetes to keep in. If you want, great questions. Am I hungry or is it emotional? Well, for me, and this is where you start learning how to pay attention to your body, because everybody's different. For me, when I'm craving sweets, I am emotional. I'm bored, I'm tired, I'm emotional, just along those lines. When I'm craving something salty like chips, I have found out that I am dehydrated. So I will drink more water. So that's kind of what has worked for me. And it's just questioning what works for you. And that's the hardest thing. Fiber suggestions for cereal. Fruit will work. If it has a skin, it has more fiber. If you peel the skin, it has less fiber. So that's one way to kind of keep that in mind. But yes, actually eat the fruit first and then eat the bowl of cereal, because that fiber will get into the system, which will help the sugar when you eat the cereal. Because we all know at the end of a long drive day, we don't want to do anything, and that's just quick and easy. But we are going to go ahead and wrap up. We are almost at an hour, y'all. You can reach out to me on Facebook Messenger. if we're not friends, it's hard for me to get the messages. So send me a friend request and then I can get your messages quicker. You can reach me in Shetrucking Facebook group. If you have questions, that's actually the best place to ask them, because if you have the question, another driver will have the question and we can help each other out in the community. Shetrucking has been doing this wonderful thing where we're having different hosts and to help all of us be successful in different areas. Cindy is doing the introducing all the moderators and everybody, and she's really big on that work-life balance. So she's going to have a lot of great tips with that. John, she is really helping out with other aspects in the transportation industry, and she's really big on trafficking, sex trade. So tune into her shows. And then me, I'm doing the health and wellness segments. So please send questions to all of us. That way we can get these shows geared towards what you need, so you can be successful in the transportation industry. And that is what Shetrucking is all about. We do want to mention this is the end of the truck driver appreciation, and just thank everybody for their donations of everything that we've been doing. And Shetrucking is handing out gifts to drivers. So if you haven't received yours yet, it's coming. It's coming. Just give it a little bit longer, but we got you. And y'all have a blessed night out there. Bye.
For all my ladies out there trucking towards they goals. Let's go. She gon' take care of her biz. She trucking. She a woman with a rig. She trucking. She gon' take care of her kids. She trucking. Yeah. She a boss. She do it big. She trucking. She trucking. She a boss. She do it big. She trucking. She a woman with a rig. She trucking. She trucking. Often hated, never duplicated. We underestimated cause it's male dominated, but we getting payment like it's money motivated. Our clientele rated while they dragging, we gon' slay it. By the hour, we them girls and we got power. Haters everywhere like no patches, they be sour. Dropping lows on the road and we be runners. You could never do it like us and that's a bummer. They got my back, so I got my girls with me. I can't be like you cause the shoes just won't fit me. All these moves and we make it all happen. We just show and prove while the rest of y'all rapping. Clocking in and making ends when them racks up. Focus like the lens, we don't focus on the trends. Like the truck is pulling in, so them back up. Focus and pretend we don't notice who they is. She gon' take care of her biz, she trucking. She a woman with a rig, she trucking. She gon' take care of her kids, she trucking. Yeah, she a boss, she do it big, she trucking. She trucking. She a boss, she do it big, she trucking. She a woman with a rig, she trucking.
Become an exclusive member of Shetrucking. Benefits include sister chat and mentorship, online trainings and workshops, Audible Book Club, exclusive meet and greet events, and community mobile app. Plus, get a free life planner when you sign up. Don't miss this opportunity. Go to www.shetrucking.com to join.
Be strong. Be strong.
DJ Tony Dunn.
She gon' take care of her bitch, she trucking, she trucking. She a woman with a rig, she trucking, she trucking. She gon' take care of her kids, she trucking, yeah. She a boss, she do it big, she trucking, she trucking, she trucking, she trucking, she trucking. She a boss, she do it big, she trucking, she trucking. She a woman with a rig, she trucking, she trucking, she trucking, she trucking, she trucking. Ah.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Hi, Shetrucking family. Welcome to the podcast. This podcast is going to be sponsored by My Guardian Dogs, GLCS, and Unique Benefits. Yay! Thank you so much for sponsoring this episode. This is the health and wellness episode of Shetrucking. And I did it last month, and y'all learned a little bit about me. In case you didn't watch it, I'm Melinda Fox Wellington. I'm a health and life coach, and I specialize in helping truckers find the healthier options to being on the road. And if you missed that episode, go watch it because it's got some good tips and it's got a little bit of my story. But this episode, we're going to have a guest on, and it's going to be Tanea. And she has been driving for 3 years, and she has been working on her healthier journey. A lot of similarities to mine, but she's gone a little bit of a different route. Everybody has their own journey, and you just got to find out what works for you. So let's bring her on.
Hello, I'm so
Welcome.
excited to be here.
I'm so glad you could join us. So tell us a little bit about your background as a trucker. How'd you get into trucking and why?
So, truck driving, actually, today is my 3rd anniversary of my very first solo run in the semi truck.
Congratulations.
So, thank you. The trucking career path kind of evolved really quickly. It was a pandemic solution in 2020. I was in a toxic work environment at my desk job at the DA's office, and I talked to a friend who had been traveling for about 2 or 3 years and asked him, okay, do you think that I personally could do this kind of work? And he says, Tanea, you can do anything you put your mind to. So I quit my job 4 days later and got rid of my house, sold my car, put all my things in storage, and got my permit on a Friday and started trucking school the next Monday. That was 3 years ago.
Wow, that was fast. That was real fast.
Yeah.
So how was the first couple of years of driving? Health-wise, mental-wise, struggle-wise, excitement-wise?
The first 18 months, I had a lot of limiting beliefs about what was possible. And I dove so deeply into learning everything. Like I'd never even seen a semi truck, like the inside of a semi truck as an adult. I'd never backed up a pickup with a travel trailer on the back of it. So my level of expertise when I started was zero. So it took me a good 18 months to find a rhythm in my career. I also am a team driver. So I started out originally planning to be a solo driver, met my co-driver during orientation for our first trucking company gig. And we hit it off really quick and decided to go on the road together. So from the beginning, I'm still getting over a cold, so I apologize for the cough. From the beginning, we were learning how to drive teams and drive 20 plus hours a day. And that took quite a lot of getting used to. So the first 18 months of my career, I ate all the fast food. I never moved my body. My mindset was so focused on the job that I completely let myself go and did not focus any effort or energy on personal growth or mental health stability. Gratefully, I think because I was a team driver, I didn't have to, like, I wasn't alone per se. And so I think that helped with like bridging the gap of not having that loneliness while also being in the truck. But the transition to being on the road 30 days after having been home for the first 38 years of my life was hard.
Oh, yes, it is. I frequently tell people all the time, you know, you're not only learning a new skill, you're learning a new job, and you're also learning a complete lifestyle, which is causing an identity shift. So that's so many levels of just bam, 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 until you can find your rhythm. So that's completely normal. What are some, if you don't mind sharing, the health issues that you started finding until you realized, oh my gosh, I got to do some changes? And how did that transition happen with you, where you were at your worst to where you realized you needed to do something?
So in March of so it was like around the 18-month mark, I was diagnosed with prediabetes, and I was having a really, really hard time getting in and out of the truck. My hip mobility was so severely compromised because 20 plus hours a day, I was not bearing weight on my body. And I'm already a bigger bodied human. And so the stress on my low back and my hips was pretty substantial. And the idea of walking around my truck an extra few times made me want to vomit. I just didn't want to walk in the elements, and I didn't want to the concrete jungle is a pretty rough transition from where I came from in my life. So I just got super depressed and was really sad about all of the things. And then a friend of mine had actually been talking to me for a year, telling me that she had this solution for me. I was like, I'm in a semi truck, right? Like, you're crazy. This isn't the life for me. I can barely keep my eyes open when I'm doing my 12 hours of work every day. There's no way. And so, but that transition happened. So I ordered this kit or whatever in March, did one workout and was like, oh, that hurt. I'm not doing that. This is ridiculous. And I put it away for another 6 months. And then in August, it got to the point where I was in tears driving. I couldn't get comfortable in my seat. I was struggling to get the 2 steps because my knees, my hips, my back, my shoulders, everything had seized up. And I was standing at a fuel island, actually, and I watched this older truck driver, career truck driver, get out of his truck, bent in half, literally hunched over, fueling his truck. And it brought me to tears. And I said, that is not the life I want to live. I don't want this for my future. I don't, and I'm terrified of needles, so I don't want to become diabetic and rely on medications to keep me alive. And so that was the day that I pulled out the program again and said, I know it's going to be hard. I know it's going to hurt, but if I just do a little bit, it has to get better than what I've got. So that's where it started.
Yeah, I call that the trucker shuffle. When I see drivers like that. Yes. Yeah, I call it the trucker shuffle. So Speaking of trucker shuffle, I mean, perfect timing. That's so funny. So I went more of a holistic method where I could learn how to figure, gauge, and experiment what works for me. And you mentioned a program. So how did that work for you? And what attracted you to the program compared to trying to figure it out holistically and experimenting it yourself?
Yeah, so Body by Beachbody is the program that I started a little over a year ago. And really, it was the idea that it was a plug and go. It's an app on my phone. It kind of takes out all of the guesswork. I had lots of excuses and very little time. So my schedule now is a little bit different, but when I first started taking my health and wellness seriously, I had very little time available in my daily schedule. And so my co-driver, who is absolutely phenomenal, he would always make sure that on his breaks, he would go to a fuel island and I would jump out of the truck, grab my 30-minute workout, and he would do circles around the parking lot if there wasn't a place to park. And then we had to get right back in the truck and go to our next destination. And so the ease of having something that was already pre-done, that was ready to go, ready to, like, all I have to do is push play on a program and it's going to tell me exactly what to do and how to do it. And it made moving my body fun. And so I look forward to those programs now. In the beginning, it was a little rough. But so yeah, and I've been documenting my journey since the very beginning. So my Instagram, Ever Be Rising, has a pretty great peek, a window into how I am getting to those spaces. And now I started doing them outside. And then I very quickly moved into the shower rooms to get that workout done because it's private and it allows me to do a meditation and do some other things now that I have a little bit more time in the shower rooms to get those workouts done.
Yes, I remember seeing one of your posts, and it really drew me to you because I thought it was just so unique. Your superpower is shower workouts. And I just thought that was phenomenal because I never even considered doing a workout in the shower. I work out either in the truck or I go for a hike or walk around with my dog. Never considered doing one in the shower, but it is private. It's safe, especially if you're solo, by yourself. And then you can just jump in the shower right afterwards and carry on because you're just there already. So it really just like piqued my, I was like, oh, that's pretty unique. Yeah. So how did you come up with that was the best option for you?
Well, it was the first option I used and it really just stuck. So it spoke to me in as much as I love what the trainers have to say. So moving my body, I started with 0 weights and I started with these very beginner movement style programs. But every single time that I would come to a workout, I also got a jolt of mindset work. And so that really started like the shifting gears in my brain about mindset and personal growth and development and taking care of my body as the vessel of living my life. And so it was pretty immediate where I was getting more than just a body workout, like just being able to use the lessons that I was learning in the workout and applying them to life. It really felt like a 2-for-1. And now so that was from August, and I got wicked consistent with 4 to 5 workouts a week in my in the shower rooms. But it was my first hollow body hold in a 2 by 6 foot space. So that was like the toilet is on one side and the bench is on the other, and I'm in between them. That was super fun. I love finding those creative solutions too. So like it really helped me to elevate my level of thinking of like, this isn't just an obstacle, this is an opportunity to find a way to make things work for the unique situation that I was in.
Yes, I firmly believe, it's not a can't or a can. And, there's a lot of times you don't want to feel like just thinking positive. So just kind of make that little tweak and just ask yourself, what are the possibilities? Makes a world of difference. Instead of trying to have that
really
fake
does.
positivity, just say, okay, this sucks, but this is what I have. What are my possibilities with this? Just makes a whole complete different shift on it.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. And when the shower rooms are too small, because that's happened, I will work out in the trucker lounge. I will work out in a rest area, picnic space when the weather is conducive. I'll work out in the back of an empty tractor or in the back of an empty trailer. If like when I'm stuck at a shipper or in a yard where it's just a bunch of dirt or gross concrete.
Yes, there's some and that's like, my first thought was when I first saw the thing with you working out in the bathroom, it's like, ooh, I bet that floor is dirty. But then I'm like, well, it's better than the concrete at a truck stop. And, it's better than probably a gym where there's 50 guys sweating on the floor. So it's not that much different. Plus, you got the shower right afterwards. But I'm quite sure you get that a lot, don't you?
I do. Actually, there's a lot of comments on social media about the condition of my workout space and, that people would never. And honestly, when you're faced with a life or death situation in an industry that habitually reduces our quality of life, a little bit of dirt or a little bit of toenail clippings on a bathroom floor is not going to stop me from preserving my life after trucking. I want to be able to live my life on my terms when I get out of this truck. And my why is so much bigger than a 30-minute workout or a shower room condition. It is to have the strength and the stamina and the endurance and the tenacity to live life on my terms. And so when I'm faced with criticism about, oh my God, I could never. Well, when you're standing in front of a mirror and you're looking at your life and you literally see your future flash before your eyes, you choose different when the alternative is so bleak.
Yes. That's it's when I like to tell my clients to always find their deeper why. Once you find that deep why, those obstacles are like obsolete. So absolutely. So what are some of the obstacles that you have faced on this healthier journey that you've been on?
So we talked about a couple of the obstacles, and space and time are pretty much my two biggest ones. Depending on, when we have customers, there's sometimes that we can't stop for more than 45 minutes without calling in and alerting security and doing all these things. And so I just shift my focus. Okay, I can't work out this day, or maybe I can't work out for 2.5 days because that's how long it's going to take me to get to that shipper, and just being able to be flexible. But some of the other challenges, my own criticism, of what people are going to think or how people are going to respond to seeing me in a truck stop, like oh my gosh, the truckers lounge, or seeing me at a rest area, picnic area, and just like that criticism in the very beginning before I started feeling better. It was like, oh, I don't want people to watch me. I don't want them to see me. And now I'm like, please watch me. Please know that this is possible for you too. Or come join me. Like I've had drivers in driver lounges join me on workouts because they're like, I could never I could never. I'm like, actually, you can do it with me. And so that's been super fun. And then logistically, being, I never know. In fact, I video quite often. What's it going to look like today when I walk into a shower room? And then when they have limits on the amount of time that I can be in a shower room, I try to be really cognizant of how much time I'm taking in the shower room. But I will do a 30-minute workout and a 30-minute shower and take an entire hour in the shower room because I pay for them. And, but there's some areas of the country that when I have to wait, there was one time in California where we waited, there was 57 people in line for a shower in Loma Lima. I think that's what it was called. So those are some of the obstacles. And then we haven't even talked about diet or nutrition, which didn't come for another 6 months. I got wicked consistent with my workouts before I ever even considered breaking the limiting beliefs about being able to eat healthy on the road. So that's where a lot of my roadblocks came from.
Yeah, but it's always good to work at little segments instead of trying to do everything at once, because then it gets overwhelming and you don't stick with it. So it's good that it worked out that way for you. Yeah.
And that's what I tell pretty much every single person that has joined me on my journey and starting their own journey, is that you have to take one step at a time. We're not looking for something instant. I didn't look like this overnight, and so I can't get to my goal overnight, but being able to consistently take little tiny pieces and turn that into a habit that I'm able to then stack onto a new habit. And once I'm like, all right, I got this taken care of, let's add a new piece to the puzzle.
So is there a specific strategy that helps you build your habits? Or did you experiment to figure it out? Or was it just the plug and play from the program? What helped you get that strategies? I mean, what strategies did that help you to get those habits?
Oh, that's been a work in progress, and it's still being progressed. I'm still working on it. My very favorite personal development book is called Atomic Habits by James Clear.
I love that book. Yes.
Yes. And so
explain a couple of this. Yeah, I was gonna say, explain a couple of those concepts real quick, and then we'll do a quick break.
So taking one habit that you already have ingrained, and adding a new habit that you want to create, so that you create a cue in your mind that helps you remember to do it, but also creates a new routine. And so habit stacking, where it's like, I'm going to do this every day, and my new habit stack is, as soon as I then B, and then I get to C. And so, like, as soon as I get to a place, a fuel island, I am going to go onto the app, at the Pilot app, and reserve a shower. And then I'm going to, and so it was just being able to create those little tiny shifts where it's like, okay, well, I'm already going to the fuel island, so now I just need to add this new thing. And that really helped get me on track with creating those habits.
Yes, it's an awesome book. If y'all haven't read it, y'all really need to. If I remember correctly, you can get an audio version of it off of YouTube for free, so you don't even have to pay for it. You can listen to it while you drive. It is a great book. Yes, Cindy, great book. It is. It's one of the things that's really helped, focusing on your why instead of the criticism. Yes, that is really, really good. Some great points that we've been getting here. Oh, look at that shower workout. Great idea, because someone else is watching is a big hindrance. That is so true. That's why when I first came across, I was like, oh my gosh, I've never even considered that. That's just, it's safe. You're private. You got your shower afterwards. I mean, it's phenomenal. That's why I love that superpower, that you're like, my superpowers work in the bathroom. I loved it. I loved it. Yes. But thank everybody for watching. we're going to take a quick commercial break. If you have any questions or anything, go ahead and start throwing them in. We're going to touch a little bit on nutrition and everything when we come back, and then some tips and advice.
Join the Shetrucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, Shetrucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
My name is Nate Johnson, and I'm the CEO and founder of GLCS. GLCS supports drivers by streamlining office processes, deploying and supporting company software, and connecting in-cab technologies to in-office technologies. I've spent nearly 30 years in transportation, starting my career as an over-the-road driver. Recently asked what was my favorite experiences as a driver. I recall waking up in the morning many times to a light fog, the sun rising, having a good cup of coffee, and rolling out of a truck stop, starting my day feeling rested and refreshed. Those experiences are something that I cherish and recall, and really only get to experience on long road trips now. Drivers, thank you. Thank you for all that you do. Drive safe, keep up the good work. We're all here to support you. Thank you to all the millions of drivers that safely keep America moving. Happy National Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. How y'all doing? Throw some comments in if you have any questions or anything. So we left off with where you was, some strategies and things to help you get to the healthier side of things. And how long since you said it was August when you got serious?
Yep.
So August of last year? Or
That's correct.
Okay. So I just want to make sure everybody's clear. This has been over a 12-month journey. So we're talking 14 months now?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you did workouts for about 6 months before you even consider adding the nutrition. How much of a change did you notice in just the 6 months before you even focused on what you was eating?
Oh, the transition for that first 6 months was really the motivation to be like, okay, it's time for me to level up because I'm loving what I'm seeing. So my body composition has started to shift. I have lost, now this is total, so from my heaviest to where I am now, I've lost 65 pounds since I started trucking, or since I started my journey. So in the photo in April, that was 6 weeks into my food journey, and then through July I need to do another one. I love every time I go to a truck stop and I see one of those full-length mirrors, I'm like, hey girl.
Now, I know when I first lost my 60 pounds and I walked by a mirror and I caught the reflection out of the corner of my eye, and I looked because I thought it was somebody else and I had to do a double take. And I'm like, oh, wait, that's me. Did you ever do that mentally, that mind shift?
Yes. And I do it on a daily basis. And I actually, some of my transition, like the transformation photos, is my smile, my eyes. Like there's so much more to this journey than just pounds lost and inches lost. And I am still a big girl. I'm not at my goal weight. I am not a skinny mini, and I don't know that I ever will be, but my focus has been how much more life I can live within the life I have. And so that first 6 months, that transition, like I was literally bouncing out of the truck. I was waking up in the morning with energy. I was getting through the end of my night without having to feel like a zombie, using supplements through body to fuel my nutrition, to boost my energy with natural caffeine through green tea, having a focused brain blend every single morning, this power shot that I have that helps me maintain the focus to do my job well every day. So all of those things kind of happened at that 6-month mark. And so the last 6 months, I've actually noticed a little bit of a plateau because my body was not used to moving at all, and now I'm moving it every day. And so it's like, oh, okay, we're used to this. This is great. But I've gone from 0 weights to 25-pound weights. So there's still a lot of progress. But with food, I'm eating really healthy, but I'm still not burning as many calories. So that's where my weight loss journey has stalled. I haven't lost, well, that's not true. I lost 6 pounds in the last 2 months. But I feel like that's a stall. However, what I'm gaining every single day from continuing to do those habits has been so much more than the weight loss, because I don't have gut bloat anymore. I'm not running to the restroom because of intestinal issues. I'm not having headaches anymore because of the foods that I'm choosing to eat.
I was just fixing that. So what are some of the other non-scale victories that you have noticed in your journey? I think those are so underrated, and they should be at the number one top tier is the non-scale victory. So share some of your profound non-scale victories that you have come across.
So my biggest accomplishment in this journey so far is that 2 years ago, I was diagnosed with prediabetes. And at my last physical, I dropped my A1C from a 6.8 to a 4.3 in 18 months.
Yay, that's phenomenal.
It's huge. But more than that, being able to fall asleep on demand. I mean, seriously, that is.
It is. It's huge.
Massive.
Just losing that pre-diagnosis category when it is literally removed from your medical records, it's just especially because you lost a loved one at a young age due to complications of diabetes, just like I did. And that was when I got that pre-diabetes, it just crushed me because I immediately thought of my loved one. And I'm sure you did the same thing. And I tell people all the time, that's what scared me healthy. That was my initial why, because I did not want it. So losing that is fantastic.
Most
Congrats.
certainly. Thank you. And then the second profound change is how my body moves. So when I can sit in a driver's seat for 7 hours and then I stand up and my body doesn't hurt, that to me, I'm not suffering because of my career. And being able to do, I do some jumping jacks, and instead of resorting to a 5-hour energy because I'm exhausted or tired at the end, in the wee hours of the morning at the end of my driving shift, I do 10 jumping jacks and 15 squats, and I'm ready and fully awake and ready to finish the rest of my shift. And then I think the other profound non-scale victory has been how I see life, and being able to rise to the challenge of whatever's in front of me, then succumbing to the circumstances that are in front of me.
Mm-hmm. Now, did you know that mind shift is really a lot to do? And the reason why exercise is so important, and I hate the word exercise, I have a negative association with that word. So I use purposeful movement. It's a play on words, but you know what? It works for me, so it doesn't matter. But when we sleep, our body naturally produces a chemical that's kind of like a pain medicine, kind of like a natural narcotic. And when we don't exercise, we don't get that medicine out, that natural hormonal medicine out. So it builds up. And when it builds up, that's what causes the exhaustion, the fatigue. It causes I mean, it's not like the main cause, but it is a huge cause in the depression and the brain fog, because all those, it gets built up. So when we start working out and doing purposeful movement, whether it's a strenuous exercise or just moving your body, you're depleting those natural chemicals. So therefore, those good chemicals can start taking over. And that's the reason why working out is so important. It's not the calories in, calories out concept. It's more of getting the body moving and getting those chemicals down. But let's go into the nutrition, because I think we're almost halfway done with our show already. It's just flown by. Hey, does anybody have any comments or questions?
I see
Especially
that
getting
Cindy asked
into
about intermittent fasting.
yes.
And yes, I actually have a 16 and 8 schedule. So I only eat for 8 hours during the day, and I fast for 16 hours every day.
Do you prefer to fast from when you wake up until like your mid shift, or do you prefer to fast at the end of your shift? Because a lot of people think intermittent fasting, you have to only eat lunch and dinner, but you can set your schedule any way you want to, especially, and that's what's so great with driving. But that depletes those sugar levels that's stored up in your body too. But which way do you prefer to do it?
So the last thing that I eat at night is my Shakeology, and I make that at the beginning of my shift, and then I drink it in a shake form at 8 p.m. home time. So I always go on Pacific Standard Time. So 8 p.m. home time is the last thing I put in my mouth, and that is my Shakeology Superfoods. That is, it bridges the gaps. It has 60 different really amazing quality ingredients that bridge nutrition gaps in my day. And I don't eat again until noon the next day. So it's kind of both. I am a habitual snacker. And when I drive, I'm either biting my fingernails or snacking. And I'm trying really hard not to bite my fingernails, but I also don't do any snacking after 8 p.m. I have gum if I need to chew on something. But not having anything to eat after 8 p.m. has really helped curb that late night snacking, mindless eating, and any kind of before I started thinking about food, I would grab a bag of chips, for example, and look down and be like, where'd the rest of my chips go? I did not just eat the whole bag, but I did. And it was mindless. So I don't put anything in my mouth after 8 p.m. I go to bed between midnight and 2 a.m., depending on my schedule, my shift. And then I do not eat first thing in the morning because I don't like to eat first thing in the morning. But breakfast is always a meal that's on the schedule, no matter what time of day or night I eat. I'm definitely a breakfast girl.
Oh yeah, I take breakfast in the literal sense. It breaks your fast. It doesn't matter what time. So
absolutely.
What's this you're sitting right here? That looks delicious.
Oh, that was, I did. So when I go home, I'm on the road for 30 days. And when I go home, I prep and plan 30 days worth of meals, 142 servings that I put in individual bags. This is not the season for me to focus on reusable. I have to throw that out of my mind. I'm definitely in a season of single use. That was actually some honey Dijon chicken breast. Oh my gosh, it's so delicious. So I have my Galan's 3-in-1 convection oven, microwave, air fryer combo that I use every single day. And I also have a Dijon hot pot that I use for cooking eggs and sauteing veggies every day. And then I also use Shipt, which is a kind of like Instacart, but they actually deliver right to my semi truck at the truck stops to do fresh fruits and veggies every week.
Now, do you have a add-on freezer, or do you just use the little dorm style refrigerator combo thing?
I do have a travel freezer now. That actually, getting this travel freezer is really what opened my mind to the possibilities of what I could make at home and freeze beforehand and really prepare myself for the month ahead. So I do, and right now I keep it in between my seats, and I have to climb over it every day. We are in the middle of revamping our storage system. You know, with having 2 people in the truck, it can get a little crowded, but gratefully we work around all of the inconveniences to make sure that I have the food that I need in order to eat well on the road.
Feast, Fast, Repeat by Jean. Yes, that is a wonderful book. Have you read that yet?
I haven't. I've never heard of it, but I'll add it to my list.
Yes, it's a really good. It goes into the science of intermittent fasting and how it works and why it works, and it goes into all the different ways you can do it, from 1 meal a day to just the 2 meals a day or however, and it's really, really good. She also has another one. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but yeah, her books are really good too. I like going into the science of it. So it just, because once I understand the why, it's easier for me to stick to it.
Absolutely. I find the same truth. Yes.
Yes. So the freezer, that was my first purchase when I started my healthier journey. And now I have 2 freezers in my truck. And because I usually stay out for 5 to 6 weeks. So, and there's been a few times I've stayed out 12 weeks, and I have literally frozen 12 weeks worth of meals and put it in the truck. But once in a while, I like once, twice, sometimes 3 times a month, depending on just how I feel, I'll actually go out to eat. I don't just stick into my truck. It's just making choices. What have you found on that?
Oh my gosh. So eating out is my very favorite thing to do. I love other people cooking for me. It is my, the best way for me to explore a new city is to eat their food. So I absolutely have chosen the most decadent and incredible places across the whole country, from Baltimore to Seattle to Los Angeles and San Diego. Reno has my favorite steakhouse in the whole country. Because when we learn how to eat intuitively, which is what the program that I use is called To Be Mindset, and it really goes into the psychology behind food and our relationship and repairing the relationship with our food and how we think about nourishing our bodies. And so I do not restrict myself. If I want mozzarella sticks from Arby's, because they're my favorite, I'm going to have some, because living a healthier life doesn't mean living in deprivation. It doesn't mean starving. It doesn't mean only eating kale and spinach. It means listening to your body, giving it what it needs 80% of the time, and allowing yourself to have the things that serve you. So one of the things in this journey that I learned pretty quickly once I started taking my health seriously in my gut was I did gut protocol, and that's another program that Body has, and it eliminates some foods to identify sensitivities. And I have known for a lot of years that I am gluten intolerant, and I refuse to acknowledge it because I love bread. But how my body feels when I consume gluten is gross. It is so lethargic. It feels fuzzy. I have brain fog. My gut hurts. I have bloating issues, all of these different things. So I eliminated them for 30 days, and I'm like, holy crap. What knowledge is only powerful if you implement it. So being able to remove dairy, gluten, and soy from my diet, all of a sudden I'm like, I feel like a whole brand new human.
Oh, I can imagine if you had that sensitivity, how bad you felt.
And being
That's
in the
not
truck
a
made
joke.
it even worse.
Oh, yeah. Well, and plus, when you're in that mindset, oh, all I have time for is a fast food. But if you really think about it, by the time you stop, you park, you walk inside, you stand in line, you order your food, you wait for your food, then you get your food, you can already fix something in the truck and save half the money.
Oh, so much more money. I have saved so much money because now, like, for example, Subway is still something that I like to have every now and then, but I don't eat it every day. But the Subway sandwich that I get is $15 for one sandwich. I'm like, I can
It's not
prepare
that much.
4 meals. Yeah, $14.49 for the sandwich, and then anywhere between 40 and 80 cents for taxes, which is just insane to me. That, or even like a pizza from the oh my gosh, from the Pilot is $15 or more. And so I can make an entire sheet pan that's going to feed me 6 different meals. It's fresh ingredients, it's ready to go, and I never have to leave my truck. And it saves me time, money, effort, energy, and the bloat. So I had a question for you. When you're prepping your meals, do you cook all of them, or do you prepare some of them individually, like frozen raw, and then you cook them in your truck?
I do both.
Yeah. Okay. So do I.
Yeah, I do both. So my absolute favorite one is, and hey, if anybody wants to join in the chat, because I'm always up to new recipes. But my favorite one I like to do is I will crack 4 eggs in a Ziploc bag and then throw a little bit of cheese, ham, and bacon, and then I'll freeze it. And then I cook it in I don't know if you ever heard of a Hot Logic Mini, but I can just put it in the Hot Logic Mini, dry for 2.5 hours, and I have a fresh hot omelet.
Oh, that's
Phenomenal.
awesome.
A lot of people don't know you can freeze eggs for up to 6 months raw.
Yeah. I love freezing eggs if I'm going to use them in omelets, but I'm spoiled and I actually really, 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 really love over easy eggs. And so I've perfected, while Seth is driving, I have perfected frying eggs over easy in ghee. And it's the best.
That's awesome. That's really awesome.
Eggs are definitely a daily staple.
It sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, that most of your meals you have learned to have what you want, but add in what you need. Is that correct? Because that's my favorite philosophy. It has been a huge shifter for me. Last episode that I hosted last month, I was telling everybody, it's like, at the end of the day, you're tired. You want a bowl of cereal and just go to bed. And there's nothing wrong with that. But just add in a little bit of protein and add a little bit of fiber with that bowl of cereal, and you'll be good to go. So it's just
And the
baby
other
steps.
really important thing, absolutely, what I have found is decision fatigue is a real thing. And so when I pre-plan my meals and I know exactly what I'm eating at the end of the day, I always do my most effort in the morning and my least effort at the end of my night. And so I start my morning with sauteed veggies and fried potatoes and ghee and sugar-free, nitrite-free, organic bacon and eggs. And I have this amazing, incredible bowl of deliciousness at the beginning of the day. And then at the end of the day, I have a Shakeology, because as we go through our day, our ability to make good choices becomes more and more limited. And so having a plan, having my frozen foods so close and at the ready, really gives me the best chance at success on a daily basis, especially when I'm tired, which is why I just chose, that was my number one reason, was because when I started identifying what I was eating and paying attention to that, No good decisions are made after 8 p.m. in my mouth. So I just make sure that I don't eat anything at all because I was not making good choices. And that absolutely had to do with decision fatigue.
Yeah, I started, one of my first one was, okay, I love, like you, I love to munch while I drive. Well, my first, because I make my own rules and I experimented. Okay, this rule worked, this rule didn't work. But my first rule was I can only eat raw food while I'm driving. That was my first rule. And that
I
made a
like
huge
that
difference.
rule.
But then I went to, I don't eat while I'm driving, I only eat when I'm stopped. That way I can go through the whole holistic, how my digestive system go and all that stuff. That's a whole nother story. But so with your nutrition and with your purposeful movements, what would be your top three tips to give somebody who is interested in wanting to get healthier, because it's all about the herb?
Yeah, I think, and we've talked about them. So number one is start small. There is no such thing as a grand gesture in this journey of healthier living that's going to get you where you want to go, because you get overwhelmed or it gets hard. And so if you start small and work your way up as you get better and as you get into the routine, that is my number one method of creating the success that I've created, is gradually over the last 14 months. Number two, and I think number two would be to find creative solutions to problems. Truck drivers don't have the same access that the general public does. And so solving problems to truck driver issues with mainstream solutions doesn't work. And so whether you find Melinda or myself or anyone that you want to align with getting healthier, finding someone who has the option to create solutions that are as unique as the circumstances that you are dealing with. It's kind of like I said, for a long time, I was trying to, plug a square into a round hole, and it never fit. It didn't work. And so finding something that allowed for flexibility and creative solutions was really powerful. And I think number three would be finding something that you love, that you can find consistency in. Even if you don't love working out, there is some kind of movement that you're going to feel more aligned with. And Melinda, you love to go hiking, and being out in nature is something that fuels your soul. And so it's easy for you to go out, and even when it's cold or even when the weather or the conditions aren't ideal, to enjoy going on a hike. And for me, I enjoy weightlifting. I enjoy resistance training. I enjoy the mindset work that goes into every workout. And so no effort toward living a healthier lifestyle is a bad effort. But sticking with something that either doesn't feel great in your system, doesn't work for your circumstance, or something that you're not actually going to do, you can have the best laid intentions, but unless you're willing to do the work, it doesn't work.
That's so true. So true. So if anybody wants to work with you, or if they have more questions and want to get more in touch, how would be the best way for them to reach out to you?
Instagram is where I live. I love hanging out in my stories on Instagram. And I have a link in my bio on Instagram at EverBeRising that you can fill out if you want a direct consultation. But also, just sending a DM to me is a really great way to start a conversation. And I would encourage everyone to go and take a look at all of my silly content, because there's a lot of out of the box thinking that goes into how I live a healthier lifestyle on the road.
And I think that's the number one rule everybody needs to learn to adapt is just what can I do out of the box? Because obviously with this lifestyle, we can't be in the box.
That's right.
Thanks, y'all, everybody, for coming. It was a pleasure, and I can't wait to see y'all next month. Bye.
Thank you.
Be strong.
Join the Shetrucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, Shetrucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. T&J Ramsey, the host of the Shetrucking podcast powered by CTR Media Network. And today we have an amazing featured guest, and her name is Brooke O'Grady. She actually has a Bachelor of Science in Education from the University of Kansas and a Master's of Arts in the Organizational Leadership from Baker's University. She's also the COO of TAFS. Yes, TAFS Factoring. So we're going to get into some great conversation in regards to factoring. What is it? How can women find themselves, or do you see yourself in this lane of expertise, and so much more? So without further ado, let's bring on Brooke O'Grady. And guess what? They happen to be our platinum sponsor for the Shetrucking podcast. So let's go ahead and bring her on right now. So hello, Brooke. How are you?
I'm good. How are
I
you?
am amazing. And I'm so excited every time I see another woman doing something in an arena that they didn't put it in the cards for us to be doing,
Right.
but we're doing it anyway, and also shedding light to give inspiration, not only within the trucking industry, but especially within our community of 30,000 women, so they can see representation and also widen their horizon. So with that being said, you are the COO of TAFS, and thank you so much for becoming our platinum sponsor for the Shetrucking podcast. We thoroughly appreciate it. And so we're so happy to just be sharing our partnership with all of you.
Yeah. I mean, I first met Sheree in Tampa in October. And I mean, it was the Broker Carrier Summit, and she just came into the room and like had such positive like energy to her. Like people are definitely drawn to her. She's so easy to talk to. She's so cute and personable. And we we're like, okay, we got to figure out a way to connect here, because you can tell she's just a genuine person. And we're like, okay, how can we kind of like, team up together?
I love it. I love it, because when you see other women in this male dominated part of the industry and you're equally doing great in your field. And Sheree, she is a trailblazer in regards to this, and was able to forge and bring all of us together up under one little hub. And so now seeing you many of our viewers, because we have so many new women that are venturing into this trucking and transportation arena, or the industry, I should say. So with that being said, they may be wondering, what is TAF? What is a factoring company? So could you explain that a little bit for our audience so they can understand what a factoring company is?
Yeah. I mean, I think even in my interview here, they were like, do you know what factoring is? And I was like, yeah, I had no idea. I mean, I was like, I don't know, do they work in a factory? I just had no knowledge of it. I was actually a former middle school teacher. And so I was living out in Arizona when I got the job offer to move back to Kansas City to be with TAFs. And I knew, I like asked my dad, he's like, yeah, it has to do with like buying receivables. And I'm like, what does that mean? Like, I'm a teacher. I don't know what buying, receivables means. I've learned a lot now that I've been here 8 years. But basically what we do is we do financing and a lot of the back office work for small to medium to even some of the larger trucking companies out there. And that's really to help support the trucking companies because there are long pay terms in the industry. So if you haul a load for a broker, you may not get paid for 30, 40, 60 days. It really depends on their pay terms. And it makes it really difficult for trucking companies, especially newer ones, to survive with limited cash flow. A lot of times they have truck payment, they have insurance, they have fuel, they have to send money back home. And so when it's taking 45 days to get paid, it just puts a financial burden on trucking companies. And so what we do is our clients, they submit the invoice to us as soon as they deliver a load. And then we pay them upfront, majority of the money, anywhere from 97 to 98% we pay upfront. And on the back end, TAFs is going to do a lot of the back office work. So we're going to do the billing to your broker. We're going to do the collections. And so just making sure that the owners or the drivers, whatever it may be, they can really focus on driving and staying on the road, booking loads. And that way we can just be a partnership and help them survive.
Wow. So basically you become that small to medium, or even in some cases, like you said, large companies, team. In other words, you become their team because in essence, the fact that you all can do 97 to 98% with the bills that come in, that actually can greatly make the difference between a company staying afloat or going under. Because we're talking 30 to 45 days. And when we look at America in just regular terms, just from a standard job, usually you're one paycheck away from homelessness, or you one paycheck away from a situation that you don't want to be in. And so that can also be the factor into trucking companies, because we know things are more expensive. So the fact that you come in as that, I would say, anchor to be able to get necessary assistance. And also when you mentioned about the billing and collections and the invoices, I mean, let's keep it real. When you have a trucking company, you're thinking about keeping your truckers trucking, making sure they get the loads, making sure they get the right pricing. You're not really thinking about no administrative, secretarial, paper moving work. So the fact that you guys are here to make that easier and keep you on point. So with that being said, if you are a company right now and you need help with that, they just contact you and they be able to get signed on. How does that work? If they
So currently, if you're looking for a factoring company, you can go to our website, tafs.com, and there's like a web form you can fill out to get signed up, and you'll get a call from us immediately. That's probably where, if anyone's just kind of searching, that's where the our leads come in through. Our sales team, they're calling brand new MCs as well to try to say, hey, you probably need a factoring company, especially if you're new to the game. Because what we've learned is a lot of it is to just some consulting. You may have a newer trucking company, but some of these men and women, they've driven for somebody else. So they're not necessarily new to driving the truck, but they are newer sometimes to owning a business, which is totally different. There's a lot more at risk. And so a lot of it is, us helping them like, hey, this is some of the stuff you're going to be seeing, or when situations come up, how do they handle it? Right now we get a lot of carriers calling in saying, hey, I just found out I took a double brokered load. I got scammed online. How do I, I hauled the load. How do I get paid? And so a lot of it is just us really consulting them. I mean, from a business standpoint, sure, we want to keep our clients forever. I want you factoring your invoices forever. But I think from like a moral standpoint, it is kind of bittersweet and a little bit heartwarming to see our clients at some point be like, hey, I've been with you guys 4 or 5 years. I think I'm ready and I don't need factoring anymore. The personal side of me loves that. Obviously, I wish I could keep clients forever, but it is, the goal is to one day, let them not need a factoring company and they know what they're doing. And they're like, hey, I've got this thanks to your support over the years.
Yes, ultimately. So it sounds like it's a little bit administrative, it's a little bit of consulting, and then it's a little bit of giving them that needed support that they need. Because like you said, you have some people that may not necessarily be new to trucking, but they're new to trucking business. And that is 2 different arenas to be in, from independently or maybe driving for another company driving, versus now you have a responsibility not only yourself, but everyone else that's in your business. So I feel that is not only a good thing to have a factoring company, but it's necessary, especially with all the different rules and the different changes and the different things that you have to keep eyes and ears on in order to be able to stay trucking in this new season. I would say this new season of trucking. And so it's very, very good that that you guys are providing. Not just I hear from you that, which I feel that is very important and powerful. And you don't hear this too much from COOs. You really care. At the end of the day, you really care. So you have that moral compass, which is very, very important, because our truckers want to be knowing that they can trust the company that they're with, but also having that part where, okay, yes, we're here for support, but this is how it goes. This is how you have to stay within the requirements. We have to get XYZ done so that they can remain in the trucking industry. So I know that you say you do small to medium-sized businesses, and I know specifically right now we're talking about trucking, but when you get into the different fees and different stuff, do they have to worry about additional fees when they start with your company?
So it kind of just depends on sometimes too what type of freight. I know for box trucks, there might be a different fee than if you're doing just the reefer or flatbed. And that's a lot of like sales. I know that, when what we're, I think, really great about is keeping our fees transparent. So every time you submit an invoice to TAFs, you're going to get a batch. We call it a batch summary. It's basically like a receipt. It's going to tell you what you submitted to us, what the invoice amount was, and what the factoring fee was, and any other fees that could be associated. And then it's going to tell you where your money went. So if it went to, via ACH to Chase Bank. And so you're going to get that breakdown of every single load every time that we process your invoices. And then we also give you access to all your reporting. And I know that definitely comes in handy when they go to do their taxes at the end of the year, or just, for business reasons to see what they've spent on, X, Y, and Z. I know some of them have used it even for some truck financing to show like, hey, because they don't get a normal paycheck. And so they can show, hey, this was what our income was for January, February, March of last year. So if the bank needs it, so it does provide like additional reporting for our clients so that they can use whatever they need. But we do give a full transparent breakdown. We're really competitive with our prices. I mean, we have great competitors out there. And so we try to stay in line with them as well. So it's probably going to be pretty similar to what's out there in the industry.
Well, that's good to know that you guys have that transparency in regards to your pricing and everything. And it can be subjective, like you said, based upon what type of truck or what type of industry within the industry there.
Or how many trucks, right? Like, so if you have one truck or somebody approaches us with 10 trucks, we could say, okay, well, maybe the 10 trucks also wants a fuel deal. So there's a lot that kind of goes into the pricing as well. But I would say majority of our clients have less than 5 trucks. So we really do try to cater to the smaller ones.
Okay, well, that's still for a person who don't know quite what they're doing. You need help with 5 trucks, okay? Because
5 trucks, I think that's a lot. I'm like,
that's a lot to me.
To handle 5 trucks, I'm like, it's nonstop. I mean, yeah, I think it's a lot. So I don't mean to downplay 5 trucks at all, because it's a lot. Even people going from 1 to 2 trucks within their first year is a huge accomplishment. I mean, it's hard to keep up in general with 1 truck, and then you talk about adding another one. So that it's impressive.
I would say that too, because I hear everything dealing with the 1 truck, and then the ones who had 2, we like,
I know.
That's a lot.
It's probably kind of like adding kids, right? Like 1, you have some chaos, and then you add 2, it's like, okay, now it's even more chaos. Then you add 3, you're like, wow, I'm way outnumbered, a lot of chaos. So it's probably, similar.
I would say so. And for every person, their capacity to be able to handle what they're handling is a little bit different for each person. But to me, 5 is a lot. So anything past that, however, everybody's capacity is a little bit different. So I love the fact that you guys have that good transparency. You have that good moral compass. You all also, I would say lay a good foundation so that if they need to get other financial help because of bookkeeping and all this, you guys kind of keep a record of transparency, letting them see everything and be able to have these documents that can go and apply for various different things, because you guys are so great with keeping up with the paperwork. And in the trucking industry with our truckers, one of the hardest things is keeping that paperwork. Because like I said, on most truckers' mind, they're not thinking about the paperwork like that unless you got to send this paperwork in order for you to get paid for your haul. Yeah, you're gonna think about it then, but other than that, your main concern is getting from point A to point B quicker and faster, right?
Yeah.
And so the fact that you guys are helping them on, which I think it should be necessary for everyone, for the fact that they don't have time to do all this kind of paperwork. It's a lot. It's a lot when you think about it. And so speaking about paperwork, we know that sometimes with factoring companies, they can do recourse and non-recourse on factoring. So do y'all have like a certain requirement where you determine whether they fall into that, and do y'all handle that?
Yeah, so currently we are a full recourse program. And so we will, call and email all the brokers all day long to try to get that pay status. I'm sure they just love it. But we gotta provide that service and try to fight for our clients. If TAFS strongly feels that the invoice is not going to get paid, we will recourse that. What I've really seen over the past year is more of the bankruptcies from some of the larger brokers, Yellow, Surge, Convoy, Meadowlark. I mean, the list goes on and on, which was a hectic year. I've never seen anything like that. And then I see it more in claims, brokers not wanting to pay because there's a claim, or they're holding everything in payables right now because there's a claim. That's majority of what I see. In those instances, especially for the bankruptcy, we did offer loans to all of our clients who needed them. And we do that just in general to our clientele. We offer business loans. So if they need help with fuel, payroll, anything that has to do with operating expenses, we, if they meet, the criteria, we do offer business loans. And we have some clients that get a new loan every 8 weeks. They pay it off, they get a new one, pay it off, get a new one. So for the bankruptcies, in that case, we did offer loans, even if they didn't meet, the normal matrix or criteria, because we said, well, this isn't their fault. We don't want them going out of business. We need them too. I mean, Taft's isn't going to survive without its customers. And so in order to assist, so that way, they weren't super negative with Taft's and they could continue submitting, and we would just take a little bit per invoice to go towards that balance owed for the brokers. But so we do really try to assist, because it does us no good if our client goes out of business.
Yes, I agree. We have a comment from good old LinkedIn. It said Brooke is an amazing representation of our Taft's team members. That's Jeremy. And we also had a person. Yeah, so thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. So it's good to know that you guys take it over and beyond. It's not just about, it is about the numbers, but it's not all about the numbers. You understand like how the circle goes, like the circle of life, so to speak, within the industry. And in order for this to happen, it's a cause and effect of a chain of events that happens. And so the fact that in certain cases that you're a full recourse, meaning you'll do those calls if need be, if you see they go into bankruptcy or in a unfavorable, I would say, dealing with fund situation, you guys have something like a little safety net for ones who qualify, that they could be able to apply for a loan to be able to get them over that bad hump, because sometimes it's just a bad quarter. Okay. Yep. And they just need that push, they need that help so that they can get through that quarter.
Yeah.
So,
well, and sometimes with claims too, like the broker might say, okay, well, it's a 3-month ongoing claim. And it puts the carrier, the trucking company, in a really bad position sometimes. And so we try to help as much as we can, because if we can keep them afloat until the claim gets cleared up, because they're not quick on claims sometimes, insurance, everything that goes into it. So we really try to work together with our client to say, hey, I know they're taking a long time, the broker is, but we're going to help you out.
Well, I want to personally thank you for something that you guys did for one of our members in our community. Okay, there are some companies that say a lot of things, but they may not necessarily have the receipts on what they're doing. But I'm here to tell you that everything Brooke is saying is absolutely true. Taft is that stand by you type of factoring company. Matter of fact, now she might not say this, but I like to brag on our sponsors, because we do our little research, honey. They were awarded the best trucking factoring company in 2022, and they did not receive that. They was on this list, and out of all these factoring companies, they were listed as the best for trucking. So I mean, that should tell you what kind of caliber Taft's has. Also, I would like to thank you for helping one of our members in the Shetrucking community who experienced the terrible thing of double brokering. And we know what happens with double brokering. And it's happening more and more, it's happening more often. So the fact that even before this partnership was solidified, you guys stepped in and you helped her with that double brokering. So I would like to just thank you publicly for taking the time, even before we had solidified all of this partnership with you guys supporting us. You went in to help. So thank you so much, because listen, we don't even, double broke. Ooh, that's a whole topic all by itself.
And it's crazy because since I've been at TAPS, double brokering has always somewhat existed. You just didn't really hear much about it. It was kind of rare. And then in the past 18 months, it has just exploded. And I just feel so, I mean, there's nothing worse than when you're on the phone with a client and they're literally in tears for doing work and they're not going to get paid for it. I mean, it's, and they've wasted how much time and money, and it's really, really sad how many people are getting taken advantage of because scammers out there or people doing unethical things. And it is so frustrating. And I get so frustrated because I deal with some of the double brokers and it's like nothing happens to them. I'm like, can't you like get in trouble? But it's like, it just seems like it's nobody really is looking or nothing ever happens. And it's like, it's really sad. It would be scary to be a carrier right now and you're booking loads and then all of a sudden figuring out you got scammed or like, is this real? Is this fake? I mean, and maybe I'm a bit biased because I see some of the worst case scenarios. But I just really feel for the carriers.
No, you're right. And the fact that you listened, and then not only did you listen, but you took action and did something about it, because it's happening. Like you said, it's happening more frequently now than ever. I mean, we're hearing more about it with people talking about it online, people talking about it all over the place where you may not have heard about it as much on social media and all the places before. But now more people are coming forward talking about it. But the fact that when it happened within our community, you guys listened, you heard about it, you took action, and you helped them. Like you said, the time it takes to do the jobs that the truckers do, and then to find out that it's been double broker and you may not get paid or don't get paid. I mean, that is,
yeah.
I mean, it just hits you right here. And so the fact that you guys heard it, took action, and you made something happen. So we're just, we can't even express how, because we hear so many of the sad stories of the cases or the people who never received the help. They just become another statistic in this endless cycle of double brokering. So the fact that you guys did that, I want to just say that this is different. So if you guys looking for a factoring company that really, stand by what they say, they're not only just a company, they have what I call those morals, ethics, standards. And that is what you should look for when you are building your brand as a trucking company, when you're building your business. You want people that you bring into your business to do any type of help to have the same moral compass, right? They just want to, at the end of the day, do what's right. And so we love that TABS have so many women, so many women in TABS. So that beautiful photo that you guys had actually sent wearing the Shetrucking shirts. Yes, there it is. I mean, the fact that all of the women. So we're gonna change the conversation a little bit in regards to when we think about trucking. Usually it's kind of linear in the fact that we just think about we're in a male-dominated industry. If you're in the trucking and transportation industry, you have to drive a truck, you have to drive a box truck, you have to do, a truck. You're not thinking about other layers of the transportation industry. And TABS just happened to be one of those layers in the trucking and transportation industry. So what are some things that you have noticed, that you have seen in regards to, I wouldn't necessarily say the pivot, but the change in regards to how many women you see? And TAP is so different because it's so many women. So let's talk about how women can find themselves or build a career in logistics?
Yeah. So TAFs, I mean, at one point, I think it was like 70% of us were women. Yeah, it was like super high. I'm not sure what it is now, but we still have a lot of women. And I've really noticed that with a lot of the trucking companies, we are definitely seeing more like women owners, which is just awesome in the last 2 years, really since 2021. But we really see a lot of the women doing the back office work. So the owner, maybe the driver, and he's driving and hauling loads, but really the women are kind of doing that back office, all the behind the scene work that makes it all go around. And we definitely need that, right? We need both. I tend to see more of like the sales being more men dominated in the factoring industry, but definitely the women when it comes to operations, accounting. Some are definitely in sales as well. But I'm like, there's actually a lot more women in logistics, I think, than what people realize. I even look at like Trans Am, they're a sister company of ours. There's a lot of women in the office. And so it's really neat to see. And like, I'm not on TikTok, but I'm on Instagram. And the other day I was looking at like just reels, and obviously like my phone's listening to me or whatever, because it's now showing me like videos of like women out there securing their trucks, like out in the industry, and just like women in trucking. And I'm like, what? I'm like, this is so cool that there are pages like this and that more women are getting like exposure of what it's like in the industry, And some of these girls, they are tiny. They're like, Sheree's tiny, right? She's like teeny tiny. Yeah. And I'm like, these girls driving these huge trucks. I mean, it's really badass. It's so cool.
I know. And the fact that March is International Women's Month, and we're going to be at MATS, the Mid-American Truck Show, which is the largest trucking event people come from all over to go to MATS every single year. And the fact that you guys going to be there too.
Yeah.
And so Shetrucking as well as TAFs is going to be in the building. So we encourage all of you who have not registered yet to go ahead and register and get your ticket from for the Mid-American Truck Show. It's going to be March 21st through the 23rd, if I have my dates correct. So make sure to I was right. And go ahead and register today. We're going to be at booth 40652. That is booth 40652. And we will love to be able to see you. We're going to be podcasting. We're going to be meeting and greeting all of you. And also we're going to be telling you and connecting you with wonderful company such as TAF, because they are our platinum sponsors for the Shetrucking podcast. But like you said before, when I think of trucking, what booth, before we go there, what booth number do you remember?
I can ask and see what they're for MATS.
Yeah, because we know we there, but we don't always remember the booth number. So many different numbers we have to remember. But anyway,
with our marketing guy.
Well, at some point when you get that, just let us know, and I'll make sure to say yours as well as we'll say ours again, because we want them to visit both of us at the Mid-American Truck Show. Just thinking about women in general, with March being the International Women's Month. And you just spreading this great fun fact, this FYI for our information or for your information. I had no earthly idea or never even really thought about it to that extent, thinking about, your booth 67124.
Wow, way to go, Yessie. She knew it.
Thank you, Yessie. And so to think about women in a male-dominated industry, but yet dominating in this area. I mean, we don't even thinking about women dominating in any area of trucking. But looking at TAF, that's a lot. 70% women. I mean, that's a lot. Yay, women, we do it.
I know. And really, like, it's, you know, something that's important to us, and probably just in transportation and with a lot of companies, you know, we're not looking so much at your background. We're looking at, hey, do you do things with integrity? Are you a hard worker? And are you open to learning? Because most people, when they enter transportation, or especially with factoring side, they've never been in factoring, and that's okay. You know, we say we just want hardworking people who have, you know, good ethics, and they're willing to learn. I mean, like I said, I was a middle school teacher before this. I had no idea what factoring was, but and you know, I'm never the smartest one in the room, but I'm like, hey, I try to, you know, make decisions that are best for the company, and I just try to get better, and I try to learn. And so that's really what we look for here. You don't have to have some long resume, or a certain amount of education. You know, I went to college because I love learning, and, you know, as a teacher, but then some of our people here, that are super successful, have very diverse backgrounds. And so we really, you know, we embrace that everyone's from a different background. And we think it contributes to our synergy and our culture. And it helps with our clientele too, right? To have diverse people. And so, you know, I think a lot just in transportation or any job in general is really just making sure it's just working hard. I mean, you don't have to always be the smartest or the best or the most talented. It's, you know, hardworking people with good ethics, I think, is kind of hard to find nowadays, unfortunately.
I concur.
Yeah.
Yeah, I concur on that. And so when I hear any company speak on the morals, ethics, and standards, which is what I stand on as a person, and then I carry that on into business, that is what appeals to me. And then when I saw all the things that you guys do in regards to your work, your staff, all the way down to the carriers that you're working with, because at the end of the day, people want to be treated like a human with respect at the end of the day. Even if you don't have all the answers right then, they just want to know that you heard them, and you're going to figure it out, or you're going to find someone that their feelings are valid. Because most of the time when you're speaking with someone, maybe sometime doing factoring, especially if they're getting with a broker thing, double brokering, emotions are running high.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you can like feel what they're going through, be empathetic, and then you look and find a solution to the problem, and kind of like gently guide them to, it's ultimately up to them what they're going to do, but you can guide them towards the best decision. But let them make the choice, but at least to know that they have options. So Brooke, what we're going to do right now, I want to talk more about TAF and all the different things that you guys do, as well as how women are making exceptional waves in this area of transportation. So if you've been one of those women sitting there saying, listen, I cannot drive no 18-wheeler, and there is no way, I want to be a part, but I can't do that. There's so many other layers that you can do. But before we do that, we're going to go and take a commercial break, and then we'll be back in a moment with the amazing Brooke from TAF. We'll be back in a moment. And just like that, we are back. We're back with Brooke, and she is TAV's COO, and she has been explaining to us different things in regards to what factoring is. She also been breaking down how they actually can help small to medium and even some large trucking companies be able to stay afloat and all the different resources that they have available, just in case you find yourself in a little pinch, which all of us do. They have resources if you fit the requirement. They can be able to do loans, they'll be able to educate, all these different things. And she, before we went to the commercial break, she also shared with us how women, yes, women, being a former educator in the public school system, just as I was a special needs education teacher before all of this.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so hearing our similarities, you know, because I would have never thought that this would be something that I'll be doing. And I'm sure, like, you didn't grow up saying I want to be a factorer when I grow up. That's not on. Yeah, I was like, okay, was that one of the career choices that they give you as a little child? No,
I don't remember that. No,
it wasn't. So the fact that you found yourself in this industry and seeing, because we know we hear so often it's male dominated, and we know that's true to a certain extent. But learning from you today, how with TAVs, how it's 70% women at minimum, and how you guys are making waves and different things that women can be very beneficial and needed and necessary when you're dealing with accounting, dealing with the day-to-day operations of a business, and how women can start exploring this type of industry. I never even thought about factoring. I mean, literally, I never even thought about women in factoring. Well, I like the way that sounds, women in factoring. But anyway,
yeah,
that sounds pretty good.
We should start something. Okay.
Start a little movement here. So in regards to TAP, because I know you guys are big on helping, do y'all have any sort of education that you guys provide for your carriers in the form of maybe a newsletter, a blog, or someplace where they can go to get additional information in regards to factoring and trucking and what's going on in this industry?
You know, we were just talking about that the other day, of, you know, possibly putting something together like that. Right now, what we do, as situations kind of come up in the industry, we will email out kind of like our advice. So like the scamming lately, right? So they're booking online, they think it's a certain broker and it ends up not being that broker. Okay, what do you do? And so, or, you know, with a lot of the bankruptcies, we sent out kind of a longer email that said, you know, diversifying your customer base will definitely help, you know, because those who did all of their loads, let's say with Yellow, it severely hurt them when they went bankrupt. And so we try to give out advice here and there as we see situations come up, or that we see, hey, a lot of carriers lately have been saying this. But we were just talking the other day, we're like, maybe we should do some sort of, especially in the beginning, when a carrier's with us, some sort of like educational tool, because that seems to be when they need it the most. You know, some of the companies that have been around 8, 9, 10 years, they've seen a lot in their time, and they may not need as much of that consulting. So that is something that we've talked about. We have so much in the pipeline for the next year. Our main focus over this next year is just really elevating the client experience. I think this industry was really tough over the past year and a half for everybody involved. I mean, for the carriers, I mean, the rates were not where, you know, they used to be. A lot of people went out of business. And it was hard for the brokers too. I mean, you look at all the bankruptcies and they've all reported, especially the large brokers, their earnings for the year, and they're also down. Scamming everywhere, right? So everybody in the industry is just kind of like nervous about everything. And so I think, you know, we said, okay, we really need to figure out a way for, factoring companies, brokers, carriers to all really come together and work together really well. And TAPS really needs to focus on the client experience, because we have good competitors, right? And if our rates are all basically the same, what's going to make us stand out? Well, people just, as you had said earlier, people just want to be treated like humans, and they want to feel heard. And I think now that the dust has settled a little bit from the horrible year and a half, I think TAPS is in a much better place to say, okay, how can we really elevate this now and take it to the next level, to where that's something that we truly, truly pride ourselves on. So that's really in the pipeline. Special vendors, like how can we partner up to make it easier on the carriers, is kind of where we're headed to in 2024. So
I love it, because at the end of the day, like you said, they want to be heard, but also just like if you're starting any business, not just trucking, if it's any business, one thing that most businesses, when they find themselves getting in trouble, and not necessarily because they wanted to, it's because of a lack of information, because of having a lack of information. So the fact that you guys are seeing the problem, you are aware of it, and you're actively have it where you, okay, this is something that we're going to put on the table, and we're going to actually figure out which is the most effective way that we can help our clientele in this regard. And so the fact that you're even taking the time to do this, because at the end of the day, let's just keep it real. You're a factoring company. You're not a consulting company. That is just something that makes it uniquely you. You're saying, okay, we are factoring, but we're going to have this other layer, which is more personable, because we want you to be successful, because we understand how the chain of events happen. If we need you to stay afloat so that our business can go. So you see that, and you're being proactive in regards to that. So I'm glad to hear that you are looking to possibly implement something like that in the future. But I'm also glad that after coming out such a tumultuous time, I would say, from the pandemic all the way now, people are just starting to get their feet on the ground. And then we have all of these other little problems that's budding with the scamming, with the double brokering, with the other issues, right? And so the fact that you're taking time to address those needs in the now, when we need it now, that is very admirable. Now, thinking about, this is what on all truckers, whether you're a truck driver, whether you have a trucking company or what, do you Lord, these sound effects gonna get me every time. So Rob said, lots of great trucking educational articles on our blogs that TAF content teams create. So make sure to go check out their blog section, and you'll be able to see some information about various different hot topics, I would say, that's going on in the trucking and transportation industry in the now. So make sure to go check that out. I would say one of the main things, like I said before, with truckers, people in the transportation industry, whether you run a company or you're a part of a company, is what's happening with the trucking industry? What's the prediction in regards to how do we see trucking from 2024 onward? Because so much has changed, especially when yellow and all of that went out, and the importance of what you brought out before, which I think is very important that we need to emphasize. If you are a trucking company, you need to diversify, like Brooke said, not putting all your eggs in one basket, because when they went under, a lot of people went under with them. And so just having that type of knowledge would have saved a lot of businesses that went under. So what type of, do you have any type of thoughts in regards to the climate of the trucking industry right now, and how it is now, and it getting better, or it's kind of like flatline, or what we need to do to make it better from a, what, do you have any type of prediction of what we can do better for 2024?
I think So I read a lot of stuff of, what experts in the industry are saying. They think that rates are going to start coming up or kind of making a turn, hopefully in that late second quarter, maybe this summer of 2024. So I'm definitely hoping the same. As far as what TAS is seeing, because we track the average invoice amount, and that number is important to us. And when everything was at its peak in 2021, rates were, the average invoice size was around 2,000, and down to its lowest in the past 18 months, it got down to around 1,300. That's a huge difference. Yeah, your average invoice. And now we're starting to see it slowly come up. January and February are always a little bit slower. A lot of people are just starting their MCs too. So that's a little bit to what that is. Some people take time off, especially if they're not from the US. They might go home for a little bit. It's kind of what we see. But when I see the average invoice size start ticking up a little, that gives me a little bit of hope, because we saw it go down for so long and stay down. So I think we've hit bottom. And I think that it's going to come back up. I think election year is always just kind of crazy too. So you add that in to the industry, and I think it'll be interesting. I think it's going to get better.
Well, yay. Well, I think you're right, because I feel that we hit the bottom of the bottom. Like the pandemic first off kicked it off, and we saw things that we never saw before. And then now, like you said, $1,300 for an invoice. That's a low. And so we only can go up from here, people. So have a little
I know,
hope.
like it can't get lower.
Like, please no. Okay, so we also want to make mention that at the Mid-American Truck Show during Women International Month, Shetrucking will be launching our first edition of the Lord help me, the Shetrucking magazine. And we are so excited about this first commemorative edition of the magazine, and we are actually featuring TAFs in this magazine as well. So I know you're learning a lot from Brooke today about TAFs and their moral compass, as well as what they do for the carriers in the industry. But you're going to learn more detail about what those services entail. And you'll be able to scan a code or be able to go to their website and be able to join. You're going to see all of this. So you're going to learn all about TAF. You're going to understand when she was talking about the recovery, the speedy race. They operate 365 days a year. For us, just speaking about that good old fuel, honey, how much it costs and how can you help me? They have those fuel cards ready. And also they have extensive benefits for growth. So they're more than just a factoring company. That's what they are, but they're so much more, because they help you, in my opinion, when other people might not help you. I mean, and the attention to detail on what TAFs does for their carriers and the business owners of those carriers. What they do is just it's more than just a factoring, in my opinion. I know this is not their slogan, but in my opinion, they're more than just a factoring company. Y'all might need to coin that. You're more than just a factoring company. And so in this new terrain that we find ourselves in, the new tapestry of what we see going on within the trucking and transportation industry, and for those of you who already have a trucking business and you're trying to figure out which factoring company should you go with, you should go with the best. You should go with TAFs. Okay, because like I said, it's more than just a factoring company. They're actually going to help you, and they also have things implemented to educate you. Okay, at the end of the day, you don't only need services, you need to be educated about the why, so that you can effectively run your business and be able to be in business for the long haul, not short term, but for the long haul. And so I'm just so thankful for you for giving me some of your time, Brooke, today. And I also want to say a big thank you to our Shetrucking magazine sponsors. And I also want to let people know that we are going to be giving away this first edition of the Shetrucking magazine for absolutely free, thanks to the sponsors. But we need more sponsors so that we can give away more magazines for absolutely free at this event, because it's more than just a magazine. It's actually attaching you to wonderful companies like Taft and information that you need to know in order to grow, whether you are a trucker, whether you are transportation, whether you are a company. You can connect with different people. And also you'll get to meet our vice president that we got on Shetrucking. So you'll be able to meet and see a lot of us that you may not necessarily see that's behind the scenes. So we want to give a special thank you to Brandon Johnson, Nate Johnson, and John White. We want to give a special thank you for being some of the first contributors for the Shetrucking magazine, but we still need your help, okay? And if your heart is moved to do so, which I know it is, I need you to go on to donate at shetrucking.com. We also have John White as well. So thank you everyone for all of your contributions towards the magazine so that we can be able to give this invaluable free resource to the individuals that's at the MATS event that's going to be happening next month. And you can also join the movement yourself. You can get your company featured inside the pages of the magazine by placing your ad today by going to www.shetrucking.com. And on the cover for our volume 1, we have our amazing new vice president, Gabriella Simmons, and we're going over 6 tips how to troubleshoot to save time and money. We have many truckers now that's homeschooling. They want to know how they can homeschool their children while they're trucking. We also talk about the CDL scholarships that Shetrucking actually provides, commonly asked questions about being a truck driver, and so much more within the pages of our first Shetrucking magazine in representation of women in trucking, like the amazing Brooke and all the 70%ers over there of women at Taft. Okay, like that is something. Like when I saw that photo, Brooke, of all of you sitting on that desk, and you had the Shetrucking, and you had Taft behind you. Here it is. I was like, oh.
I know, it's so cute. And we have a lot more women than that, but most of that is sales as well. And so we're all like, we all saw the sweatshirts and like, okay, we all want to order some swag and then take a picture and just wear the swag. I mean, it's good swag, which is important.
Oh, yes, I 100% agree with you. But it was just great to see when I saw it. So to me, I'm like, wait, that's Shetrucking logo. And I'm like, wait. Then I was like, oh, that's Taft. I'm like, this is amazing. I mean, just like, because Shetrucking is all about helping women, to be able to grow and have thriving businesses, or be able to thrive in this industry and have that necessary support. So we want to thank you guys for being our platinum sponsor for the Shetrucking podcast. And one more thing I wanted to ask you was, what do you let me see, how can I say this? What do you want to leave with the women in Shetrucking? Because we have 30,000 women just in the Facebook group, but when you start counting up everything on social media, it's way more. So what indelible mark you would like to leave, Taft would like to leave with the Shetrucking Foundation? Because our members mean a lot to us, and I know that your clients mean a lot to you. So what are you going to do to help them?
I think a lot of it is just, continuing to ask questions and get involved. I mean, women are so smart. They're powerful. We can really conquer anything. And so I think it's really important that, foundations like Shetrucking come about. And you guys, I mean, I was looking over the site. It's incredible how much you guys have done. And I looked at like the timeline, and it said Sheree just got her CDL 10 years ago. I was like, holy cow, there's there's so much that's been done. And I think this is a hot topic. And I think more women should continue speaking up, making sure that they're going after rates aggressively, just like the men do. They're pushing to fight for the top, just as the men are, because we can do it. And really, women are heavily, heavily needed in transportation. So continue entering that world, and really the opportunities are endless. And we're so grateful to have a partnership with you guys, because I think it's really powerful.
I know it's powerful because, like you're saying, have that same synergy, and having women and showing that we are here. We are here, and we are representing so many different layers within this industry. And you guys just bring a different layer to bring awareness, self-awareness for us to even know that this area or this arena does exist and we can thrive in this area. We don't necessarily have to be in the truck in order to be a part of the impactful movement that's going on within the industry right now, because many of us can't, I'm not gonna say many, but some can't see themselves driving a large truck or a large rig or even a box truck, but they still want to help. And this is another way that they can help and still be a part of the transportation industry. So I thank you so much for sharing that knowledge and sharing that information, also broadening our minds to this side of logistics, because I never really thought about factoring before, in this way. I just, you just, broaden my perspective in that regard, because I know about factoring, but I didn't think of it in this light. So the fact that you was able to share that, thank you so much. So we already had all this serious conversation, Brooke, for the whole, the whole interview. So now it's time to be a little lighthearted. Do you have any favorite quote or anything that Brooke just absolutely loves to do? It don't necessarily have to be anything about trucking. It could just be you. Because we work all the time.
I know. I'm never not working, whether it's at home with the kids or it's here. It's like,
me too. I'm a mother too.
Oh yeah. After I leave work, I'm like, it's second shift. Here we go. Which is just as important as, this shift during the day. I guess probably my favorite quote has to probably do with leadership. That's what I went to get my graduate degree in, and I try to read a lot about leadership, but something that really changed a lot of my mindset, and I don't even know who said it, but I read it somewhere, and it was like, leadership isn't about what they can do for me, it's about what I can do for them. And I think that's so important, because I think some people view, when they're in a higher title, might view it as, hey, how can people get some stuff off my plate? And I really don't view it like that. I try to view it as, okay, am I giving the people underneath me enough support to get their job done, to make them successful? And so I really look at leadership as kind of like a servant type role, instead of the other way around. And so that kind of guides a lot of my thinking or my decision making. So that's probably my favorite quote, when it comes to just working in life and in general, is really that leadership role.
I love the quote. Now I'm gonna have to use it for myself.
Yeah, good.
I love it. And at the end of the day, to be a successful leader, in all cases, ones who I have watched, who I have learned from, to be a successful leader, you have to learn how to be a servant leader first. You have to put the word servant in front of your leadership, because like you said, you have to put others first. And once you learn how to navigate that terrain effectively, thank you for coming on the Shetrucking podcast today, being a featured guest on our show. And you guys make sure to check out Brooke and their amazing company at Taft's Factory. You can call them today at 1-866-896-2671, or just simply visit their website at www.tafs www.tafs.com. That's TAFS. Yes, it's www.tafs.com. So if you are a business, trucking business, and you need help with getting yourself together, getting yourself in order, honey, then you need to give TAFS a call or visit their website today. Again, check out their blog that was mentioned earlier today, and make sure if you have not registered for MATS, go ahead and register for MATS, and we would love to see you at MATS next month, March the 21st through the 23rd. Come visit both of our tables. We would love to see you there. Again, Brooke, thank you again for being a platinum sponsor of the Shetrucking podcast, and thank you for giving us some of your time, you guys. This is the end of the Shetrucking podcast. We'll see you guys next week. Same time, same place.
Be strong.
DJ Tony Duff. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin'. Yeah, she a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She truckin'. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She truckin'. Ah.
Join the Shetrucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, Shetrucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Welcome to the Shetrucking podcast. My name is Cindy Tunstall, and I'm your host of the Enjoying Life OTR episode. We have a fabulous show for you today. I can't wait for you to meet our guests. But before we do that, I have to tell y'all, I'm a part of the Shetrucking Foundation, and look what I got in the mail. My Shetrucking driver appreciation gift box. I'm so excited. I've been waiting to this day to open it. It feels like Christmas. I've been trying to cheat and shake it and see what's in there. I've been looking at everybody else's gift boxes that what they've been in packaging. I noticed they're all a little bit different. So I'm like, I want to show y'all what I got. Okay, I got a Shetrucking Foundation. It's our goal to complete a mission to inspire
empower, and offer transportation scholarships to help the great members like you. Each donation that we receive will be used to change lives each year. So if y'all are not a member of the Shetrucking Foundation, I encourage you to join up, because not only do you get to support other women who are coming into the industry, but you also get to be a part of change. You get to give your feedback about the things that are happening out there. And the part I love being a part of it is I get to network with other great women who are doing this work and thriving in the industry. So it's so inspiring to get to be around other people. So love that. Okay, let me see what else I got in here. See if I can hold this up and show y'all. Look at all this stuff. I mean, oh my gosh. I mean, I love this. Okay, I got Transfix, send me little sleeves. I think these are sleeves for protect your arm from the sun. Y'all, my left arm, I use sunscreen and I still get so dark. So I'm super excited about that. Oh, what is this? Oh, look at this, Shetrucking. Oh, it's a tote bag. Y'all, I need this in the truck. I'm so excited about this. I feel like I always need little things to get organized. Oh, look at these torn pages. I love these. These are little beads that are made out of paper. I could use these to hang in my truck. Look at Landstar getting a little calculator. I always need that. Oh, look at some little self-care items, some chapstick and some lotion. Y'all, there is so much stuff in here. This is crazy. Oh, look at stainless steel tumbler. Love that. Oh, look at this. Truckingparkingclub.com. Okay, y'all, OTR, if y'all are not on this website, you have to get this app. This is so incredible. You can put your location in there and they will find available parking for you. If you're driving down the road and you can't have time to search and you know it's getting late and you're hitting the wall, you know, when you hit those miles and you're like looking at the clock, I'm out of time, you can call them. They will help find and set you up a reservation without you even having to pull the truck over, and you can do it safely. It's so great. So y'all do this. Truckparkingclub.com. This is incredible. I mean, seriously, I don't know how they thought of this, but it's beautiful. And it's not always just like the big, huge places. Sometimes it'll be some little random truck stop. There's just a little small thing, and there's only a few spaces in there, and there's room for you. So I know truck parking is always an issue. It is for me too, and I'm even in a box truck. So, oh wow, look at these gloves. How cute are they? Got a little pink. I like black gloves because you know they get filthy. So, but I like that little pink on there. Got a little Shetrucking. Oh wow, what is this? Always wear your seatbelt. Our roads safely. Share the road safely.gov. Ah, look at that. Cute. What is this? So many goodies. Clean water, clear choice. The City of Chattanooga Water Quality Program. Nice. Love that. Markers. Oh my gosh. Look at these snacks. Y'all, I know I need some snacks on set. Look at this hat. National Truck Driver Appreciation Week. I got a cap. I don't wear sunglasses. I wear caps when I'm driving. I got a t-shirt. Oh, love that. Seriously, y'all, this is crazy good. Where you go, best pass, like that. Oh, what is this? Okay, little pads. We don't need that. Just in case when I'm on the road. Okay, there's more. I gotta put this down so I can get to the bottom. My trucking life journal. My parents are always saying, are you writing down all these crazy stories you're never going to remember? You know, some stuff happens out there. Look at that. I love that. So thoughtful. Yeah, Sheree, y'all hooked us up. What is in here? Okay, I'm sorry. It's taking so long to open. It's like when you're at a family Christmas and you're waiting on that one person. It's taking forever to open their gifts. And you want to open yours? Okay, that's what's happening right now. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get fast. Okay, so let me see what I have here. Oh, this is about the insurance health plan. What is this? Okay, insurance options. Love that. Start healthy. Let's start your health. Love that. So many goodies here. Well, I just have to say thank you, Sheree Moore, and all of our sponsors of Shetrucking, all these wonderful things that you gave to express your appreciation for us. You know, Shetrucking, we have so many beautiful partnerships. So I'm so very grateful. So this is so generous. I mean, it really is like Christmas, isn't it? Anyway, so if y'all aren't a part of the Shetrucking Foundation and Shetrucking Group, I encourage you to join up because they really take care of us drivers. And just do so much to take care of us. Okay, there's a bracelet in here too, and I can't find it, Sheree. Look at this cute little pen. I love that. All right, there's a Shetrucking Foundation bracelet in there. Oh, I see it. Oh, here it is. Oh, I love this. I missed it. After y'all aren't on, I'm gonna have to play with everything. Look at this. Look how cute that is. Shetrucking bracelet. Love that. Oh, Sheree, for real. This is too much. Look at these beads. Love that. I'll put that on right now. Okay, and no distraction with my gift box. Anyway, Shetrucking loves and values truckers, and so many of our sponsors have just been so generous to give these gifts. So if y'all didn't sign up this year to get one, y'all be sure to sign up next time, because so many goodies. This box is huge. Look at all the stuff in here. I didn't even go through it all. There's so many great things. Anyway, so, okay, back to the show. Okay, we have a great episode for you today. You know, our show is Enjoying Life OTR. My passion is, you know, I'm an OTR driver. I drive a 26-foot box truck full time. I do OTR. I stay in the hotels usually, but my goal is to take advantage of the opportunity to travel. You know, we get to travel all over this beautiful country, and I love the driving. I love the work. I love negotiating my own lanes. I love deciding where I'm going to go. I mean, I love all parts of trucking. I love securing my freight and, you know, telling everybody on the dock what needs to happen and get everything there securely. I mean, I love all parts of the job. But I also want to take care of myself. You know, when I'm out for 3 weeks at a time, I know it is not good for my spirit just to be solely all about the work. We need to have some balance, right? I love adventure. I love to travel. My family is military, so we traveled all over. And one of the things and I still tell my father this today, I've told him that my parents this recently, you know, when my family would move to a new area, they would go on a mission to find out all the great things to do in that city, because we knew we were only going to be there about 18 months, and they had 4 children, and everybody knew we're not coming back here because it's just too expensive. So my parents would just be on a mission to find all the great things to do in that city. So I would I think that just kind of bled into me as a trucker. I'm like, it's the same way. You know, when I go to Chicago, I live in Dallas. That's where my family is. And my parents and my brother are in Florida. I have family in Houston, but I'm just like, I want to take advantage of the opportunity to be there. You know, when I go to Tennessee, I want to go hiking. I want to see the waterfalls. When I go to Colorado, I want to be up in the mountains and enjoy the scenery. When I'm in Chicago, I want to go have some good food that I don't have in Texas. You know, when I'm in Texas, I want to get some good Mexican food. So, you know, I want to take advantage of all of the cultural things that are around me, both with the food and then also sightseeing. And, you know, I found when I travel to a new area, I will sometimes say to the people that are there, you know, I'll talk to a tree. So, you know, I'll go up to somebody and I'll say, hey, by the way, what's something good to do around here? Local people sometimes can't tell me anything good to do. You know, they'll go, I don't know, there's not really much to do around here. You know, I'm like, okay. You know, so I'm hopping on TripAdvisor and trying to find some fun things to do. But I wanted to find things. I wanted to create a community of people that like to explore, like to take advantage of the opportunity to travel and share their ideas. You know, I don't want to spend all my money on Uber. So I want to try to find some places with truck parking. And I want to make the most of the opportunity to travel without spending a small fortune. So I created an online community. I have enjoyinglifeotr.com is my website, but I also have a Facebook group with the same name, so Enjoying Life OTR. So I want to just share our ideas and things that we've been able to do while we're on the road that didn't cost a fortune. So we're not just living in the truck, you know, it's not great. So without further ado, I have stumbled upon somebody that is Enjoying Life OTR. She is full-time OTR driver. She literally lives in her truck. She travels all over the country, traveling to see her friends and family and doing the work, but she's really making the most of the lifestyle. You know, she's cooking in her truck and just doing a lot of great things. And I saw some of her pictures. I was like, girl, I got to have you on the show because it is pretty incredible. Okay, before I introduce her and bring her on, I want to read this quote to you, because somebody in our Facebook group saw her pictures and then she shared this quote. I think y'all have heard this. but she shared this in the She Trucking Facebook group. She said, whatever you give a woman, she will make it greater. If you give her a house, she'll make a home. If you give her groceries, she'll make a meal. And if you give her a smile, she'll give you her heart. Women multiply and enlarge what is given to her. And I thought that is a perfect perfect introduction for our guest. So we're going to go to commercial right now. She's getting ready backstage and she's going to be joining us in just a minute. I can't wait for you to meet her. So y'all sit tight. After this commercial, I'll get to hear her story. She's truly inspiring. You're going to love meeting her. Welcome back to Enjoying Life OTR and the She Trucking podcast. Today, our guest, I want to introduce you and bring her on. Her name is Dina McKinney. Welcome to the show, Dina. I'm so excited to have you.
Oh, thank you for having me. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here today.
We are thrilled to have you on the show. So before we get started, I know we got a picture of the back of your truck there. So that's a little inspiration and give everybody a little cue about how you're living out there because I love the way that you've designed your space. So we're going to definitely talk about that. But before we get into that, your lifestyle on the road, why don't you tell us a little bit about how you got into trucking and kind of just give everybody a little bit of an overview so they can get to know you a little bit.
Oh, I'd be more than glad to. Well, as she said, my name is Dina McKinney. I'm 58 years old. I started driving trucks when I was 52, and 52 is a little bit later in life, but you know, sometimes you just need to get a second, third, and fourth start in life, and this was about my sixth one. So a little bit about me. I'm a divorced mom with 6 kids. I have 6 grandchildren. My kids primarily live in the Southeast in Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida. My oldest is my daughter who's 39, married with 3 kids. Then I have a son who's married with 2. And then I got a big gap. And then I've got, let's see, 24, 23, 20, and 19, or is it 21 and 20? Anyway, about the youngest one is like right there at 20 years old.
Yeah.
And all my kids are just doing amazing things, but because they're so spread out, and because the 4 younger ones are in their younger 20s, when I started trucking, my younger kids were all still right in high school. And they were all approaching the time when they would be going to college. And because I was divorced, I was struggling before I became a truck driver. I was actually a full-time head cake decorator at Whole Foods Market in Napa, California. And prior to that, I was the head night baker for Panera Bread in San Francisco. So I've got skills. Prior to that, I went to beauty school, became a hairdresser. I joined the Army and was a dental assistant for over 20 years. So I've done many different things. So I brought a lot of skill sets to trucking. But I had an accident at Whole Foods where I fell and hit my head on a concrete floor. It took me months to get back on my feet. And when I did, I just couldn't stand. And, you know, I'm over 50. I've got all these kids to support. They're getting ready to go to college, and I needed to have funds to help support them. And I got a random text message one day from CRST, of all companies, which personally at this point would not recommend because it's a rough company. It's a starter company for sure. But you have to start somewhere. I did not do my due diligence. I didn't do any research. They gave a text message, and quite literally 2 weeks later, I was in Los Angeles and I was in truck driving school. 2 weeks after that, I had my CDL. 2 weeks after that, I was trainer, and that was almost 6 years ago, and I have never looked back.
Oh, wow.
When I started trucking, of course, I teamed for about the first year, which I'm very grateful for. Teaming really helped me develop the mechanical skill sets that I needed to be able to do this job well and to do it safely. It came very natural to me. I've loved driving my whole entire life. I will never forget. I was in my mid 30s. I had 4 kids in diapers under 4 at the same time. I was about ready to go physically and mentally insane. I'll never forget standing outside of my car at a grocery store. I think I was at Walmart one day, trying to shove kids and groceries into the car, and there goes the semi truck. And all I could think of was, oh, I really want to do that. I need an escape. It would be many, many years before I could actually do it. And so when the opportunity came, I just didn't even give it a second thought. I just went and did it. In hindsight, I probably should have done a lot more research for the starter company that I was going to go with, and, just learn a little bit more about what was going to be the expectations. But I'm sort of a shoot from the hip. If an opportunity comes by me, I'm just going to go run with it. And that's exactly what I did. And I will say that trucking has been bar none, next to joining the military, it has been bar none the absolute best thing I've ever done for myself.
I love that. I have a couple of questions, Dina. I want to ask you, when you did team driving, were you with a man or a woman?
Both.
Okay, I would say, how was that? Was that difficult for you? I know some women don't want to be in the truck with a man. Honestly, I don't know if I would either. I don't want to team with anybody either, just man or woman. I think
because I had been in the military, being with a man just never bothered me, and I'm a tomboy all through and through.
Okay.
My first co-driver actually turned out to be a felon. It's a bad story. One day I'll have to write that story.
I know, right?
But because of him, I ended up quitting that company after only being with him for 4 months. So I wasn't fully trained by the time I left there. And I almost died. Quite honestly, I ended up avoiding a 30 truck pileup in Echo Canyon in Utah. Because I left my co-driver at a fuel stop.
Did you do that on purpose?
That's one cardinal rule about truck driving with a team member. Don't ever leave them at the truck stop. And I did just that very thing. But in my own defense, the man did not leave a sign that he had left the truck. And I was the first one in the store. It was 5:30 in the morning. I had to use a water hose. He left the curtain shut. I left the truck running. I went in, I sat on the toilet, and I will never forget. I prayed to God openly that night. I just said, Lord, please. I hadn't been able to stop since 5:30 early. I was over my clock. I was busting everything up. We'd had a shutdown. We had a really horrible snowstorm that night. It was a 10-speed manual that I'm driving in crappy weather on ice. We should have shut down hours earlier, but he just pushed me. So I got back in the truck. I pulled the curtain back. I saw a pile of blankets. I thought it was him. Thought I heard him groan. It was just the truck. And I took off. I didn't know until 75 miles later I left him behind.
I've heard of others that have done that, so I don't think it's too unusual. Okay, I've got some questions for you. Okay, so now the picture that we're seeing in the back of the truck, you're a company driver, right? This is not your own rig, right? This is a company truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us what kind of truck you're in, and tell us a little bit about how you've made it feel like home, because it's really incredible what you've done.
Thank you. So this has been a long year's work in progress. I work for a company called Z Transportation out of Lincoln Park, New Jersey. I love them. I've been with them a year right now. It's my 1-year anniversary with them. When I started with them, they gave me a brand new 2023 Peterbilt 579 Ultra Loft. The Ultra Loft is the largest interior sleeper in the market today for standard cabs. It's an 80-inch sleeper. So the bottom bunk is the size of a full-size standard bed, and the top bunk is the size of a standard twin, not the skinny twin like most semi-trucks like Freightliners and Kenworths have. So the top bunk, actually, I sleep on the top bunk. Everyone's like, where do you sleep? Like out on the catwalk. I've got a hammock out there. No, I have a full-size Tempur-Pedic mattress that I squished up onto the top bunk. So curls up on the back wall like a sofa, and I sleep like a baby. And since I'm solo, I'm not driving in the middle of the night, so I'm not bouncing around. It's fabulous. I have my own ladder that is a telescoping ladder that stretches up.
Yeah.
And then it sinks down, and then it stores right in front of a cabinet. It's tucked behind a rubber strap, so very easy in and out. The bottom bunk, as you can see behind me there, that is the kitchen that I mounted in there. It's just, it looks complicated. It's actually pretty simple. It's this the simple aluminum shelving that you can buy at Walmart or at Home Depot that you just put together. You can adjust the shelves where you want them. I got smart and but I have a whole bunch of tools. I love woodworking, and I love building things and creating things. This has been a lot of when I started out, it didn't look like this. This is what I consider my upgraded gourmet version of my kitchen. It's had many iterations in every truck I've been in, with every company that I've been in. This one particular one you're looking at and behind me, though, is the first time I've actually screwed something in. And it's because in the Peterbilt, the bottom bunk actually has a wooden base to the bottom bunk. And so you can screw wooden screws in there. Let's see, only the legs on that countertop are screwed into the bottom to secure it. That's it. Then the top itself is magnetized and hooked in with magnets to legs that are made out of cast iron pipe with flanges on top. So there's a lot of innovation and a lot of thought that went into this. It's surrounded by shelving. There is a big deep freeze on one end, and then there's a long, that's the deep freeze right there. Thank you. And I've got a magnet on the front that's got a knife rack, and then I've got the spice rack on the back. And then it's a bread maker, a dehydrator. I have just about every kitchen appliance. This is a shelf that I made above the passenger and driver's seat that stores my clothing. And that rack to the left that you're seeing there is my coffee rack and small towel storage. The orange and white thing you saw there was my shower. Yeah, there's the ladder and that shelf on the cabinet there, the white cabinet. All that fits behind the driver's seat. That's where I keep my coffee and my tea and things like that. My microwave sits there up on the top. That's a different the oven that you see there is an air fryer oven. The sink, the little white sink, is a hand sink that's sitting in top of a bigger, deeper sink underneath that butcher block top. And then just storage. There's my KitchenAid mixer. Yep, there's the deeper sink. That faucet has running water. The sink drains outside, so I don't have to dump anything.
Oh, wow.
I keep
what a blessing to have the water in the truck. I think that's
it
so
really
great.
is. And I haven't said that's a Thanksgiving dinner I made several years ago, and I made it entirely from scratch in my truck. That was a different truck.
Wow.
But I made that. I made enough for two. Unfortunately, there was no one at the truck stop for me to share it with, so I just had a lot of leftovers that time.
Okay, Dina, I have questions. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything, because I know when people in our Facebook community, they saw your pictures, and I even know nobody, they could not, and even for me, I was like, okay, what does she have, a super sleeper? I mean, how does she have all this stuff? So that picture that we've had behind you, that is actually the lower bunk of in the truck where the lower sleeper would be normally. Okay, because everybody was saying to go, I do not understand how she has so much space. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. The other question
and to understand,
go ahead.
Yeah, that's my top bunk. That's where I sleep.
Beautiful.
So to understand, the interior of that particular model Peterbilt has an 8-foot interior ceiling. I'm only 5 foot tall.
Nice.
So when the bottom bunk is down, the bulkhead of the bottom bunk is over my head.
Okay.
Right. So I'm not bending down. And I know, like in a Kenworth, it's a lower, or if you have like a mid roof, it's going to be lower, and sometimes it's super compressed, and people won't even use the top bunk because it feels like you're sleeping in a coffin. I know that this setup here is not something that everybody can do in any given truck, because you really have to modify it to the truck that you are in. But I have had modified versions of this that are much smaller and much more user-friendly and less gourmet, but very, very, very user-friendly as far as being able to do basic things like washing your hands, washing dishes, taking a spit bath, cooking, things like that. And I'm in the process right now of starting my own YouTube channel. It's called The Salty Trucker, and in my own webpage called The Salty Trucker. And
Awesome.
within the Salty Trucker, I'll have my blog, which is Life on the Rumble Strip. I do photography, which is 5-axle photography. And then also I do all the things that I'll be teaching you how to do in the truck are called Otter Hacks. So
okay, so listen, hold that thought, Dina. Just one second. Let me jump in here just for a minute. Okay, I want to tell our audience, I know that the drivers have questions for you. So those that are watching on the live stream, if you could shoot your questions in there, and we'll try to get to those as some of them may come up just organically in our conversation. But if you have questions, try to put those in the comments, and we'll try to let Dina answer some of those at the end. We're going to go to commercial in just a few minutes. And then I want to talk. I know the truckers have questions. I mean, I know about power and how you're secure and everything. We want to hear all about those things. And then I wondered if maybe too, you could be thinking about maybe some recipes or some things that you're cooking on the truck for maybe somebody that's never, considered. And I know some people, don't like the smells in the truck. I see that a lot of times. People don't want to have the smell of the food in the truck. So, we know that some people are like that, but for those people that, we, in our community especially, we have so many women that are brand new to trucking. They maybe just got their truck and they do want to make it feel a little bit more like home. So after we go to our commercial, then I want to hear a little bit about practically how you could encourage them to get started, and maybe even share a recipe with us that's something that, maybe not a gourmet cook could make on the
absolutely.
Okay, good. Well, thank you so much. And we'll go to commercial, and then we'll get back to that in just a minute and hear some more of your great ideas, because it's truly inspiring what you're doing. And I know it's going to really help people to be creative and think outside the box about what's possible on the road. So I'm really grateful to get to pick your brain a little bit more. So we'll come back in just a minute because I got some more big questions for you.
Okay, great.
Join the Shetrucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, Shetrucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Okay. So I have a bunch of questions. Some of these I got directly from the Shetrucking community. One of them was, how are you powering all that cooking? I mean, so do you have an APU in your truck, or are you using an inverter, and how are you keeping everything hot or cold? So talk to us about the power and how that's working.
Actually, that's a great question. Power is absolutely the beginning of any type of situation that you want to build out in your truck. I am really fortunate. In my truck, I was allowed to put in, and I bought it myself, and my company installed it for me really for nothing because they know I do this. But I have a V4 3500 watt inverter in my truck.
Okay.
So that when I'm buying all of my appliances, I'm making sure that my wattage on every appliance is less than half the amount of the max that my inverter can have. And later on when I do my thing.
Okay, Dina, say that again for somebody that's just brand new to this and they don't know what you're talking about. Think about a brand new CDL holder, and talk to them about how that's going. Are you idling all the time? So give a real basic thing about that, because maybe somebody, brand new to
Yeah.
this, so you might be
So-
speaking some foreign language to some of our listeners.
Exactly. I apologize. You're right. So when you're wanting to power any type of appliance in your truck, most trucks that are standard company trucks are going to have about a 1,500 watt inverter, if you're fortunate. A 1,500 watt inverter, you can use an appliance that's 200, 300, 400, about 700 watts maximum. Because once you plug that, say like that coffee pot that's right there, that coffee pot is probably about 800 watts, might be a little bit more. But when you plug it in and you use it, it's going to have a peak wattage that it's going to use. So it might go up to 1,100. If you have a 1,500 watt inverter, then you're not going to blow it. Basically, you're not going to trip it off. The inverter is a power unit that is going to be hardwired to your battery wall in your truck. It has heavy duty cables and it has to take a professional to install it. It is different from the type of inverter that you plug into a 12 volt. Those are very small. Those are for things like lights, powering your phones, maybe powering your laptop, but very, very, very low wattage. But when you're powering something such as an oven or a microwave or a gaming system or a television, you're going to need more power. I'd highly recommend that if you need more power, inquire with your company if you're allowed to upgrade the inverter in your truck at your own expense, meaning that you will buy the inverter yourself. Most trucks can have a maximum of 3,000 watt inverter, and 3,000 watts is really kind of where you want to be, because with 3,000 watts, almost any appliance that you buy on Amazon or at Walmart will actually can accommodate that without blowing up. And when I say blowing up, it means cutting it off so that you don't have any power to anything as far as your appliance is concerned. It also won't use up your battery power and it won't burn out your alternator, because the alternator is what keeps the batteries powered. I do idle 100%. And my company has me do that. In my truck, I don't have an APU, which is a lot of companies do have those. Those are systems that allow for you to have heating and cooling when the truck is off. It has its own little power source. Also, there's another thing that you can have, which is the bunk heater, which is just strictly for heat. And again, it has its own little power source. I don't have either one of those. So for me, I do idle 100% of the time when I'm in my truck, especially because when you don't idle, you can lose your food in your refrigerator. And I have both a refrigerator and a freezer. So it's imperative that I have the ability to constantly idle. But that idling allows me to use the inverter because it's constantly cycling and constantly powering itself. And that's how that works. So any other questions, I'd be more than glad to answer at a later time. And I can go on and actually do a whole entire section on that at Shetrucking in the group.
Okay.
So that
Yeah,
anybody has questions about that, I would love to answer those.
And I know your truck is in the shop right now, so we're just looking at pictures of your setup. But after you get back, after you get the truck back, you can do a little more detailed orientation. And I know that the audience, after hearing your story, is going to want to hear more. Okay, the next question that I got, and this is the one that honestly, that for me, I was like, okay, how is she securing all that stuff? Because I mean, I know you could put stuff away, but are you like practically living, like, are you putting all that stuff underneath storage every day? You got little, I mean, how
what you see in that picture right there,
yeah,
the way that it looks in that picture right there is actually how it rides down the road every single day.
Okay, how is that possible? Tell me a
All
little
right,
bit
so
about that.
part of it, I know people are freaked out when they see this. They're like, I don't get this. Part of it is that the Peterbilt 2020, the 579 Peterbilt Ultralock is a very smooth riding truck.
Okay,
Number one.
that's helpful.
So it doesn't bounce around a lot. And I learned on Freightliners, and they're called freight shakers for a reason. But the Peterbilt is sort of the Cadillac of semi trucks, and it's very smooth riding. But I will say, I do go to extreme lengths to secure my things. Take, for instance, the coffee pot. The coffee pot is sitting on a silicone mat that is non-slip.
Okay.
So it sits there, it doesn't budge. It just doesn't budge. Plus, it's locked into a plate that it's hooked into to heat. The mixer is on a no-slip grip piece of rubber underneath it. I use dish towel mats. I use underneath everything on the counter. The shelving is all secured with ratchet straps into the buckle system in the walls.
Okay.
The freezer has a wooden board that's screwed down in front of it to help it so that it doesn't slide. The counter is secured because the legs are screwed into the wooden top that I was talking about, and then it's magnetized and it's hooked in behind something so it can't slide forward.
Okay, great.
Everything, there's a lot of things you don't see. So I use a lot of magnets, mini bungee cords, double barbed Velcro. I use and another thing too is I pack it in there so tight and wedge it in so tight that it doesn't slip and move. And then if it's on a shelf, I make sure that it's secured with a mini bungee cord, like crisscrossed over it, so that if I have a hard break, which is very rare, it bounces out, but it won't fly out. I've actually only had that happen one time. I have to be honest, it's happened one time that things kind of flew out, but you know, it was easy to pick up and put back, because the other part of it is I have everything highly organized and packed in a way that it's not a bunch of little loose stuff everywhere. It looks kind of like it, but it really isn't. And it makes it easier to keep clean, and it makes it easier to pack up if I have to move out.
Yeah, that's good. I was thinking about that too. I'm like, well, you obviously don't change trucks very often. So, I mean,
No.
Well, that's awesome. It's truly impressive what you've done. I love all the little touches that you have, like even the colored, the dish towel hanging back there, just it's really beautiful. The butcher block countertop, the sink. I mean, it does look like a beautiful home, very modern.
Thank you.
Very functional as a kitchen. Okay, so let's talk cooking. I'm a foodie, so I like to eat some good food. So can you give us some little bit of highlights about some of the things? We have a picture on the screen there. What is that we're looking at? And is that something that everyday a beginner cook could try?
That recipe right here is something that every person that can cook on the truck can do that very simply. That is simply a package of cheese-filled tortellini that I bought at Aldi's. Then it's actually shelf stable. It doesn't require refrigeration, so it can store on a shelf.
Nice.
It's a package of broccoli from the freezer, so freezer broccoli, and a pack of salad shrimp, and then a jar of Alfredo sauce. 4 simple ingredients.
Easy.
Just 4 simple ingredients. Saute up the shrimp with a little bit of butter and olive oil, a little bit of salt, and then toss in the Alfredo sauce. Toss in the tortellini. Throw in the broccoli, and saute up, and boom. Now it's topped off. I will say that it is topped off with some fresh parsley. And one thing I try to do in my truck all the time is have a live herb garden that I keep in the front seat.
Oh my God.
I'm not kidding. I actually have one. I actually brought it to my daughter's house so it wouldn't dry up while it's at the shop.
I love that.
I have 2 types. I have 2 types of parsley. I have basil. I have rosemary and mint in my and basil mint and lemon basil in my garden. So this way I can snip it and add it, and it's fresh and it's awesome and it smells delightful, and it's something that's live that I can take care of. I will say it is absolutely critical that you customize the interior of your truck. One of the hardest things for drivers, especially new drivers, you will feel lonely, you'll feel isolated, and you'll feel like you're living in a black box. So change it up. Add some fairy lights, add Christmas lights, put in some fancy bedding. Spend a little bit of that hard-earned money on yourself. Do not feel bad about that. Get some nice pillows, get some baskets, upgrade your things. When you start out, you may have to start out going to the Dollar General or the dollar store and just getting plastic bins. That's okay. That's how I started. we start out poor. We don't make a lot of money in the beginning, but as you get along and you start doing more and more, you can upgrade. And that's where I'm at. And this is like my 4th iteration of this kitchen. It didn't start out like this. And this is, 6 years of long, hard work and planning. I drive a lot of miles, so I got a lot of time to think about it. So that's what I did. But customize, bring things on board that make you happy. People always complain, I miss home. And, I'm out on the road and I'm missing everything and I get depressed and I get lonely. You know what? That's not me. I am in my home every day and I take it everywhere I go. And when I'm off that clock, I turn around and I'm home and I'm happy and I'm surrounded by things that make me happy. The front of cab of my truck is filled with toys and stickers. It looks like a 12-year-old lives in there. It makes me happy. I've got pictures of my children. I've stuffed animals. I have bright colors. I made it look like it, so it doesn't look like a semi truck. And believe me, that has been one of the biggest benefits to my mental health, to know that I have a place that I can chill out, that I can relax in, that I can decompress in. And if I don't have the opportunity to do like you do, go to the center of town, take in a movie, I can make popcorn and have a movie right there in my truck. Or I can, I carry a sewing machine. I have crafting tools. I can do crafts. I can paint. I can read. I can write. I have my computer. I have streaming so I can watch movies. I have fun. I relax. I can do spa day.
That's awesome. I love it. A couple of things that you said that I want to highlight. Some ways to save money. I love the Dollar General. Getting some inexpensive storage bins there. Also, another tip for setting up your truck is to going to the thrift stores. I've had drivers that will say that they got a George Foreman grill for $2 at the thrift store, or they found some cookware there, or because we don't need a whole bunch of things. We don't need a full place setting. We don't need everything to be matchy. So we can go and find little odds and ends there that bring beauty and things. Even just a throw pillow, putting a matching comforter and a throw pillow on there. Those little things make a huge difference when you're away from home. So I love the practicality of those tips.
And the other thing, if you want to start a kitchen in your truck, you can start as simply as getting yourself a Rubbermaid container that can fit at the foot of your bed, especially if you're teaming. Get 2 plates, 2 cups, 2 spoons, 2 knives, 2 forks, 1 knife to chop, and a small cutting board. Get yourself a pot and 1 frying pan and a salt and pepper shaker, and you're set. You get some groceries and some staples. You store all of that. You can put the lid on top of that, put in a little mat, get your little cutting board, and you literally have a place that you cook on top of. One of the things that I use to cook with is a butane stove. It works great inside of the truck and doesn't require power. And butane is only $2. You can get it at Walmart or at the TA, so it's easy to replace. And you have a really hot little temper thing that you can fry up an egg. You can cook up a steak, make some chicken. You can cook just about anything. If you can't afford a microwave, it's a really cheap and inexpensive way to get started. And it's easy to store. But that's how I started, was just with a simple box, because I was teaming and I needed a way to be able to have something better than truck stop food. We all know that right now the price of groceries are very high, even just at the regular grocery store, and at truck stops, they just are 3-4 times as high. I've got some goals of being able to go into a truck stop and grab truck stop ingredients and make something gourmet out of it, which is possible. I plan on showing people how to do that. But if you can, if you can do some of these things and take advantage of, you can have your deliveries, groceries delivered to you now by DoorDash.
Yes.
Last year, I saved almost $600 in delivery fees by paying a $100 fee to DoorDash. And almost everywhere I go, they'll deliver both, groceries and food from the restaurant. So I've saved a ton of money doing that. It saves me from having
DoorDash subscription also, and I think it's so great. Like I've even, I'm a foodie, so I like to eat some good food, and sometimes I just can't get there even in my size truck. So I like to be able to visit local favorites. But I've even had I've even had DoorDash come and deliver to my truck when I'm waiting at a shipper. You know, I
Yep.
get stuck, you know, my delay. They say it's going to be at least an hour before we can get you on the door, sometimes longer, you know, and I've had them I call them right up and bring them. They just bring that food right to me, and all the drivers
Yep.
are all lined up watching this little driver bring me my lunch. And I'm like, woohoo, enjoying
Yeah,
life.
I know. It's awesome. It's awesome. You know, a couple of other things I do too that help as far as being OTR and solo. I have a dedicated storage unit in Carlisle, Pennsylvania that I can drive up to Bobtail right to the door. And this way
Okay.
I can change out seasonal items. So I don't carry my winter gear with me all year round, and summer gear goes away, decorations for the holidays. And sometimes I change out my cooking gear too. Also, I have a dedicated UPS address, which stands as a physical address in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, that I can drive up to pick up my mail and all my Amazon packages. Because sometimes trying to get your mail while you're driving is really difficult.
Sure it is.
That one, it takes a little bit more. I think it's like a $200 fee for a year to have a box, but it's great. I can have all my Amazon delivered there. It's safe, it's secure until I get a chance to get there and to pick it up. So there are a lot of things you can do to manage your finances, to manage your home time, to manage the way that you're living, so that you're not carrying 100% of everything with you all the time. I get a question that a lot. Like, how do you get that done? Like, well, it helps to have. Now, I don't have a house, so because I don't have a house or an apartment, all that money that I'm not paying out for something that I can't go to has been given to my children so they could go to college.
Yeah, that's
What you're
awesome.
seeing here is just the last little bit of what I have kept for myself, that I have utilized for myself to make my life better. But, you know, when mama's happy, everyone's happy.
Yeah, I love it.
Keep
You know, the other
that in
thing that
mind.
you said that I really liked is that you have plants on your truck. And because, like, I've always had plants in my home. It's like when I'm on the road, it's like I miss having something, you know, the plants around me. So I love that, so that you did that. Another thing I wanted to share is that you really, you know, talked about photography, and you have some good hobbies that really help you to enjoy your life out there. So tell us a little bit, what is this type of photography, and tell us a little bit about that. We want to see some of your pictures.
Well, so my photography, some people will claim that I am distracted driving. I'm really not. But it's 5-axle photography because there's 5 axles on a semi truck. But my photography is done at 70 miles an hour. I have a Motorola. What is it? I have 2 phones, but my Motorola Edge is the one I use. It's a 128 pixel camera, and I started taking pictures 6 years ago. I would see these fantastic sunrises and sunsets, because Lord knows we're out at all hours of the day and night, and I get to go all these fantastic places. And I just started taking pictures, and I actually have a degree in digital graphic arts. So photography was one of the things that I studied in college, and so I know how to edit photos. And I could not pass up the opportunity to take pictures of all these great places that I get to see daily. And so it's a crapshoot. You know, I don't always get the shot because I'm running past it way too fast. But I've learned a lot of techniques to help me to kind of capture what I'm doing, what I'm looking for. And honestly, it keeps me really engaged in driving because I'm constantly looking ahead, which is what you want for defensive driving anyway. Constantly being aware of where you are and paying attention. So for me, it's a constant search for what's on the horizon and what I can photograph that's on the horizon. And I literally have thousands of these pictures, and it's
beautiful.
It's
beautiful.
my great joy. When I get done at the end of the day, one of my favorite things to do is edit photos. It's really super relaxing. I listen to music and boom, you know, I sleep, you know, 3 hours later. Yeah.
I love being able to
that's
share with my friends and family where I've been. And, you know, they don't, you know, they're working a 9 to 5 and they don't get to travel all over. So they're like, where is that? That's beautiful. And, you know, so it brings me a lot of joy getting to share the photographs as well. Well, anything else? We're going to wrap up soon. I think I've covered the comments and the questions that were asked. Do you have anything else that you want to share? And then I would like you to tell us a little bit how you ended up in a Volvo commercial, because I'm kind of impressed that I know 2 women that have been in the Volvo commercial series. So Real part of her and tell us that story, how you ended up in a Volvo commercial.
Real quick, I just want to add, my grandma is going to be 100 years old on January 21st of this next year, January 11th. One of my greatest things is to call her, and grandma will say, "Where are you, honey? I just never know where you are day to day." So I always try to call her from someplace that she's never heard of or been to. So that's one thing that I love doing. How I got into the Volvo commercial. Last year, I went to Salt Lake City for my 40th high school reunion. That's where I grew up, between Southern California and Salt Lake City, Utah. I ended up getting shingles and I was sick for 6 weeks. And when I was finally released to go back to work, I had to pick up a load of salt from Morton Salt right there at the Great Salt Lake. The next morning, I was heading out of town and I got past the TA in Tooele. I got 5 miles down the road and I blew 2 of my tandems because of the weight of the salt. Had to go back, and I thought, Salt Lake is just not ready to let me go. And I was so ready to get back on the road. And I went in just dejected because the shop couldn't get me until late to that night or the next morning. So I knew I was going to have to wait. So I just went and climbed back in bed. I was still not feeling good because I'd had a really severe case of shingles. Woke up later that morning around noon, and I look out on the parking lot and I see all kinds of people running around. I'm thinking, that's odd. And then I see this big white truck with a big purple Volvo backing in. And that scene is actually in the commercial. And I was watching it as it happened. I hopped out and asked what was going on. And they were like, "Oh, we're filming a commercial for Volvo US, or, a national commercial." And I was like, "Really?" And they're like, "Yeah." And they kind of looked at me and they go, "Hey, you want to be in it?" I'm like, "Heck yeah." I said, "But I don't drive a Volvo and I never have." They go, "That's okay. We just want to, just talk to you." And I'm like, "Sure." And so I went, changed my clothes, put my makeup on. I think I was even wearing maybe this, I'm not even sure. But and they interviewed me, and I didn't even know about it. I didn't even know that I actually made it into the commercial until just literally a week ago. I actually kind of forgot about it. And it was on Shetrucking that I saw another commercial for another Volvo that I thought, I wonder if I actually made it in the commercial. And sure enough, I looked it up and there it was. And then I saw, like, on another episode of the same series that Sheree was in it, and I was freaked out.
Yes.
What kind of serendipity is that? I was like, oh my heaven's sakes, that's got to be a sign from God. Believe me, I believe in those signs all day long. Praise Jesus. But I was just like, that is just, I was floored, and I still am to this moment. So kind of a proud moment. Also, a year before I was in the Volvo commercial, I was featured in an article in the New York Times for cooking on my truck.
I love it.
I made it in New York Times in the Volvo commercial. I mean, I don't know if it's just being in the right place at the right time, or I built a kitchen that everyone's paying attention to. I'm not sure.
Well, Dina, thank you so much for coming on the show. I'm so grateful that you're a part of the Shetrucking community.
Thank you. It's been a real blessing and a wonderful opportunity. Thank you for having me. I've really enjoyed it.
Well, we're gonna close out in just a minute and show the Volvo Trucks commercial before we end. But I want to encourage everybody to sign up for the Shetrucking Foundation. And if you're not a part of our Shetrucking Facebook group, to please join in. And just so many opportunities. We get to meet so many great people like Dina, and get to share our stories and network and find out ways to just make the most of the lifestyle that we're living. Whether you're on the road like she and I are, or if you're just doing local. I mean, there's drivers that are finding local work, that are thriving in the industry, staying home with their kids and their family, and are home every night. So there's so many ways to be successful in the trucking industry, and we want to help you with all that. So if you haven't signed up for Shetrucking Foundation membership, please do that. So we're going to close out. But again, thanks, Dina, for coming on the show. We look forward. You're welcome to come back anytime. I'd love to catch up with you again and get some more recipes from you. So thanks so much, everybody. Y'all have a good evening. I appreciate y'all.
Good night.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. It even, listen, go on Amazon and get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked number
What if a
one
trucker designed a
for
truck?
in podcasting books.
I'm Joel
Look right
Morrow,
here.
a driver with over 5 million miles, and I'm headed cross country to show some friends what the new iTorque can do. Today, I'm going to catch up with Tim Ridley, host of Radio Nemo on Sirius XM, and get him out of the studio and behind the wheel where he belongs.
Hey, Tim. Hey, partner, how's it going? Been a while.
Yeah,
good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
What do you have here?
That's the new iTorque, my friend.
Well, you already know what I want. Give me the keys, buddy. Give me the keys. Got people to see. Oh, this is really nice.
Right? Yeah. You ever run 80 mile an hour across here before?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just about right at 80 now.
80, right?
Yeah, and the RPM is about 11 and a half. That's unbelievable. Trucking has been good to me. I really love trucking. And my dad drove. He was a bed bugger. Riding with him, I was completely hooked. That's what I wanted to do, was drive a truck, and moved up through the ranks in management and corporate management, and then Radio Nemo.
Nice.
Still in trucking, but behind the mic in trucking.
Nice, right?
You know, as a matter of fact, I got some of my radio listeners over at the TA and Tool waiting on us. They're ready to see this baby.
Oh, that is awesome. Feedback from some real drivers. That'd be great. Well, let's go check it out.
Yeah. I've been trucking for 10 years. Been independent now for 2 years. Paid cash. Thank you, Grandma, for the truck. I'll be honest, I've never been a Volvo man, but I toured that Volvo. It's a beautiful rig. May I take a look inside?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Go ahead.
It feels like there's just so much room in that truck.
All the space. I'm 6'4".
Lots of space. Lots of space.
I'm 6'4".
Yes, that is cool.
Wow.
Ergonomics is really key. I want to feel the comforts of home.
How's the fuel?
8.5 miles a gallon at 75 mile an hour.
8.5?
Yes.
At 75? Wow.
If I could get 8.5 miles to the gallon fully loaded, 30% more fuel efficiency is $150 a day extra. I could retire at 60.
And all my research of all the different brands, that is the one that is built out best to accommodate a driver who has to live on the road. And we live on the road.
We love Volvo. When you ride a Volvo, you don't want to ride anything else.
I think it's absolutely genius. You know, you've got a fuel efficient truck that's comfortable and saves you on fatigue as well. It's absolutely game changing. That's freaking cool.
Pleasure meeting you.
It was really a nice pleasure meeting you.
Yeah. Hey, hope we didn't make you late.
Oh, no, you're all right, all right.
We met some wonderful drivers at the TA truck stop. It was just so wonderful to be out in the parking lot chatting with drivers.
Right.
To hear the enthusiasm made me happy and touched my heart.
They want a truck that is satisfying to drive.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we have that with this package in a pretty big way. It's fast, it's powerful, it's fuel efficient. What more do you need?
Really touching to be out here again after so many years. I would run across this so often as a young man. That's one of the things I've always loved about running west, you know, and then being out here on the Salt Flats.
Yeah, the scenery is just awesome.
Yeah, it is. The office with a view. What other office can you sit in to have a view like this?
The view like this.
That's right. And that view is ever changing as well. It's breathtaking.
Like no other place in the country.
Brother, it's good to see you again.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
All right. Don't be a stranger. We got to get together more often.
Absolutely.
And you take care of that truck too.
Absolutely.
All right?
Be strong.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Welcome to the Enjoying Life podcast. We are with the Shetrucking Foundation, and I cannot wait for you to hear our guests today. We have so many great things to cover. Today, I'm going to put a broker in the hot seat. So I'm looking forward to that. You know, the market is tough right now, and drivers and carriers are struggling a lot. And I really think it's a great opportunity for us to hear from a broker and get some information about the best ways to succeed. And she can have some great tips for us. So if you have questions, be sure to pop those into the comments. Share this out so people can join us and hear our discussion. I also love that she's a carrier, so she's got experience on both sides of the table, and it's going to be a fabulous conversation. You know, my show is Enjoying Life OTR, and I care a lot about work-life balance. And I've been saying this a lot these last few months. You know, this year in trucking has been rough, especially for owner-operators. But even those of you that are carriers, you know, we're having some stress about maybe not getting enough miles. And we really just got to work smart these days. You know, trucking is very cyclical, you know, so we have our up times and we have times where, you know, we're all rolling in the money. And then there's times where we're really having to buckle down and be careful. And it feels a little bit more you know, the industry feels a little bit more insecure. And I think we're kind of in one of those times now. So I wanted just to make the opportunity to talk to somebody who's on the broker side and ask her some questions about maybe there's some ways that we can do things better as carriers and build those relationships, and just take the opportunity to learn from somebody with experience on both sides of the table. So I have the honor of welcoming my guest today. Her name is Elizabeth Long. She is a broker, like I said, and a carrier, and I've run freight for them in their brokerage. It's Patriot Star, and she is somebody that I consider to be a real trusted resource in the industry. She and her husband both have been acted like mentors to me, really. And anytime I have a question about the industry or how things are going or something that's happening with my paperwork and contracts or something that's just feeling a little bit uncomfortable to me, I know that I can go to her and ask her as a trusted resource, and she's going to give me factual information. So I'm really honored to have her on the show. So if you could join me welcoming Elizabeth Long.
Thank you for having me on today, Cindy.
Elizabeth, you know I'm a big fan of yours. I love the work that you do. You're one of my favorite brokers. I tell you that all the time, and I really have enjoyed working with you professionally. But even as a friend, I think you have a lot to offer. You know, at Shetrucking, we care a lot about equipping, empowering women to thrive in this industry and to make the most of the opportunities that are presented to us in freight. So I've been looking forward to sharing them with you with them and getting them to meet you and hear from your perspective. Can you start out and just share us a little about your career and how you started in the industry, and then what's your role in the industry today?
Absolutely. And I do want to tell you too, the feeling is mutual. I love working with you. You are one of my favorite carriers to work with for so many reasons, what we'll probably get into later. So the way I got started in the industry, to be honest, I never thought I would be in transportation, trucking, logistics. I never in my wildest dreams thought I'd be a part of this. But I met my husband, Kenny Long, and we got married, and he had a CDL and owned a truck, and he'd been driving for probably about 15 years when we'd met. And he taught me how to drive. And I'd ridden in the truck with him for a little bit before he taught me how to drive. And then I went and got my CDL, and was fortunate to do that before you had to go to school, and was able to just get on the job training with him. And
let me hop in there real quick. What did you do before this? Like what?
So yeah, that's a great question. So I did a lot of sales. I did car sales. I worked in a bank. But actually I spent a lot of my younger years, I mean, maybe 10 to 15 years in the restaurant business. And, you know, the restaurant business is another job where it's customer service oriented, and you've got to think on your feet and you're on the go, you know? So I don't know. I think restaurant business is really good training for any career, to be honest.
I agree.
So I enjoyed that, but I love what I do now. So Kenny taught me how to drive, and we actually teamed for quite a few years, just the two of us. And we had the opportunity to see all 50 states now. Unfortunately, we didn't see Hawaii and Alaska in the truck, but we've seen all 50 states now. And the good part of that is due to trucking. So I guess I've had my CDL since 2012, and I don't know how many miles I have, but accident free, which is fantastic. And
congratulations. Well done.
Thank you. And I've had a great time traveling with Kenny. So.
Well, we're going to talk about your team driving with Kenny toward the end of the show, but I kind of want to pick your brain about what your primary role in the industry is right now. Can you tell our audience about switching?
Yeah, absolutely. So we started our carrier in 2012, and that's when Kenny and I were driving together. And then over the years, we had started to accrue some of our own customers. And these were customers that we had met through friends, family members who might have referred us, or even just, someone sees us, locally, and they wanted to work with us. And so we had started to accrue. Oh, and actually one of our biggest customers came to us through another truck driver who was working with a customer, and they needed help in the Central Florida area. And she said, you should give Elizabeth a call. So we started to accrue these customers, and it got to the point that there was other shipments then in places that we couldn't handle, that we didn't have our trucks in. And so Kenny and I talked about it in 2017. We decided to make the leap, and we started our freight brokerage. So that was
I don't want to pass this up, because I think you made you put a point there. I think it is so important, because I hear a lot of people go, I should get my brokerage. For one, a couple of things. You're taking direct freight as a carrier with a customer without a brokerage.
Yes.
Many people owner-operators don't realize that they could do that. Could you talk a little bit about that? So me, I just got one truck, and I do have direct shippers, but can you tell a carrier that's just maybe got one truck or a small fleet how they can go about working directly with the customer?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, it is really important as a carrier, as any business owner, we should always be marketing our business. No matter who we're talking to, everyone we come across should know what we do. And it really helps, because someday someone's going to need something moved, or they're going to have a neighbor that needs something moved, or a boss. And so they can then think of you and reach out to you when they need that shipment moved. So I think that there's a lot of ways that carriers can be marketing themselves. And, it's just as simple as, joining things like chambers of commerce, and, even the old fashioned way of going door to door. And there really is a perk when you are a carrier and the actual driver going in to meet a shipper or receiver, and you're talking to them about offering them service, because you are really 100% going to be that service provider, and they're going to have a face with the name of who actually is going to be dealing with their freight. And so you might not have an easy of a time getting into a place like Walmart or Costco, something like that, where they're doing these huge volume shipments. But those smaller mom and pop or smaller, more specialized freight, they're going to look at you and they're going to see the value there. So there's definitely opportunities.
I'm in a lot of Facebook groups, a lot of social media, and they'll say, well, you can't get direct shippers if you've only got one truck. What would you say to that, Elizabeth?
That's baloney. That's total baloney. You can definitely, Kenny and I only had one truck, and sometimes it comes down to just being in the right place at the right time. But to be in the right place at the right time, you've got to be visible. And you've got to make sure that people know that you're available to do work. So.
Okay, I love some things you said. I love telling everybody that I'm a trucker. Everybody I meet knows a trucker.
Yes.
I own a trucking company. So don't miss that, people. That's a great tip right there. It's so that you just run into people, give you referrals that just wouldn't have even thought to give a referral. That I didn't even know you'd interested in the new, additional customers. My brother has a warehouse over there, so talk it up. Love that. Great advice. I have another question about really practically, how does it, when I started, I had been booking all my freight through brokers, which many new carriers do that. And then I started venturing out thinking, I think I'm going to just go ahead and get my own direct shippers. And I do have some, but, I had a process about that. But one of the things that made me most nervous is like checking their credit. Like, what's that procedure like? With brokers, I just run it through my factoring company, and it's real easy for me to check a credit of a broker. And, how would I go about doing that as with a direct customer? What would
that really is a challenge. And I don't know that I have all of the answers on that, unfortunately, especially in this economy right now, because there's a lot of businesses that are struggling, maybe even behind the scenes.
Yeah.
So I think that the wisest thing that you can do, when you're getting set up with a new customer, is start off small and set your payment terms. Don't be afraid to ask for payment up front or COD. Meaning cash on demand. Don't be afraid to ask for payment immediately or upfront, because there's a lot of small shippers and receivers that will offer that to you. And if nothing else, maybe set the terms at 15 days, and that can help you get a better handle on, if they are getting behind, sooner. So I think that's
the thing I think people don't realize is that, on the shipper side, they're used to people asking for their credit.
Yes.
That you're going to spend a lot of money on fuel. You're going to have to pay your driver. And so they're expecting, that's a very normal part of their, business, whether they're signing up for a new brokerage to run their freight or they're signing up with the carrier directly. It's a very common practice to ask to see, a credit history and ask for referrals of, so I'm always say, just ask them you can do a credit check. And
yes. There are some resources with that, and it's slipping my mind right now, but there is a big resource where you can check credit on basically any business. I don't know that it's always free, but you can also check on things like Google. And, sometimes factoring companies will have these shippers in there if someone else has factored their freight. But really just do a little bit of research, and, if you are actually showing up there at the shipper or receiver, keep an eye out on things. How do things look like they're going? Are the employees looking relaxed, or are they stressed? You'll hear things if you're in and out. So
yes. And Google, even just a Google search in itself, because people are going to write reviews.
Join the Shetrucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, Shetrucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.